Part 3. I am Sumo. This is the first time I have broken up with my family. I not only brought lawyers and firecrackers, but also vented all the grievances and struggles of many years. However, who would have thought that there are so many secrets hidden behind this breakup? At this moment, I stood in the chaotic living room, firmly demanding to move my household registration and sever the relationship. I thought they would agree indifferently, but I didn't expect that because I saw that I succeeded, they began to obstruct me in every way and wanted me to stay. I not only had to face their tough attitude, but also had to endure their verbal attacks and ridicule. However, I didn't plan to back down. I didn't want to continue to be a caged bird in this Sue family mansion. Can I really succeed in getting rid of the control of the Sue family this time? Chapter 70. Unless I die, it's absolutely impossible. Yes, it's confirmed. After my household registration is moved, Sue Deming, you are no longer my father, and Xie Bingyan, you don't have to bother me. You don't have to yell at me and call me a rebellious son. I have nothing to do with you anymore. Today, I came prepared. I brought a lot of people and a lot of firecrackers. I think today should be a day worth celebrating. Also, 2 lawyers are here too, so we can do this right away. Sumo, are you crazy? Father Sue Deming finally spoke. His voice was so hoarse that it seemed to be squeezed out from the depths of his throat. His eyes were as sharp as a blade, but they could not hide the turmoil in his heart. I'm not crazy. I smiled faintly, and that smile contained many years of grievances, struggles, and even pain. I just want to find myself again. I've been an orphan since I was a child. From the time I came into your Sue family to today, it's enough. I don't want to pretend to be a member of your family anymore. Sue wanting cried, and her tears were like a heavy hammer, hitting my long-numbed heart, but I did not waver, and even felt a kind of coldness and alienation towards her crying. Sumo, please don't do this. She stretched out her hand, as if she wanted to grab something, but she couldn't grab anything. Stop acting, Sue wanting. I interrupted her coldly. Don't I know what you're thinking? You're not afraid of me leaving, but of your so-called family property being taken away, right? For years ago, when I was taken back to this family, I remember every word and every look you gave me clearly. Sue wanting choked up, as if she wanted to explain herself, but she couldn't make a sound. I looked at her, and there was no more sympathy in my heart. Then I turned to Xie Bingyan. Her face had already become extremely ugly, but her eyes still carried a cold and disdainful look, as if she had never taken me seriously. I walked closer to her and said slowly, Xie Bingyan, you know what? I remember what you said to me when I was a child. I've always remembered it. You said that I was a superfluous thing that should not exist and a shame to your family. When I said this, my voice trembled slightly, which was the anger and resentment that had been suppressed for many years. Sumo, what are you talking about? Her voice rose, as if I had stabbed the deepest pain in her heart. I'm talking nonsense? No, you just don't dare to face it. I laughed sarcastically, and then threw the document heavily in front of her with all my strength. Sign it, and let me leave you completely. You have wanted to do this for a long time, haven't you? When you personally threw me at the door of the orphanage, wasn't it for this day? The air in the living room seemed to freeze. Xie Bingyan's fingers trembled, and a flash of panic and astonishment flashed in her eyes. She obviously didn't expect that I would reveal this secret. What did you know? Her voice was hoarse, as if at this moment, she was no longer the high and mighty mistress of the Sue family, but just a loser who tried to cover up her sins. I know much more than you think. I sneered, my eyes no longer lingering on her, but looking at the sky outside the window, as if that was the freedom I really longed for. Today, I will no longer be at your mercy. Mother's love, great mother's love, the greatest and most precious feeling in the world. I have dreamed of getting these so many times. As Sue Immo spoke, he began to laugh, full of sarcasm. But it's gone. Xie Bingyan, there's nothing left. Everything is desolate. Even if I knew the truth, I would want to grasp even a little bit. But there was never any. Now, I just hope you die soon. Chapter 72, it turns out that he already knew it. At that moment, Xie Bingyan's face turned extremely pale. I could see the fear, shock, and even a hint of panic in her eyes. The teacup in her hand was shaking, as if it could not bear the shock in her heart, and the tea spilled all over the floor. She hurriedly put the teacup heavily on the table, as if trying to cover up her inner turmoil. Why did you do this, Xie Bingyan? I stared at her, my voice as cold as a knife. My father Sue Deming's roar echoed in my ears, but I was in no mood to listen. I just wanted an answer to why I was abandoned for 14 years. But she just stared at me coldly, without any regret in her eyes. I have nothing to explain. You, Suemo, are my son. You can never change this in your life. Her voice seemed to come from a 1,000-year-old ice cellar, and it chilled me all over. You are so shameless. I almost yelled. Aren't you afraid that your crimes will be made public? I will let everyone know what you did to me. She snorted contemptuously, as if she had heard a huge joke. You can try, Suemo, but you can't change anything. My last name is engraved on you, and you can never escape. She turned around and was about to leave, not wanting to give me another chance to talk. I stared at her back, the anger in my heart burning like a flame. I couldn't bear it any longer, so I grabbed the table and flipped it over. Teacups, bowls, and dishes fell to the ground, and the sound of breaking was like a thunder, echoing throughout the living room. Father Sue Deming looked at the chaos in front of him. His face suddenly turned pale. What are you doing? Suemo, are you crazy? Crazy? Huh. I just want to show you how crazy I am. I sneered, my eyes full of determination. What have you treated me like all these years? 14 years of abandonment, 4 years of oppression. I've had enough. If you don't let me have an easy life, I will definitely not let you have an easy life either. If it's her fault, we will make it up to her. Sue Deming tried to comfort her, but the indifference in his words made me want to vomit. But the household registration issue is absolutely impossible. Make up? How can you make up for the 14 years I lost? I yelled, anger clouding my mind. My father turned his head and walked into the room, as if I was no longer someone he needed to care about. I clenched my fists so tightly that veins popped out. I could no longer tolerate the disregard and contempt. Smash them all. My words exploded in the air like an order. Tang Lei and Gu Huanqi were stunned. Smash it? They asked hesitantly. Smash it, I repeated without hesitation. They finally moved, and with a roar, the expensive furniture was smashed to pieces, and the fragments were scattered all over the floor. I looked at the mess, but I didn't feel any pleasure in my heart, only endless emptiness and pain. Let's go, I said coldly and turned away. Su Wanting and Su Xuehue's cries came from behind me, but I didn't want to listen anymore. I walked out of this familiar, yet strange villa, as if I had finally woken up from a nightmare. After getting in the car, I stared out the window without saying a word, my thoughts like a tangled ball of thread, unable to be sorted out. The convoy shuttled through the night, as if trying to escape from this place that suffocated me. When I returned to the company and walked into the office, I fell on the sofa, the anger in my heart still boiling. Tang Lei and Gu Huanqi stood in front of me, with awkward expressions, obviously worried about my mood. Have you ever seen such a shameless person? I asked in a low voice, with fatigue in my voice. No. Tang Lei smiled bitterly and shook his head, and Gu Huanqi also sighed. Suemo, they won't give in at all. This matter is very tricky. Gu Huanqi tried to comfort me. It's okay, let's take it slow. I waved my hands, as if I was talking about something insignificant, but the pain in my heart was indescribable. The attitudes of Su Deming and Xie Bingyan made me realize that this road would be more difficult than I thought. The company still needs to develop, and it will not be good for us to fall out with the Sue family. Tang Lei reminded me. I nodded, trying to suppress the anger in my heart. I know now is not the best time to confront them. I gritted my teeth and said, but this matter will definitely not end here. I know that a direct conflict with the Sue family would not be good for me or the company, but I can't forget the 14 years I spent in the orphanage. The child who was abandoned at the door had imagined countless times that one day he would be taken home and given a warm hug. But the reality was so cold and piercing. Meanwhile, in the Sue family villa, the quarrel between Xie Bingyan and Su Deming continued. Su Wanting sat in the messy living room, tears streaming down her face. She began to realize how her selfishness and prejudice had gradually destroyed the once beautiful family. He knows. He knows everything, she murmured, her face full of regret and pain. It turns out that he already knew. Why? Why did Mom abandon him? She hugged herself desperately, as if hoping to find a little warmth from it. All this should not have been like this. However, since they pushed me into the abyss, I will climb out without hesitation and control my destiny in my own way. I closed my eyes and said to myself, Sue family, this is just the beginning. I will definitely make you regret it. Chapter 73. All to torture him? The next 2 days were calm on the surface, but my heart was already turbulent. The Sue family's attitude towards me was like a thorn in my throat, and the pent-up anger in my heart could never be calmed down. Xie Bingyin's attitude towards my household registration was like a chain that bound me tightly. But I, Sue Mo, was not a lamb to be slaughtered, and I would not let them continue to control my fate. Sue Mo, regarding investment, should we adjust our strategy? Especially the bike-sharing project. Tang Lei's voice interrupted my thoughts and brought me back to reality from my inner boredom. Yes, I nodded, my tone firm. Investment can be slowed down temporarily, but we must not relax, especially in the real estate and mobile game industries. These are our future directions, and we must not miss them. I paused, sneered, and continued. The Sue family thinks they can always control me, but I will stand higher in my own way and leave them helpless. No problem, Suimo, I support you. Tang Lei's eyes were firm as he handed me a report. This is the analysis result of several of Davina's products. I took the report, glanced through it quickly, and smiled. Good, put it away. It's not time for us to confront them head-on yet. Are you really planning to attack Davina? Tang Lei seemed a little worried, but there was a hint of expectation in his eyes. That's right. I nodded with a bit of coldness in my eyes. When the time is right, I will let them know what true loss is. The moment I put down the documents, I suddenly felt relieved, as if I had put down the heavy stone that had been weighing on my heart for many years. However, this relief did not last long. Whenever night fell, loneliness and anger always followed me. At the same time, the atmosphere in the Sue family villa was as cold as an ice cellar. Xie Bingyin and Sue Deming's quarrel seemed to have become commonplace. I could imagine her indifference and arrogance. She would never admit her mistakes. But I knew that the more this happened, the more it showed that she was guilty and she was afraid of me. Mom, why did you abandon Sue Mo? Sue Wanning's questioning voice came from the phone. I listened to their argument, and a complex emotion surged in my heart. You don't understand anything. He shouldn't even exist. Xie Bingyin's words shocked my whole body. I held the phone tightly, as if I could hear the secret that I had already known being revealed bit by bit. It turns out that I have always been an unexpected existence. My appearance has become a stain in her life. You guys go ahead. I smiled self-deprecatingly, closed my phone, stood up and walked to the window, looked at the flashing neon lights outside the window, and swore in my heart, you will regret it. A few days later, I finally set off for Peking University and Tsinghua University. Although it seemed like I had returned to campus, my heart had never been at peace. I could even feel the pressure and threats from the Sue family approaching me step by step. The funny thing was, did they think they could suppress me in this way? Late one night, Gu Huanqi knocked on my office door with a bit of anxiety in her eyes. Sue Mo, someone found out that you have been investing in a game studio recently. It is very likely that it is someone from the Sue family. Really? I smiled faintly, not surprised at all. They are starting to panic, right? Are you sure you don't need us to do something? She asked, with concern in her eyes. No need. I shook my head. The more they want to control me, the more I have to let them know that my future is not something they can decide. Gu Huanqi nodded thoughtfully. She understood that I was no longer the submissive boy. Now I had my own strength and confidence to fight against this family. At the same time, the atmosphere in the Sue family villa became more and more depressing. Xie Bingyin's face became uglier day by day, and Sue Deming seemed to have finally lost his patience with her, and the conversations between the two became less and less. Although Sue Wanting and Su Xuehue had questions in their hearts, they could not get answers and could only anxiously guess the truth. Why did Mom abandon Sue Mo? Su Wanting asked again, but Xie Bingyin remained silent, as if everything had nothing to do with her. Is it because Sue Mo is a threat? Su Shuang's voice suddenly interrupted. She knew from the beginning that he would be the future master of the Sue family, so she would rather abandon him than let him come back to fight for everything. This inference was like a bolt of lightning, splitting the oppressive atmosphere of the Sue family. Everyone was stunned, as if they had finally seen the truth that had been hidden for many years. Sue Mo is not an outsider. He is the true heir of this family. Su Shuang continued. You also know how much grandparents expect of their grandson. But Su Wanning's voice began to tremble. Does he know all this now? Sister, you've seen it too. Sue Mo is not suitable for our Sue family at all. He has so many problems and is completely different from us. I don't understand why we don't move him away. Didn't he want to move away on his own initiative? I think he's very good. Su Manny said puzzledly. I agree with third sister too. He thinks he's so great and awesome that he even drives a Rolls Royce back to show off. It's obvious that he wants us to see it. Since he's so awesome, I don't think it's a big deal if he moves away. Su Pundi also interrupted. Su Wanting said angrily, You two should shut up. When will it be your turn to speak? Sister, I'm not wrong. What are you hesitating about? Su Manny insisted. Third sister, Su Mo can't leave the Sue family at this time. If he leaves the Sue family, what will happen to the future of the Sue family? Su Shuang frowned. Chapter 74, I didn't want to lose him. The future of the Sue family? Su Manny's sarcasm has never made me feel so disgusted. Why must Su Mo inherit? Don't we already have you, me, and my elder sister? We even have Su Juanja. Why do we need him? She stared at me with disdain in her eyes, as if I didn't deserve to exist in this family. Hearing this, I couldn't help but sneer in my heart. To me, all of their attitudes were no longer unexpected. Even from the beginning, I didn't expect their understanding and support. Su Manny, do you know what you were saying? The eldest sister Su Wanning's voice suddenly rose, and she was obviously angry. How dare you say that you have never forced Su Mo? I didn't. Su Manny hastily defended herself, her eyes dodging. He chose to move away. It was his own decision. Okay, then tell me, when our family went on a trip last year, who secretly hid Su Mo's cell phone and deliberately left him at a rest stop, making him walk on the highway for more than 10 hours? You say, is this also a joke? Su Wanning's question was like a heavy hammer, hitting Su Manny's heart hard. I stood aside, watching her face turn from pale to red, then lowered her head, seemingly speechless. The memory of being abandoned on the roadside suddenly came to my mind, and the feeling of helplessness and loneliness is still fresh in my mind. However, I don't need her apology, nor do I want her to change. Su Wanning's eyes were filled with regret, and her voice was choked with sobs. We always thought Su Mo was a superfluous existence. We made too many mistakes, but in the end, we were the ones who forced him away. Why does it have to be Su Mo? He is not the only one in the Sue family. Su Pundi interrupted her unhappily. Don't we have the right to inherit the family property? Why does he have to share it? Because he is our brother, our real family member. Su Shuehue suddenly stood up, tears in her eyes. He was abandoned for 14 years and had such a hard time in the orphanage. And what about us? We have been well-dressed and well-fed, and have never suffered any grievances. Why didn't we leave? But he was forced to leave? The whole room fell silent. The atmosphere was so depressing that it was suffocating. Su Pundi opened her mouth, but couldn't say a word. That's enough, stop talking. I interrupted their argument coldly, no longer in the mood to listen. In the end, everything in the past is meaningless to me. I will not forgive them just because of their apologies, nor will I expect to be recognized by this family. I chose to put everything behind me and focus on the present. Dean Tang invited me and my colleagues to dinner. During the meal, he tentatively asked me about the household registration transfer, with a bit of regret in his eyes. Su Mo, can't you really transfer out? Not yet, I answered softly, and the feeling of powerlessness in my heart surged up again. Dean Tang sighed, then smiled and said, but it doesn't matter. Tang Lei, Gu Huanqi, and Li Banzwang, we have decided to adopt them as our godchildren, and make them the adopted sons and daughters of me and Lao Zhao. I was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, this is a good thing for them. I support it. I know how much Tang Lei and his friends long for a family. They once built a home with cardboard in the orphanage and took turns playing the roles of parents, brothers, and sisters. They would cry at the end of each game. Now they have finally found a real home. A few days later, Tang Lei, Gu Huanqi, and Li Banzwang officially recognized Dean Tang as their godfather and godmother. At the banquet, Dean Tang said to us excitedly, you are all good children, and you will definitely have a bright future. Our Tang family is honored because of you. I sat quietly by the side, feeling a lot of emotions in my heart. Maybe I won't have such luck, but I still feel happy for them. Soon after, our school season officially began. Preparing to go to Peking University and Tsinghua University was tedious and busy. I had already sent people to Beijing to set up a branch of the company, preparing to launch 100,000 bicycles there overnight to expand our market. Su Mo, our users have reached 300,000. Tang Lei reported excitedly. Should we start the second round of financing? Start it. I nodded. It's time. Meanwhile, at Su's house, Su Juanzhou was packing his luggage and was about to go to Tsinghua University to register. Which school did Suemo apply to? Sue Deming suddenly asked. We don't know. Everyone shook their heads. At that moment, in the past few days, Sue Deming really aged very quickly. Not to mention him, even Xie Bingyin was the same. Her hair had some gray, and she looked weak. Chapter 75, He Doesn't Recognize Me. When my father Sue Deming asked his secretary to check my school information, I sneered. Did he really want to know where I went? He just wanted to make himself feel at ease. He always thought that as long as he found me, everything would be back to normal. However, the hurt was already deeply engraved in my heart. How could it be easily dissipated? To be honest, I know Sue Deming doesn't know much about the family situation. He has been busy with business these years and has no time to care about us. However, this does not mean that he can evade responsibility. Everyone in the Sue family participated in the harm to me. Even if they acquiesced, they were accomplices. That day, he called together his two sisters, Sue Wanting and Sue Shuang, and started a conversation beside the fish pond in the back garden. It used to be my favorite place. When I was a child, I often lay on the stone and watch the fish swimming around. But now, I no longer have any nostalgia for it. What have you done to Sue Mo since he returned home? Sue Deming looked at them with a serious look on his face. A lot of things have already happened. Sue Wanting's voice was low, but I knew that she had too many things in her heart that she couldn't let go of. I asked the security guards to kick him out of the company and ridiculed him. Unfortunately, I didn't realize my mistake until now. Sue Shuang nodded in agreement, with a hint of guilt in her voice. At that time, I thought he was just an ordinary brother. My neglect and indifference to him caused him to suffer a lot of pain that he shouldn't have to endure. Unfortunately, I didn't realize it at the time. Their words made me sneer. What was the point of their so-called awakening now? They had never helped me in the beginning, and now they were repenting only because they had realized that I was out of their control. You were sorry for him. Sue Deming sighed, as if he finally saw the truth of the family. However, for me, all this no longer matters. Their confessions and their pain cannot change the deep cracks in my heart. 14 years of loneliness and indifference, for years of pain and grievances. These cannot be easily erased. At the same time, I learned that Dean Tang invited me and my friends to dinner, and he asked me about the household registration transfer. I looked at his expectant eyes, smiled bitterly, and shook my head. Not yet. Dean Tang sighed, then smiled and said, Then don't be anxious, wait until the time is right. By the way, I plan to take Tang Lei, Gu Huanxi, and Li Banzwang as my adopted sons and daughters. I hope you can support them. This is their choice. I naturally won't object. I said with a smile. I can see how much Tang Lei and his family long for a home, which is no different from me. But the reality is that I no longer have any expectations for this kind of warmth. My destiny is controlled by myself, and no one else can replace it. A few days later, Tang Lei and his friends officially became members of the Tang family. At the banquet, Dean Tang smiled and said to us excitedly, With you joining, the Tang family will be even more glorious. You will definitely achieve great things in the future. I looked at my friends and felt relieved. At least, they found their own destination. But I am probably destined to be a lonely existence. A few days later, our school term officially began. I had already packed my luggage for Peking University and Tsinghua University. The journey was not easy, but I had to go on. The company branch had already been set up in Beijing, waiting for me to open up new markets. Sumo, our users have exceeded 300,000. Tang Lei told me excitedly. Very good. Let's start the second round of financing. I nodded with a firm look in my eyes. This is just the beginning. At the same time, in the Sue family villa, Su Juinja was preparing to register at Peking University and Tsinghua University. When Sue Deming finally knew that I would go to the same school as him, his face showed surprise and excitement that he could not hide. That's great. You are both in Peking University and Tsinghua University. Maybe you can start over. Xie Bingyin helped Su Juinja check his luggage and gave him instructions in a gentle voice, which was very considerate. She looked pretty much the same as before, save for some gray in her hair. Su Juinja felt strange, but when he heard her say that, he quickly smiled and said, Mom, I'm ready. There's nothing left to be left behind. Okay. At least you didn't leave it behind. Xie Bingyin said with a kind smile. I don't know why, but when I saw Xie Bingyin like this, Su Juinja suddenly felt terrified. He couldn't understand what was happening to the Sue family right now. But Su Juinja had a sinister look in his heart. I will never allow anyone to take my things. I will never allow it. It would be better if Sue Mo leaves now. Sue Deming could see that Xie Bingyan did it just for show. She feels sorry for her adopted son, and does this for him to see, as if she is just trying to get revenge on him. Sue Deming just felt a headache and didn't want to pay any attention to this crazy woman. The group quickly boarded the plane and flew straight to Beijing. Chapter 76. Guess what she has done in the past 18 years? Tang Lei and I arrived in Beijing early in the morning, ready to quickly expand the shared bike business in this land. I carefully planned every step, fearing to miss any details. In my opinion, Beijing is the next strategic location, and missing it means missing the future. We were so busy that we had almost no time to rest. We need to quickly capture the Beijing market, I said to Li Banzwang. We don't have much time. We must act quickly. Being busy made me forget the disputes in the Sue family for a while, as if I had gotten rid of those tangled shadows. But I was wrong, and reality always reminded me mercilessly that it would never let me go. The next day, Tang Lei and I went to Tsinghua University to register. The campus was bustling with people and full of youthful vitality, and I relaxed for a rare moment. However, when I was about to take a walk with Tang Lei in the Tsinghua University campus, that familiar voice stabbed my ears like a knife. Sue Mo? Sue Wanning's voice came from behind. I turned around and saw her running towards me with a pale face. You guys are here too? I asked coldly, trying my best to remain calm. Sue Mo, we know that you were admitted to Peking University and Tsinghua University. There was anxiety and a hint of uneasiness in her tone. I didn't want to argue with her anymore, so I replied coldly, You all should die so that I can live in peace. We were wrong. Sue Deming followed closely behind, trying to stop me. Sue Mo, you are a member of the Sue family, and you will always be. Sue family? I sneered and said sarcastically, Your family has nothing to do with me. Are you looking for me now to continue to use your family's name to control me? That's not the case. Sue Deming explained anxiously. We want you to come back to your home. Home? I sneered at Xie Bingyan. Xie Bingyan, do you dare to tell him the truth? Why did you do this? In order to get revenge on him. You are willing to abandon me. Xie Bingyan's face turned pale instantly, and I continued to uncover her disguise. 18 years ago, Sue Deming had a mistress. When you found out, you felt resentful and decided to take revenge on him. You thought that by abandoning me, you could make him suffer. Sue Deming's face turned pale. He stared at Xie Bingyan and asked tremblingly, Why? Because I hate you. Xie Bingyan finally exploded. You betrayed me. I gave birth to 6 daughters, but in return you betrayed me. I hate that every time I see that child, I think of your former mistress. At that moment, I saw disbelief and pain in Sue Deming's eyes, as if the truth had completely crushed him. And Xie Bingyan's eyes were full of relief and indifference. Su Juanjia. I turned to my brother who had been standing aside and remained silent, and said with a contemptuous smile, Do you know that you are just a substitute? Everything about you is just a tool for Xie Bingyan to take revenge on Sue Deming. He was stunned, his eyes wandering between his parents, as if he had never seen these two people before. I gently patted his shoulder and whispered, Don't be afraid, the truth will slowly be revealed, and no one can escape it. After saying that, I left without looking back, leaving the family standing there. Chapter 77. She destroyed her own child with her own hands. There was a dead silence all around, and even the sound of the wind blowing the willow branches could be clearly heard. I stood in the Tsinghua University and looked from afar. Several black swans were playing in the water, and a mother black swan was gently feeding her cubs. The warm scene hurt my eyes. It's ridiculous. It's really ironic. I once thought that I would have the opportunity to have such warmth, but the facts have torn my fantasy apart time and time again. I looked at Sue Deming, who was slumped on the ground. He pointed at Xie Bingyan with a trembling finger and muttered incoherently, How can you be so cruel? He's your own son. Xie Bingyan sneered, and that smile was a mixture of years of resentment and relief. Cruel? Am I as cruel as you? Sue Deming. I knew where he was for 18 years, but I just didn't take him back. I just want you to know my pain. I want you to feel it. Every word she said was like a knife, stabbing into Sue Deming's heart and into my heart. I suddenly felt that all this was too absurd. I had thought of countless experiences of my own life, but I had never thought that I was actually a tool for my mother to take revenge on my father. Sue Deming stared at Xie Bingyan blankly, muttering, We obviously broke up a long time ago. We haven't been in touch for a long time, but I never forgave you, Xie Bingyin said coldly, tears streaming down her face. Sumo's life was ruined by you and that bitch, and I just helped you complete the process. I stood there and suddenly felt extremely exhausted. Watching them accuse and hurt each other, I felt so strange. Are these my parents? Is this the home I once expected? Sumo. Sue Wanting came over, her voice trembling. Can you forgive Mom? She was also confused for a moment. Confused? I turned around and looked at her coldly. Do you think that one word confused can erase all this? You destroyed my life for 14 years. I was starving and freezing in the orphanage, facing despair, and you only feel guilty now. They all lowered their heads, speechless. Xie Bingyin's tears were still flowing, but I had no sympathy. Everything she had done had made me completely lose all my expectations of her. You guys can continue your family drama. I sneered and turned to leave. No one tried to stop me because they knew that there was nothing that could keep me in this so-called home. When I walked out of Tsinghua and Peking University, I suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of relief. All the pain, despair, and anger seemed to disappear with this moment. Xumontak. Tang Lei came over from a distance and looked at me with concern. Are you okay? I looked at him and smiled. It's okay. They're already dead. And I am finally alive. Chapter 78, 1 billion or 2 billion is no problem. Tang Lei and I walked around and then met up with Gu Huanxi and others. We had a barbecue, and then I sent Dean Tang to the plane. This busy day made me feel tired, but also fulfilled. The prosperity of Beijing and the magnificence of Peking University and Tsinghua University made me feel that this new world is full of opportunities and challenges. When I returned to the dormitory, my roommates had already made their beds. I realized that I was the last one to arrive. Lei Dong, Qin Hai, Wei Haoyang, and Xiao Zhenye. These names also became familiar. Everyone's background was not simple. Almost all of them were top scorers in the college entrance examination. The relaxed greetings in the dormitory revealed a hidden undercurrent of competition. The days passed by like this. The pace of military training was so fast that there was no time to think. I returned to the dormitory every night and fell asleep immediately, but my mind was never really idle. Things at the company were becoming more and more urgent. The layout of shared bicycles had been laid out, and 200,000 bicycles were waiting to be launched in 4 first-tier cities across the country. My order would trigger an internet storm. Tang Lei discussed financing with me with great enthusiasm. He was always like this, full of energy. But I was not in a hurry. We had time, and the data was in our hands, which was the most powerful bargaining chip. In a month, our user base would exceed 500,000, and by then, I would have the initiative at the negotiation table firmly in my hands. The days in college were busy and fulfilling, but the most obvious changes were seen in Gu Huanxi and Li Banzwang. They seemed to have become more confident and beautiful overnight, and their youthful temperament attracted a lot of attention. Gu Huanxi was at the top of the list of campus beauties at Tsinghua University and Peking University. Time flies, and it's finally time to raise funds. Our shared bike project is popular, and it has been deployed in several major cities, and the news reports are overwhelming. That day, Zhou Shiming brought several investors with a smile on his face. I felt uneasy, and sure enough, when I saw Sue Deming and Sue Wanting, my face darkened. That is the past I least want to face. Sue Deming is the famous boss of Fengxiang Jewelry, and Sue Wanting is his daughter. Her eyes are still as cold as ever. This father and daughter were once an insurmountable obstacle in my life. Now, they're standing in front of me as investors, wanting to participate in my business. I subconsciously clenched my fists, with mixed emotions surging in my heart. Zhou Shiming was still talking about their backgrounds, not noticing the gloom on my face. Suimo, with the support of Fengxiang Jewelry, your little monster bike will definitely take off, he said confidently. I suppressed my inner fluctuations and smiled slightly. Mr. Zhou, I have my own arrangements for the next negotiation. Chapter 79, I don't listen to dogs fart. The moment I saw Sue Deming and Sue Wanting, I was filled with strong disgust and anger. I frowned and refused to say a word. I didn't expect Zhou Shiming to bring them here. I had a feeling that things would not be simple. As his introduction sounded in my ears, the fire in my heart burned more and more. What are you doing here? I asked coldly, not hiding my hostility. Zhou Shiming didn't seem to notice the strange atmosphere at all, and continued to excitedly introduce the background of Sue's father and daughter, as if their arrival was a great thing. I looked back at him with cold eyes. They asked you to bring them here? Yes. They are powerful investors. Any problem can be solved with the help of the Sue family of Fengxiang jewelry. He continued proudly, as if this negotiation was destined to succeed. I was full of sarcasm, and I couldn't suppress the anger in my heart any longer. What a big tone. You are really capable. Zhou Shiming finally noticed the wrong tone in my voice, and his face became a little embarrassed. He hurriedly tried to ease the atmosphere. Sue Mo, we have to be polite. This is a major matter related to the future of the company. I ignored him and stared at Sue Deming and Sue Wanting. Sue Deming looked a little embarrassed, while Sue Wanting stood aside a little uncomfortably. I knew what they wanted to say, but those old memories were like a poisonous snake lingering in my heart, and I couldn't let it go. Sue Mo, we can provide the financing you want. 1 billion or 2 billion is no problem. Sue Deming's voice was a little apologetic, but this apology was meaningless to me. My eyes were cold, and the anger in my heart did not diminish at all. Are you doing this for charity? Or are you doing this for your so-called family honor? I finally spoke, my voice as cold as a knife. The father and daughter were stunned for a moment, but Zhou Shiming was completely confused. He seemed to have no idea of the relationship between us. You don't have to pretend anymore. I don't need your investment, nor do I need your so-called concern. I sneered and stared at them fiercely. Sue Wanting took a breath and tried to suppress her emotions. Sue Mo, we know that what happened before hurt you, but this time we really just want to help you. Help me? I was filled with sarcasm. They used to avoid me, but now that I was successful, they pretended to be close to me. I could see through this kind of hypocritical help at a glance. You are not even worthy of the word help me, I said coldly, standing up and taking 2 steps forward to face them. In my heart, you are already dead. It was always Dad's fault before. Dad doesn't understand what you went through. Sue Deming apologized. What happened to me? Sue Mo laughed again. Sue Deming, who are you kidding? How could you not know what happened to you? Do you think I don't know about your situation? Sue Deming said nothing and looked sad. Chapter 80. The Truth Behind and the Rising Power. Sue Wanting said, Sue Mo, we came here this time to apologize to you. We are sorry for you. Whether it is me, your second sister, or your 5th sister, we all want to say this to you. Dad actually hopes that you will return to the Sue family as soon as possible. As soon as Sue Wanting said this, I couldn't suppress a sneer in my heart. You want me to go back to the Sue family? I stared at her sarcastically. I don't listen to dog farts. Get out. I don't have time to care about you. Seeing her anxious look, I just thought it was ridiculous. She began to express her apology, as if all the suffering I had endured over the years could be wiped out with just one apology. Did she think I would forgive her? I interrupted her coldly. You want me to forgive you? Sure, transfer all of Davina's shares to my name. How about that? As soon as the words fell, Sue Wanting's face turned pale instantly, and the surprise in her eyes quickly turned into astonishment and helplessness. She was stunned. Sure enough, this superficial guilt was just empty talk. Why? You don't want to? I looked at her mockingly. Didn't you say you regretted it? Then give me your shares. I promise that if you do, I will forgive you and write off the past. Her face became even uglier, and her whole body began to tremble slightly. It was pathetic. She still thought she had the qualifications to talk to me about reconciliation. Just when the atmosphere was at a stalemate, Sue Deming spoke up. I can give you some shares as long as you need it. His voice was low, but it could be heard that this once high-ranking helmsman was also a little shaken in his heart. I turned my head, stared at Sue Deming, and smiled. You are really courageous, Sue Deming. You are worthy of being the helmsman of Fengxiang Jewelry. But do you remember? 3 years ago, I knelt by the fish pond in the backyard and begged you not to hit me. I will never forget that day. I saw his face turn pale instantly, and that memory was obviously deeply imprinted in his mind. I sneered and continued. Xie Bingyan said that I damaged your collection, and you beat me without knowing the truth. But do you know? That thing was stolen by Su Pundi, and the damaged one was just a replica. The real one is still locked in the safe in her room. Sue Deming's face was filled with shock and disbelief, but I didn't care about his reaction. I already remembered the pain of that day, clearly, every whip, every single one. That feeling of humiliation once made me feel desperate, but today, I want to give it all back to them. You hit me with your own hands, Sue Deming. You should know that better than anyone else. I looked at him coldly. He lowered his head, his face full of wrinkles, as if he had aged 10 years in that instant. The man who was once so arrogant now became powerless in front of me. Go back, I finally said, turning away from them. You are not worthy and have no right to appear in my life anymore. Sue Deming and Sue Wanting finally left the office in disgrace, carrying with them their so-called apologies and their hypocritical help. I watched them walk out the door, feeling relieved. Tang Lei walked in and looked at me with a worried look on his face. Are you okay? I smiled and shook my head. It's okay. The investment matter is not over yet. Notify other investors and we can talk it out one by one. Although the subsequent negotiations were difficult, I was confident of the outcome with solid data and market size. With the rapid development of Little Monster Bike, no one dared to underestimate this project. In the end, we chose two investors. One invested $500 million and the other invested $750 million. The valuation of Little Monster Bike swelled to $10 billion overnight. When I saw the news that Little Monster Bike had become a billion-dollar unicorn, I felt so mixed up that I can't describe it. In just a few months, we went from a small student startup team to a phenomenal presence in the internet and investment circles. News media reports were overwhelming, as if overnight, everyone was talking about us. I've long been accustomed to numbers like 1 billion and 2 billion, but when the market value suddenly reached 10 billion, I couldn't avoid the fluctuations in my heart. There aren't many unicorn companies in Dacia over the years, and there are almost no precedents for us to achieve this goal from scratch in just a few months. This crazy momentum even feels a little unreal to me. Watching the news reports, I couldn't help but recall the competition between Mobike and OFO. Mobike's valuation once reached 10 billion, while OFO's highest valuation even reached 18 billion US dollars. I know that there is a big gap between us and OFO. It took them 2 or 3 years to reach the peak, while I only took a few months to quickly occupy this market by relying on the market gap and strong promotion. Despite this, I knew very well that such crazy growth could not last long. No matter how high the valuation was, it was just a number, and the money in hand was the real wealth. Because of this, I knew that I could not get stuck in this numbers game for too long. When the company stabilized, my plan was to seek acquisitions and withdraw in time. I didn't rush to tell Tang Lei and others about this idea. After all, it was not the right time yet. We had to continue to operate the company, make it more stable, and make our market value and profitability more solid. Only in this way could we ensure the best return when seeking acquisitions. On the day of the successful financing, Tang Lei, Gu Huanqi, and Li Banzwang were so excited that they couldn't stop smiling. Each of them held 5% of the shares, which was equivalent to 500 million yuan each. For them, this had already achieved their original goal. I looked at their excitement, but my heart was unusually calm. Chapter 81. The media says he is a genius. I waved and gave bonuses to the backbone of the company to celebrate the successful financing. But the excitement in my heart was only a moment. I knew that this was just the beginning. After getting the money, our goal became clearer. Continue to promote it in a big way, continue to increase the investment in bicycles, and ensure that the market share exceeds 60%. Shared bicycles have completely changed the way people travel, and I want to ensure that it goes further and even changes the whole world. It's time to go abroad. I announced to the team, with more than $1 billion in funds, staying in China can no longer satisfy my ambitions. South Vietnam, Britain, the ugly country, the island country, Li Jiapo, the markets of these countries are already in my plan. I immediately drafted a plan for overseas expansion and sent it to executives and investors. When the plan came out, Tang Lei and Zhou Ximing both showed surprised expressions. Change the world. Tang Lei seemed a little unbelievable. That's right. We must seize the initiative, not only at home, but also launch a full-scale attack abroad. I nodded with firm determination. Everything is going well. The domestic market is already solid, and the next step is to expand overseas. I know this move very well, and it is neither too early nor too late. It is the best time. At the same time, in the Sue family villa in Beijing, the atmosphere was depressing. Xie Bingyin's health was deteriorating, and she was aging at an alarming rate. She had returned to the Xie family several times, but she had not stayed for a long time, as if she was avoiding something. Sue Wanting and Sue Deming were in a cold war, and the whole house was filled with an ominous silence. When I heard the news, I just sneered. Those people in the past once played an important role in my life, but now their existence is just a shadow to me and has long faded. When Su Shuang mentioned the news of my company's successful financing, I imagined their reactions. A personal net worth of 5 billion and a company valued at 10 billion. I knew these data would shock them. But so what? These are no longer important to me. My goal has long gone beyond this. I quickly launched overseas business and invested heavily. Britain and the United States became my first choice. The markets in both places seemed full of challenges, but I decided to give it a try. If I failed, the worst that could happen was to withdraw the investment, and success would mean the first step towards global expansion. In China, I also set my sights on a new opportunity, Mihoyo Studio. They are developing a game called Honkai Impact Third and are in urgent need of financing. After discussing with Tang, I decided to invest 10 million yuan and take a 15% stake. Mobile games and game studios are part of Funshin Capital's midterm plan, and I am very optimistic about their long-term benefits. This is my strategy. Whether it is shared bicycles or mobile games, I am like a bloodthirsty capital giant, seizing every opportunity and constantly expanding my territory. Chapter 82: Indifference and Determination in a Secret Contest. I invested most of my money in different projects, including long-term investments, short-term, and medium-term plans. I calculated every step very carefully. But even so, I still insisted on going back to school to attend classes, trying not to miss too many classes. At noon today, when I was having lunch with Tang, he suddenly said, "Sumo, Luya from your department has been looking for you recently. Is she interested in you?" I glanced at him calmly. "Don't let your imagination run wild." Tang smiled and said, "But Luya is beautiful and famous. Many people are chasing after her." I ignored his teasing. Luya is indeed pretty, with long flowing hair and a tall figure. But I have no interest in her. We met in a club, and she soon found out about my business venture. Perhaps for these reasons, she approached me frequently. I don't care about these superficial pursuits. All I care about is how to expand my career. Other things are meaningless to me. Tang, do you think the gold in Fengxiang jewelry is adulterated? I suddenly asked, breaking his insignificant speculations. Adulteration? Tang looked at me in surprise. I suspect that the gold purity of some products is not high enough, so I want to find an organization to test it. Tang smiled helplessly. Are you really going to do this? Yes, I answered firmly. Tang sighed. Sumo, just stay away from them. There's no need to make it so ugly. You don't understand, I said calmly. As we continued to eat, Suyue-chan suddenly appeared. She is my sixth sister from the Sue family, and I had a premonition of her arrival. Luya was with her, and as soon as we met, she smiled and greeted us, but Tang and I ignored their enthusiasm and prepared to get up and leave. You don't like me so much? Suyue-chan said with a mocking look on her face. I smiled faintly, sat back in my seat, and said coldly, I heard that you have changed a lot of boyfriends recently. You were quite busy. Suyue-chan was stunned for a moment, and her face suddenly turned ugly. What nonsense are you talking about? Nonsense, I said disdainfully. You Sue family really did a good job on the surface, but you know all the ugly things that happen behind the scenes. She tried to defend herself, but I interrupted her. Stop interfering in my affairs, or you will feel bad. She was stunned by what I said, and her face turned pale instantly. I ignored her, and after finishing the last few bites of food, I stood up and left the cafeteria with Tang, leaving them there angry. Luya looked at my departing back with a complicated expression and a bitter smile. He didn't even look at me. He seemed to have known the purpose of my approaching him, and he was very repulsive. Sumo, this brat. Suyue-chan was speechless and stamped her feet. I'm almost pissed off. Forget it. I'll talk to him tomorrow. Chapter 83. My child is another one. Recently, Su Juinja's life has been filled with anxiety and panic. Xie Bingyin and Su Deming's attitude changes have left him at a loss. Nightmares every night remind him that he is just a tool, a pawn that may be abandoned at any time. In order to keep his position in the Sue family, Su Juinja returned to the villa in the west of the city every day, behaved filially and considerately, and tried to win Xie Bingyin's trust by taking care of her. However, he knew in his heart that Xie Bingyin's indulgence in him was no longer there. Instead, she was cold and distant, and even Su Wanting and Su Shuehui began to stop being close to him. This made him extremely uneasy, and his heart was filled with the fear of being abandoned. What made him even more uneasy was Sumo's rise. Sumo's company successfully raised funds, and his net worth soared to billions. This news stabbed Su Juinja's heart like a knife. Whenever he heard his family mention Sumo's achievements, Su Juinja's anger and jealousy almost made him lose control. I am the best. Why can't everyone see it? He gritted his teeth secretly, his heart filled with resentment and jealousy. He knew that it was not enough to keep his position by pleasing Xie Bingyin and Su Deming, and he had to take action to prove his worth. If Su Mo can do shared bicycles, I can do shared electric vehicles. A crazy idea flashed through his mind, and he decided to defeat Su Mo with a bigger step than Su Mo. At the same time, in another room of the villa, Xie Bingyin was sitting in front of the mirror numbly combing her gray hair. She had spent almost all of this month lying in bed, losing her former energy and spirit. Listening to the news about Su Mo coming from downstairs, Xie Bingyin's hands trembled slightly. She has always refused to acknowledge the child's excellence, and even refused to face her complicated feelings towards him. Su Mo's existence is like a mirror, reflecting her past pain and unresolved hatred. No matter how excellent or smart Su Mo is, in her heart, he will always be the abandoned child who cries in the stormy night, the one who reminds her of the shame of the past. No matter how good he is, it has nothing to do with me. She repeated these words to herself in her heart, trying to suppress the emotions surging in her heart. When her phone lit up and she received Su Yuechan's message, Xie Bingyin felt that all the strength in her body had been drained away. It was as if she had lost all hope and meaning in life overnight. My child, it's another one. The other one is my child. You aren't, and you shouldn't be. You're just here to collect a debt. That bitch wants to take revenge on me. You are terrible, terrible. You have always been terrible. Xie Bingyin suddenly hugged her legs and trembled all over. In her heart, the nightmare of that night never really disappeared. Chapter 84. Tang Lei was abandoned. Everything that has happened recently makes me feel a little powerless. Tang Lei is also facing a huge change. Someone ran from a remote small town to Peking University and Tsinghua University to find him, and even brought a few policemen with him. We have all left information and DNA in an attempt to find our lost families. Some were lucky enough to be found, but many, like us, have no memory of our time in the orphanage. Unexpectedly, someone really came to Tang Lei. Although he was a wealthy man with a net worth of hundreds of millions and held 5% of the shares of Little Monster Bike, the emptiness in his heart and the scars of the past seemed unable to be filled by wealth. The one who came was a gorgeously dressed peasant woman who claimed to be Tang Lei's mother. Although Tang Lei was reluctant to cooperate with the test, he finally went at the suggestion of Gu Huanxi and Li Banzwang. The DNA test result showed an almost perfect match. The peasant woman burst into tears and cried loudly, wanting to hug Tang Lei, but he coldly avoided her. Her reason was simple. I couldn't afford to support you back then. Your father betrayed me. She formed a new family again, living a rich life with a car, a house, and even 3 children. She only thought of looking for Tang Lei after seeing the news report. Tang Lei knew that her words lacked sincerity, and he only felt a sneer and bitterness in his heart. She just saw me in the news and knew that I was rich, so she came to see me. Tang Lei stood in front of the window, his tone full of fatigue and sarcasm. I remained silent, looking into the distance with him, without saying a word. What's even more ridiculous is that my biological father also came. He is a fruit merchant, owns several houses, and his family has some assets. Tang Lei turned to look at me, tears welling up in his eyes. Su Mo, do you think this is ridiculous? We don't need these anymore. I asked him what he was going to do. They want me to go back and take a look, but I won't go. Tang Lei said firmly, his eyes cold. To me, they don't exist. I nodded, understanding his decision. I was the same way. Family was just a cold noun to me. The most disgusting thing is that they want me to help her son find a position in the company. Tang Lei's eyes were full of disgust and anger. She didn't even bother to hide it, and just brought it up so bluntly. You'll get used to it after seeing it more often. I smiled faintly. I won't get used to it. Tang Lei gritted his teeth. All they want is my money. I won't give them a penny. I patted his shoulder and comforted him. Work hard and don't think too much. After Tang Lei dealt with everything, he rejected his biological father's proposal to return to his ancestral home, and his mood obviously did not improve. I understand the dead silence in his heart, the numbness after being beaten down by reality again and again. At the same time, I was too lazy to care about these things and started to publish some news about Davina's counterfeit products. Su Wanting is hilarious. His face was full of remorse, guilt, and grievance, and he seemed to always want to dress himself up as majestic and upright. But I am not as upright and noble as she is. If you are mean, why not be clearly mean? Why dress yourself up so high and mighty? I don't want to see her anymore. News about Divina's counterfeit and carcinogenic products began to be released in small quantities. At the beginning, the action was not big, and there was no waves. It was just to create momentum. Later, the news gradually increased and was disseminated on a small scale. Sue Wanting was very busy during this period. She has returned to Shanghai City and is working at the Davina building. She is busy every day, paying attention to the company's stock price and product launches. Only when I have some free time do I think about things at home, and I still feel anxious. Xie Bingyan and Sue Deming have been living apart, and there seems to be no sign of easing the tension between the two, who have been in a Cold War for more than 2 months. The sisters sometimes need to run back and forth. Chapter 85, he won't let us go. He definitely won't. This family seemed to have been torn apart for a long time, with only the surface calm remaining. Su Wanting, Su Xuehue, and Su Shuang were all trying their best to maintain the last balance, even though they knew in their hearts that this was just a hypocritical maintenance. I didn't go back, nor did I go to see Xie Bingyan. Since the last time we broke up, I made up my mind not to have anything to do with them again. Su Wanting tried to contact me, but she knew in her heart that she couldn't accept the conditions I proposed. I asked her to transfer all the shares of Davina to me, which was impossible for her. Su Wanting couldn't give up Davina. She had spent more than 10 years of hard work to develop a company worth $5 billion to the current $10 billion, and even expanded it abroad. She had spent countless efforts, so how could she let go easily? Moreover, the management team within the company would not allow such a thing to happen. She had been avoiding me because she knew that even if I had become the head of a multi-billion-dollar enterprise, she would never give up her hard work. But this was just her disguise. I had long seen through her contradictions and hypocrisy. She thought she could still maintain this fragile calm, but she was wrong. When Su Xuehue came to chat with Su Wanting, she couldn't help but mention me. What Su Mo has done recently is really amazing. He is now promoting shared bicycles abroad. It's such a big step. Isn't he worried? Su Wanting's face turned pale, and she didn't answer. They might have sensed what I was planning, but they didn't dare to investigate further. I knew their inner fears. They were afraid that I would not give up. At this moment, Su Wanting's secretary hurriedly pushed the door open, her face full of anxiety. Mr. Su, some news media are reporting that our facial cleansers and skin creams contain carcinogens, and it has begun to spread widely on the internet. Hearing this news, Su Wanting's face turned pale instantly, as if she had been hit on the head. She took the document and saw the test report on it. The words dioxane exceeds the standards stung her eyes. She suppressed her inner panic and quickly issued an order. Contact the media immediately. Buy off whoever you can. Suppress all negative reports, and do not allow them to affect Davina's reputation. The secretary left in a hurry, and the room fell into deathly silence. Su Wanting stood in front of the window, feeling heavy-hearted, as if she saw dark clouds pressing in from afar. "It's an appetizer," she said in a low voice with a hint of desperation. "It's a warning." "You mean these were done by Su Mo?" Su Shuehei asked cautiously. "Who else could it be except him?" Su Wanting sneered. "He is such a proud man. This is the beginning of his revenge. He will definitely not let us go." Chapter 86, I think you are better than Su Mo. The overseas layout was finally completed. Tang Lei and I flew several times to personally inspect the operation of Little Monster Bike. All this progressed unexpectedly smoothly, but it also made me feel a sense of urgency. The media reported on our cross-border expansion, but investors repeatedly reminded me not to move too fast and focus on the domestic market. However, they did not understand my thinking. I knew I had to seize the opportunity now instead of staying in China step by step. At present, Little Monster Bike has become a multinational company with business in 4 countries, and more competitors have come to China. Although some people have tried the model of shared electric vehicles, I know that the time is not ripe yet. Electric vehicles are expensive and the market acceptance is limited, and I am not going to take risks for a temporary trend. Because of this, I decided to sell the Little Monster Bike. This decision surprised Tang Lei, Gu Huanqi, and Li Banzwang. They didn't understand why I chose to quit when the business was booming. "Are you really going to sell off all your businesses?" Gu Huanqi's voice was full of disbelief. "We have put so much effort into this business. How can we let it go so easily? We have reached the top. There are only challenges ahead. We might as well sell the company now and turn it into tangible benefits." I know they don't understand, but I have to explain it clearly. The future of shared bikes is bright, but it is also full of risks. Continuing to expand to second and third-tier cities will bring more complicated conflicts of interest and may even lead to a break in the capital chain. and I don't want to be tied to this path. Li Banzwang was the first to nod in agreement. She was always conservative and unwilling to take too much risk. She said to me, "You are right. The money you get is the real wealth." Tang Lei and Gu Huanxi were silent for a while and finally agreed to my plan. We all understand that it is a miracle to be able to stand at this height today, and next we can do more with this money. At the same time, Suju was also brewing his own plan. He raised 10 million yuan to set up his own company and put into the shared electric vehicles. This time, he not only got the support of his sisters in the family, but even Xie Bingyin took out 50 million yuan as funds. Run it well. Xie Bingyin said little. Su Juanzhou was overjoyed. Thank you, Mom. I will definitely work hard to make it. Xie Bingyin also wants to see if Su Juanzhou can compete with me, so she fully supports her adopted son. Chapter 87, Silent Birthday. The prologue of loneliness and revenge. After the company announced the sale plan, I finally had a moment of leisure. During this period, our pace slowed down significantly and was no longer as intense as before. The company's expansion is still going on, but the pace is much slower. The launch of the Southeast Asian market is being planned, and I have begun to readjust my pace and focus on improving the technical capabilities of the company's system. We need to change from quantitative change to qualitative change. Only in this way can other companies not easily compete, and I can sell at a good price. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye, another month had passed. During this month, a storm broke out at Davina Company. Its products were exposed to have excessive levels of dioxane, which caused an uproar. Although Sue Wanting responded quickly, spent a lot of money to buy off the media and block the news, temporarily suppressing the storm, the stock price still fell by 15%. I didn't continue to increase the stakes, but just observed her ability to cope. This was just a test, and the next blow would be the real punch. I waited calmly, without any hesitation. I knew that in the end, Davina's fate was in my hands. This month, there is another thing that is more interesting to me. My 19th birthday is coming. To be honest, I don't plan to celebrate it. After all, I have never celebrated my birthday in these years. Even in the 4 years I lived in the Sue family, no one celebrated my birthday, and no one even knew when my birthday was. However, this year was different. The company was doing well, and Tang Lei, Gu Huanxi, and Li Banzwang proposed to hold a birthday party for me to celebrate. I couldn't refuse, so I finally agreed. They prepared a 6-layer cake for me, and the company's executives also attended the celebration. The atmosphere was lively, and many people expressed their blessings to me. Even the person in charge of the property was invited to the scene. However, as I stood at the banquet and watched all this, I felt a little complicated. I had never celebrated such a grand birthday before. In previous birthdays, no one even said happy birthday to me. But now, I stood at this noisy occasion and became the focus, but I couldn't help but feel a little alienated. Meanwhile, at the Sue family, Su Wanting, Su Xuehue, and Su Shuang learned that today was my birthday. They were shocked that they had never noticed this, and their hearts were filled with mixed emotions. Especially Su Wanting. She realized that she and her family had been indifferent to me for the past 4 years and felt deeply guilty. But what surprised me was that Su Juanzhou was also quietly preparing for his career. Xie Bingyin gave him 50 million in support to help him enter the shared electric vehicle market. Su Wanting didn't know what Xie Bingyin was thinking. Up to now, Xie Bingyin had not apologized to me. Perhaps her apology could resolve the current Cold War, but Xie Bingyin didn't. No one knows what Xie Bingyin is thinking. Mom gave Juanzhou 50 million and asked him to start a business. It happened half a month ago, Su Shuang suddenly said. 50 million? Su Wanting and Su Xuehue's faces froze. Su Shuang nodded indifferently. Juanzhou wants to make shared electric vehicles. The company has been established and has already started. Mom has given him great support. Su Wanting's face changed drastically. Her body trembled uncontrollably, and her breathing became rapid. Mom, what exactly do you want to do? Isn't this enough? Does she have to push me to death? How did Su Imo offend her? I don't know. I just heard it from my third sister. Su Shuang's face was expressionless, and she couldn't imagine Xie Bingyin making such a choice. Sharing electric bikes is obviously an industry that competes with Su Imo. Has she ever given Su Imo a penny? She hasn't even given him more than 500 yuan for living expenses. I don't understand why she is so cruel. Isn't this the result she wants to see? Does she have to tear this family apart? Su Wanting could no longer hold back, and her emotions burst out. If it weren't for Xie Bingyin, perhaps there wouldn't be so many things happening. Even now, things have come to this, but Xie Bingyan is still making trouble. Su Wanting just felt heartbroken. Su Shuehui and Su Shuang stopped talking, feeling extremely disappointed. Today is my birthday, and she probably doesn't even know it. She gave all her support to her adopted son, but I was never in her eyes. The birthday party ended in noise, and I accepted everyone's blessings with a smile, but I knew in my heart that this birthday didn't have any special meaning. Chapter 88. Refusing to make amends. Su Mo's loneliness. All this seems to have led us to a road of no return. When I heard Su Deming trying to make up for years of indifference and neglect with a Ferrari, I felt nothing but endless irony. Did he really think that a luxury car could make up for my loneliness and pain over the years? I rejected this so-called gift without even looking at it. I'm no longer the kid who worked so hard for a compliment from my family. During this time, the company's operations gradually stabilized, and I finally had time to stop and think about my next step. Although this birthday party was lively, it didn't have much special meaning in my heart. At the age of 19, I have gone through too many hardships and difficulties, and I have grown faster than my peers. I have seen the company's business spread across many countries, from a startup to a unicorn. I have done things that many people dared not imagine. Despite this, I know that competition in the business world never stops. Ali Group has extended an olive branch to us and expressed its willingness to acquire shares. Tang looked at the email and asked me excitedly, "This valuation must be more than 10 billion, right?" I nodded and smiled. Now is not the best time to sell. We have already taken a leading position in the domestic market. What we need to do next is to increase the user base. Once the number of users reaches 10 million, our bargaining chips will be more solid. Tang nodded in agreement. He understands, as I do, that running a company is not just about blind expansion, but about having a long-term strategic vision. We know that the popularity of the shared bicycle industry will not last forever, and now is the critical moment to seize users. Advertisements were overwhelming. Various promotions were launched one after another, and I even started to implement deposit-free measures to attract more users to join. Behind all this busyness, Su Wanting and her sisters were also silently observing my every move. They may start to feel guilty in their hearts, but that doesn't matter to me anymore. They even bought me a cake in an attempt to make up for my lost childhood birthday. However, they can never make up for those years of neglect, nor can they undo their indifference to me. And Xie Bingyan, the woman who never gave me any warmth, her partiality has long been engraved in her bones and cannot be changed at all. Su Deming received the news about Su Mo's birthday, which was sent by Su Wanting. After thinking about it, he called Aunt Zhao and Uncle Zhao and asked them to arrange some things. He had indeed been negligent over the years, listening to Xie Bingyan's words and following the crowd. He wanted to make up for it as much as possible, so he asked Uncle Zhao to find someone to prepare some birthday gifts and then drive a Ferrari to the downstairs of Mingding building. I still remember that when Su Juanja finished the college entrance examination, he also gave one to him. Obviously, Su Mo was the top scorer in the college entrance examination at that time, but he had nothing. They didn't even give him a penny of reward. This kind of bias has existed for more than 2 days. It seems too late for him to do this now. Su Mo no longer needs these things. However, Su Deming still sent it over to show his attitude. Just as expected, the Ferrari was sent back and there was no one to take over. So Su Deming could only go back to the Sue family villa to find Uncle Zhao and Aunt Zhao. Master Mo has made a lot of efforts over the years to gain everyone's recognition, but everyone turned a blind eye to it. He used to admire the eldest lady and the second lady very much and liked them very much. Master Mo even talked to the fifth lady. Young Master Mo didn't take the car and didn't even look at it. He asked the security guards to drive us away. Uncle Zhao spoke, feeling helpless about the Sue family's current situation. I understand. Su Deming nodded. Su Deming knew that he was not a qualified father. Most of the management issues of his children were handled by Xie Bingyan. He only needed to take care of the company's affairs, so that his sense of presence was missing over the years. What has Su Mo experienced in the Sue family in recent years? Unbelievable. Maybe you should look through all the videos and records. Chapter 89, but in the end, they became enemies. When Tang talked to me about his mother's request for him to arrange management positions for his younger siblings, I couldn't help but sigh. Listening to his slightly helpless tone, I could fully understand his worries. Perhaps many people in this world think that money can solve all problems, even family affection. Tang Lei's pain lies in the fact that he refuses those unreasonable requests while still holding on to a glimmer of hope for his family. Are you numb? Have you experienced many things like this before? Tang Lei looked at me with some complicated emotions. Yeah, after experiencing a lot, you will become numb. I shrugged. My heart was already calm. I know Tang Lei's situation is not exactly the same as mine, but his struggle is somewhat similar to my past. I once had hope for my family, expecting them to see my efforts and give me a word of recognition. However, reality tells me that those expectations are no longer useful, even futile. I would rather they were all dead. Tang Lei's tone revealed his unconcealable pain. I knew he didn't really want that, but he had been suppressing it for too long. I patted him on the shoulder and told him to learn to accept it all. Even if these people were his closest relatives, they might not be able to satisfy his inner needs. As long as you don't let them affect you, things will eventually pass. At the same time, I was thinking about something else that I was more concerned about, Davina. Not long ago, I found some evidence that their shampoo contained carcinogens and contacted several cancer patients. They didn't know that their disease might be related to the products they used, but I would open this door for them and tell them the truth. I stood in front of the office window, staring at the towering building of Davina in the distance. That sign used to be a symbol of unattainability for me. I used to admire Sue Wanning and thought she was the best in the world, but now I can only sneer. She is not some shining role model. She is just an unscrupulous businesswoman. Notify the patients, I whispered to myself and sent out a few messages. This would be a heavy blow to Davina, and this was just the beginning. Just as I was about to continue planning the next step, Tang Lei walked into the office and told me that a company called Juinja Electric Vehicle was rapidly promoting. I knew without thinking that this was the work of Su Juinja. He had money and background, but he was too eager for quick success, and I didn't care about his actions. I looked out the window. Darkness gradually enveloped the city, and I felt a little lonely. Perhaps I have become accustomed to this kind of loneliness and confrontation. In another world, Sue Deming and Sue Wanning were watching old videos at home. In the video, I was just a child, standing by the dining table with a bottle of mineral water on my head. I had long been accustomed to Xie Bingyin's punishment. My hands were shaking as I held the bottle of water, and my forehead was covered with cold sweat. But they were chatting and laughing, eating, as if my existence was insignificant. No one spoke for me. The silence at that moment was a true reflection of the entire Sue family. The indifference in Sue Deming's eyes was like the fast-forward of a videotape. He was quickly browsing through everything, as if trying to escape the cruel reality before his eyes. In the end, Xie Bingyin ordered me to go back to my room to reflect on my mistakes, and I was not allowed to eat that day. Sue Deming smoked a cigarette. He hadn't touched tobacco for many years, just because Xie Bingyin didn't like the smell of cigarettes. However, at this time, he seemed to have no choice. Dad, do you have other children outside? Sue Wanning's voice broke the silence. Sue Deming's face froze, and he shook his head. No. Really? Otherwise, Mom wouldn't hate him so much. Sue Wanning stared at him. Sue Deming was silent for a moment, and finally sighed. When I'm working, there are too many temptations, and there are always times when I can't control myself. However, most of the time, it's just for fun. Just for fun? Sue Wanning's eyes were filled with contempt. Just two, but I broke up a long time ago and gave them a lot of money, he responded tiredly. Sue Wanning's eyes were full of contempt and disappointment, and she seemed unable to look at her father anymore. No one in our family is innocent, except Sue Mo. Sue Wanning's voice choked with sobs. He didn't do anything. He didn't let you down, nor did he let us down. But why? When he is obviously the most innocent, should he bear the most cruel harm? Sue Deming did not respond. He could not find the answer either. Chapter 90, it's Xie Bingyin as expected. So cruel. Sue Deming watched the video on the screen, and the anger in his heart gradually froze into ice. He never thought that the harm his family had done to Sue Mo over the past 4 years had reached such a level. In the video, a big wolf dog appeared, and the fourth child forced Sue Mo to kneel down and apologize to the dog. Sue Deming's heart seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible hand. Sue Wanning's voice broke the silence. Mom, the second and third children were all there at the time, and no one stopped them. Kneel down? For the dog. Sue Deming could hardly believe his ears. He lit a few cigarettes tremblingly, and in the smoke, he felt only the powerlessness and despair deep in his heart. Sue Wanning continued, the second sister regrets it now, but Sue Mo no longer cares about her. This matter may be irreversible. After hearing this, The cigarette in Sue Deming's hand trembled even more violently. There is more to the story. Sue Wanting once again revealed a shocking piece of news. Dad, a few days ago, Mom gave Junja $50 million to start a business. He is now doing the business of shared electric vehicles, which is exactly the industry Sue Mo is in. Mom has never given Sue Mo a penny, but she supports Junja so much. $50 million? Sue Deming heard this for the first time, and his face was filled with shock and sadness. Does she still want to retaliate against me? Is this still not enough? She is not taking revenge on you, but targeting Sue Mo. Wan Ting finally couldn't hold back her tears. I really don't understand. What did Sue Mo do wrong? Why did you treat him like this? Meanwhile, Sue Junja's electric car project has been advancing rapidly. With huge funds and the full support of his mother Xie Bingyan, he has rapidly expanded the market. Although the shared bicycle industry has been booming, Sue Junja has rapidly promoted it with his financial advantage, and the shared electric car project has a strong momentum. Junja, your electric car is really amazing. It will definitely surpass Sue Mo. The fourth child, Sue Pundi, laughed happily, while Junja pretended to be modest and said, I am just learning from brother Sue Mo. I hope I can do better. While he was trying to get other family members to invest, he was secretly planning his own expansion. He knew that if he could get more financial support from his family, he would soon be able to defeat Sue Mo, occupy the market, and become an important figure in the family. On the other hand, Sue Mo was not anxious about the rapidly expanding competition. In his opinion, data and actual user experience are the core strength of the company. When he discussed the company's development with Tang Lei and Gu Huanxi, he showed a set of shocking data. 8 million users, daily revenue of 3 million, an annual net profit of 200 million. With this profit model, there is no doubt about our future. Sue Mo analyzed calmly, but was interrupted by the idea of unmanned supermarket mentioned during the discussion. The representative of Ali Group asked Sue Mo for his opinion with great expectation, believing that this is the next outlet. However, Sue Mo did not hesitate to pour cold water on the idea. Unmanned supermarkets do not have sufficient technical support at present and cannot avoid runaway orders and huge losses. It is too early to launch this concept now. His words shocked the people present, but they had to rethink the feasibility of this business model. Sumo's firm eyes made Gu Huanxi admire his foresight. Over the years, every one of his predictions seemed to prove his sharpness and wisdom. Sumo's calmness and foresight are the foundation for him to stand firm even after being suppressed by his family. Even with the family's open and secret struggles behind him, he has never stopped pursuing true success. And all this may have just begun. Chapter 91, I Can Still Make You Proud of Me. Sumo's recent business decision once again stunned everyone. His insight into the future is so accurate that it makes people shudder. The explosive growth of the mobile game industry is an example. Under his guidance, they invested $100 million in 1 year and made a profit of 30%. Sumo's judgment is even bolder. He believes that the mobile game industry is still in the incubation period and will reach its peak in the next 2 years. In every direction he has set his sights on, success seems to have become the norm. For example, recently, MiHoYo launched Honkai Impact 3rd. In Sumo's judgment, this investment is likely to multiply several times. As for the unmanned supermarkets that others are optimistic about, Sumo is not moved at all and bluntly said that this industry has no future. Although the big brother of the Ali Group has made a heavy bet on this field, Sumo still sticks to his own views. This made Gu Huanxi, Li Banzwang, and others present admire him even more. Sumo's calmness and determination made people couldn't help but be convinced by him. At a party, an executive of the Ali Group tried to persuade Sumo to change his mind, but he remained unmoved. After several rounds of debate, the topic turned to the negotiation of shared bikes. The Ali Group was eager to access their little monster bike business and further expand the market through social platforms. 12 billion, Sumo said with a smile, as if the number did not surprise him. Tang Lei and Gu Huanxi also laughed. They had expected all this. The success of expanding overseas markets has made Ali Group and other investors eager to get a share of the global market. Although the negotiations were difficult, the final result seemed to be under control. However, on their way back to the company, Sumo's expression suddenly became serious. He looked out the window and saw a lot of people gathered in front of the Davina building, holding banners and shouting dioxin, carcinogenic. Davina, give me back my life. Some people even lit paper money at the scene, creating a chaotic scene. You guys go back first, I'll go down and take a look. Sumo said calmly, but there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. He got out of the car and stood across the square, looking at the crowd in front of the Davina building. A large number of media were surrounding the patients with sparse hair and wearing hospital gowns, interviewing them about their tragic stories. And these stories were exactly what Sue Mo needed. A staff member approached Sue Mo and asked in a low voice, "They won't let anyone in. Davina has already called in security." Sue Mo smiled lightly and handed him a wad of money. "Try to let them in." He knew that only by creating greater public pressure could Davina completely collapse. The suffering of the patients and the media exposure would become a powerful weapon to defeat this company. On the upper floors of the Davina building, Sue Wanting was standing by the window, watching all this. She knew that her brother Sue Mo's counterattack had far exceeded her imagination. More than a decade of hard work now seemed to have gone to waste overnight. She saw Sue Mo, the brother who once regarded her as an idol, but now became her rival. The competition between them had never been so cruel. Sue Mo raised his head, his eyes passed through the window, and briefly met Sue Wanting. Her heart suddenly tightened, and Sue Mo's calmness made her understand that Davina was probably in great danger this time. All executives, get moving, contact legal affairs, contact the media, and comfort the patients. Sue Wanting quickly issued instructions to try to save the crisis. She knew in her heart that even if Sue Mo was so powerful, her company would not fall so easily. "Brother, I hope that one day you can still be proud of me." Chapter 92. Like an indestructible cockroach. Davina Company began to fight back to save the market, while on the other side, Sue Deming made a decision. He wanted to uncover the truth hidden in the past. Xia Bingyan had never told them this secret. "Second brother, come with me to the East City orphanage." Sue Deming's voice was full of anger and anxiety. "Go to an orphanage? What for?" Su Shuehue was a little surprised, but she could tell from her father's gloomy face that he had made up his mind. She followed her father to the place where Sue Mo had stayed. The East City orphanage is a strange yet familiar place. Although it is not far from the Sue family, the poor life here is completely different from their wealthy life. Back then, the Sue family took Sue Mo back from here, but Sue Deming never really understood how deep the scars that life left in Sue Mo's memory were. When the dean saw them, he was surprised to recognize the father and daughter and led them to recall the horrific scene when Sue Mo was abandoned. That year, a storm was raging, and Sue Mo was thrown on the stone slab at our door. No one heard him cry. When the storm stopped, we found that he had fallen into the ditch, and ants were crawling all over his little body. The dean's tone was heavy. At that time, we all thought he could not be saved, but he tenaciously survived. Sue Deming felt a pain in his heart when he heard these old stories. He looked through the photos of Sue Mo when he was a child. He was young, thin, wearing ragged clothes, and his eyes were full of loneliness. This photo, Su Shuehue was suddenly startled, her eyes wandering. She recognized the amusement park in the background of the photo. She took out her phone, flipped through an old photo, and handed it to Sue Deming. "Dad, look. This is a photo of us celebrating our birthday at Gallo Amusement Park a few years ago." At that time, Sue Mo was begging outside. In the photo, Sue Mo and several children kneel at the entrance of the amusement park, begging for alms from passersby. But their family is laughing and walking into the amusement park, enjoying a happy family time. Su Shuehue's voice became hoarse. "I remember that my mother mocked us at that time, saying that if we don't study, we will become beggars like them in the future." Sue Deming looked at the photo, and memories flooded back to his mind. That young child, those eyes full of desire and envy. It turned out that Sue Mo had seen them all these years, but he could only watch silently in the corner, bearing the cold reality. "Dad, that time we asked the security guards to chase them away and beat them." Su Shuehue's voice trembled, and tears rolled down her cheeks. Sue Deming did not speak. He lit a cigarette, his fingers trembling slightly. He knew that the children were beaten by the security guards because of their complaints. At that time, they even laughed at the little beggars who were beaten black and blue. Looking back now, that scene was like a sharp knife piercing his heart. That child is like an indestructible cockroach. The director of the orphanage sighed. He is tenacious, smart, and not afraid of failure. He will succeed one day. Sue Deming could no longer suppress the regret and pain in his heart. In the smoke, his hands were shaking. The lonely child emerged in his mind, overlapping with the real Sue Mo. The child they abandoned eventually became the existence they could not ignore the most. Chapter 93. Look at his building collapse. Sue Deming stood outside the door in the smoke-filled air, his eyes empty, smoking one cigarette after another, as if he could not exhaust the pain in his heart. His mind kept replaying the day many years ago. They were celebrating Sue Junja's birthday in the amusement park, and when a few little beggars approached, he felt disgusted and immediately called the security guards of the amusement park to scold them for not taking good care of them and affecting their fun. He never imagined that one of the beggars was actually his own abandoned son. "Dad, I really regret it." Su Shuehue's voice came from inside the house, choking with sobs. She and the old director of the orphanage recalled Su Mo's growth. Photos were placed on the table one by one, recording every moment of the lonely child from 1 to 14 years old. This is when he was 3 years old and broke his leg. He had a conflict with a street vendor and was kicked to the ground. His head was broken and he bled a lot, the old dean said in a heavy tone. In the photo, Su Mo's young face was stained with blood and his small body was shivering in the cold wind. Another time, he had a fever in the winter and was sick for more than 10 days. We thought he would not make it, but he made it. This child is lucky and tenacious. The old dean sighed and continued. You should be proud of him. He is the most tenacious and outstanding child I have ever met. Sue Deming's heart was broken. Every photo and every hardship of Sue Mo made him breathless. He remembered that Sue Mo stood in front of them with the severance letter, bleeding from his head, but forced them to sign it without caring. How could he have thought that after going through so much pain, this child still longed for the recognition of his family? Is there anything else? Sue Deming asked in a hoarse voice. There are many more. The old dean handed them a whole stack of photos. Every year, we have kept photos of him. You can take them away. After leaving the orphanage, the silence in the car was suffocating. Sue Deming's hands were shaking, and cigarette embers were still on his fingertips. A few days ago, Sue Mo fainted again. His health has never recovered. Su Shuehue's voice was low, filled with endless guilt. How to feed him? Sue Deming suddenly roared in a hoarse voice. He has no food to eat. This roar seemed to vent the emotions that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time. As the car drove towards home, Sue Deming secretly swore that when he returned, he would call back his eldest daughter, Sue wanting to settle the score. At this time, the stock price of Davina was collapsing rapidly. The scandal was exposed, and the market value evaporated by 5% in one day, then 8%, and even fell to 10% in one day. Sue Wanting tried her best to stabilize the stock price, contacted business relationships, and called to resolve the crisis. But everything was only a temporary relief. Davina's turmoil has not subsided, and the stock price is still slowly falling. Sue Mo was in the dormitory, watching all this calmly. Although the stock price drop almost evaporated half of Davina's market value, Sue Wanting's hand was still strong. She temporarily stabilized the situation with her strong background. But Sue Mo knew that the Real storm had just begun. Meanwhile, the business of Little Monster Bike is expanding rapidly, with its overseas market layout completed and the number of users quickly exceeding 10 million. The shared battery bikes of its competitor Su Junja are also gaining momentum, even occupying part of Little Monster's market. The shared battery bikes have already established a branch in Beijing, with more than 10,000 users. Su Junja was the most popular person at Peking University and Tsinghua University, becoming a campus entrepreneurial star. He gave speeches with a proud attitude, believing that he was about to defeat Su Mo's monster bike. Su Mo looked at all this and smiled slightly, as if everything was under control. Watch him build a tall building, watch him entertain guests, and also wait to see his building collapse. Chapter 94, please. Don't die before me. Su Junja has been very popular recently. He frequently gives entrepreneurial speeches at Peking University and Tsinghua University, attracting a large number of students to follow him. His shared electric bicycle company has grown rapidly, even squeezing out Su Mo's Little Monster Bike market. Su Mo just stands by and watches. Everything is under control. That day, Su Mo accidentally encountered Su Junja's speech on campus and unexpectedly ran into the sixth child Su Yuechan, the fourth child Su Pundi, and Xia Bingyan. When Su Yuechan saw Su Mo, he immediately asked angrily, "Mama's been sick for so long. Why didn't you go to see her? You are not as filial as Junja." Su Mo sneered. "She's not dead, is she? You're not dead either, are you? If she were dead, I would have set off firecrackers to celebrate." Su Yuechan was so angry that her face turned blue. "How can you talk like that?" Xia Bingyan spoke at this time. Her voice was icy. "Su Mo, Junja has far surpassed you. Your little monster bike will go bankrupt sooner or later. You can only go back to the Sue family. Suemo looked at the woman who had abandoned him and said with a sardonic smile, bankruptcy? You should be looking forward to it, right? Unfortunately, I won't let you get your wish. You will always be my son, Xiabingyan continued. If you are willing to let the Sue family take over your business, you still have a chance to succeed. Otherwise, expect to fail. Sumo's smile turned even colder. When you abandoned me, did you expect this day to come? You probably thought I would kneel down and beg for your help. Unfortunately, Xiabingyan, one day you will pay the price for what you did today. He took a step forward, his eyes icy and piercing. One day, I will watch you struggling in pain on the hospital bed until your last breath. I will set off a string of firecrackers to celebrate your ascension. Remember, I will definitely live longer than you, and I will wait for that day to watch all of you meet your end with my own eyes. Suyue-chan was so shocked that she couldn't speak, and Su Pundi's face turned pale. Xie Bingyin froze, expressionless, but her hands were shaking violently. Suemo turned and left, his back as cold as a knife. There was a dead silence all around, and the oppressive atmosphere made it hard to breathe. Chapter 95, It's a Pity. Xie Bingyin has caused me so much harm. Su Juanja's speech was in full swing in the lecture hall. He was talking eloquently and enthusiastically, sharing his successful experience in the field of shared electric vehicles. Many people in the audience were full of entrepreneurial passion, but Suemo stood outside the door with a calm expression. He knew that Su Juanja's complacency at the moment was only temporary, and he was waiting for the other party to reach a climax before making a fierce move. At the same time, Su Wanning's pressure was increasing day by day. Davina Company was in a deep crisis. 6 factories were ordered to close for suspected production of carcinogens. Multiple government departments conducted joint surprise inspections. The stock price fell again and again, from a market value of 10 billion to 5 billion. Shareholders and investors put pressure on her and asked her to take full responsibility. Su Wanning did not sleep for several days and nights and was exhausted physically and mentally, but she knew that the one behind all this was her brother, Su Mo. When she returned home, she saw her father Su Deming looking through Su Mo's childhood photos and a video of the orphanage playing on TV. Su Deming looked serious and asked, "Have you really never noticed Su Mo's situation in all these years?" "Dad, Su Wanning lowered her head, not knowing how to answer. "You are the eldest sister. Su Mo has admired you since he was a child, but you actually ignored him like this." Su Deming said angrily, "Look at these photos. How much he suffered. We all missed it." Su Wanning couldn't help crying. She looked at the photos and recalled the past with Su Mo. Her heart was filled with regret and pain. On the other hand, Su Mo's acquisition negotiations with Ali Group were proceeding in an orderly manner. His little monster bike business was expanding rapidly, with an astonishing market size, and Ali Group was eager to acquire it. After a round of discussions, the acquisition price was set at 12 billion, and everyone was excited. The company's management unanimously agreed that the time was right to sell, and it was the best choice. 12 billion to sell the monster bikes. Su Mo announced. Gu Huanxi and Tang Lei's faces were filled with excitement. After a year of hard work, they finally got a huge reward. "What should we do next?" Tang Lei asked. Su Mo smiled and said, "Study is important, other things will come later." Their choice is undoubtedly wise. As market competition becomes increasingly fierce, the future of Little Monster Bike is full of uncertainty, and it is the best time to retreat while the tide is rising. Zhou Shiming greatly praised this. "You young people have such a long-term vision and are so decisive. I admire you." As the deal is about to be finalized, Su Mo has quietly laid out his next project. His mind is always on the future, and he has long aimed at new entrepreneurial goals. Those who once looked down on him are bound to be surprised by his continuous success. Now, they can be as proud as they want, but I know that day will come soon. Su Mo thought silently. Chapter 96. Selling off the company? Competing with the entire Ali Group? Su Mo's acquisition negotiations with Ali Group have entered a critical stage. Contracts are handed to them one by one, and the people from the legal department and the president's office carefully check every detail. This 12 billion acquisition case is of great importance, and every step must be flawless. In order to prevent market fluctuations, everything is done in a confidential manner, and only a few senior executives are aware of it. Happy cooperation! Su Mo stretched out his hand and shook hands with the representative of Ali Group with a faint smile on his face. Happy cooperation! The other party was obviously relieved and held Su Mo's hand tightly. With the signing of the contract, the atmosphere in the conference room instantly became relaxed. Su Mo and his team smiled at each other and then burst into cheers. Let's celebrate. Tang Lei spoke first, his face full of excitement. Yes, celebrate, everyone echoed. At this moment, the joy of success filled everyone's heart. Through this deal, everyone will gain a huge fortune, enough to change their lives. Especially Su Mo, he will get 5 billion, enough to support his next entrepreneurial plan. After the revelry, Tang Lei suddenly asked, Su Mo, what are we going to do next? Yes, what's next? Gu Huanqi also looked at him curiously. Su Mo smiled with a determined light in his eyes. We are doing e-commerce. E-commerce? Tang Lei, Gu Huanqi, and others were stunned. Yes, I've been testing it and the results are pretty good. Su Mo said confidently. Tang Lei frowned. The e-commerce market has been occupied by big platforms such as Taobao, Tmall, and JD.com. Is there any room for us? Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang were also puzzled. Existing e-commerce platforms almost monopolized the market, and it was difficult for them to understand why Su Mo chose this field. Su Mo smiled and said, It may not be clear for me to explain it to you now, but you just need to trust me. Our market potential is very large, and we can even compete with the entire Ali Group. Comparing with the Ali Group? Are you kidding? Gu Huanqi couldn't believe it. Of course I'm not kidding. Su Mo's tone was full of confidence. The sinking market is a huge opportunity, so big that you can't imagine it. As long as we seize this opportunity, the future will exceed everyone's expectations. Everyone looked at each other. Although they still had doubts, they saw unlimited possibilities in Su Mo's determined eyes. Meanwhile, Su Juinzhou was facing a huge challenge. Although he was very successful at Peking University and Tsinghua University and had given many entrepreneurial speeches, attracting a large number of followers, his shared electric bike business had stagnated. The sudden slowdown in user growth, high costs, and serious battery degradation problems all made Su Juinzhou feel overwhelmed. He tried to attract users by increasing advertising investment, but to little avail. Even though he had nearly 100 million yuan in funds, the development prospects were not as good as expected. This made him realize that the current predicament was more difficult to solve than he had imagined. Shared bicycles are out of date, and our shared electric vehicles are the future. Su Juinzhou was still full of passion on the podium, trying hard to maintain his aura in Peking University and Tsinghua University, but the pressure of reality gradually made him feel powerless. Su Mo saw all this and had his own plan in mind. He knew that the time would come soon, and by then, a new storm would sweep in. Chapter 97 Su Mo hits the vital point directly. Now Su Mo has money in his hands. This money cannot be kept in hand. It needs to be invested to make money. So there might be more than one thing he can do. When the company is sold off, the four of them will have some free time. According to the plan, they will use half a year to incubate the Pinhua model until it is gradually completed. It is not difficult to assemble the goods, and the technical skills required are not difficult, as long as the model is understood. This shouldn't require Su Mo to consume much energy. With his free time, Su Mo plans to spend 300 million yuan to incubate another giant project. This project will have a huge impact and will have a significant impact on people's lives. He needs to use 300 million yuan to recruit some algorithm talents and spend another half a year to incubate this giant project. There is still a lot that can be done, and Su Mo is not in a hurry at all. Su Mo's pace slowed down. On the other hand, Su Juinzhou became much more troublesome. The growth in the number of shared electric bike users was extremely slow, and even with his advertising investments, it did not produce much effect. Most of the money was wasted. This was not what he expected. He originally had nearly 100 million yuan in his hands, but after he really built up his company, he spent money like water and soon spent all the money. He also wanted to expand as quickly as Su Mo, so he invested all his money in electric vehicles and advertising. He didn't expect that the deposit he collected in the end was so little that it was not enough to spend. Su Juinzhou sensed the crisis and immediately wrote a business plan to seek investment, and once again sought support from Su Mani, Su Pandai, and others. Su Mani and Su Pundi were rich, and each gave him 10 million and asked him to do it. At the same time, Xie Bingyan also took out a passbook and handed it to him, which contained another 50 million. Take it slow. Don't be in a hurry, be steady, said Xie Bingyan. Su Juinzhou was overjoyed. Thank you, Mom. We will start immediately and build up the entire market. Good. Although he had more funds in his hands, Suju knew that he still had to continue raising funds. Only by obtaining financing could his company's valuation undergo a radical change. Therefore, Suju quickly found and contacted some investors to negotiate with them. And on this day, Sumo also met a few people. I've come into contact with these people before. Most of them are active investors in Shanghai City and Beijing. Some of them I have met at Jiang Pingting's family dinner. Someone invited Sumo and a few others to dinner, so Sumo and Tang Lei went over. The banquet was quite lively, and several angel bosses from the Ali group also came. In fact, Sumo and Tang Lei are also doing angel investment, but on a small scale. The real estate and gaming industries they invested in have already received some returns. During this banquet, Sumo and Tang Lei also met several investors and many entrepreneurs. Among them, there is an entrepreneur who is working on a product called Headline News and is seeking an investment of 50 million US dollars or 300 million yuan. This entrepreneur has gone through 3 rounds of financing, namely the angel round of 3 million US dollars, the A round of 1 million US dollars, and the B round of 10 million US dollars. This time we are doing round C, which is the 4th round of financing. It is said that the user growth is rapid, the development potential is extremely strong and more explosive, and more investment is sought to carry out diversified development. Very interesting. Sumo and Tang Lei discussed it and decided that each of them would invest 50 million, totaling 100 million, to own 10% of the shares of Headline News. At this moment, Sumo saw Suju holding the business plan and tremblingly walking up to give a speech. It should be because of his identity as the adopted son of the Sue family that he could appear here so easily. Sumo glanced around and found Su Manny and Su Pundi were also there. They sat on the other side. Sumo smiled immediately. During this period, he asked someone to investigate the issue of shared electric bikes and obtained a lot of data. In general, shared electric bikes have huge practical problems that cannot be solved. These problems are definitely not something that Suju can handle now. He can't even serve his users well. Of course, when Suju went up to give a speech, he was still very high-spirited and eloquent, and he also brought out a lot of data and models for everyone to evaluate and view. In general, he said that shared electric bikes are a new model of the internet sharing economy, but they are superior to ordinary shared bicycles and should achieve huge development. When he finished speaking, several people applauded him, which made him excited and even more thrilled. I have to say, the Sue family is really rich. I don't know how much money Xie Bingyan gave him to make him squander like this, be so high profile, and talk so much. So, Sumo quickly got the microphone. His voice soon spread throughout the audience. I just heard about the shared battery bikes. It's very interesting. This model does have a certain degree of feasibility. However, it seems that Mr. Su didn't explain one thing clearly. I happen to have data on this. Sumo? When they saw Sumo appear, Suju, Su Manny, and others' faces changed, and their hearts skipped a beat. Many investors present knew Sumo. After all, Sumo was the first person to try out shared bikes. He was known as a pioneer and created a phenomenal company. Hearing Sumo speak, many people stopped and started talking. Sumo, is there anything you haven't explained clearly? Do you have data? Can shared electric bikes work? Someone asked loudly, wanting to know Sumo's opinion. After all, Sumo had predicted the development of shared electric vehicles before. Sumo laughed when he heard this and said sarcastically, I just heard this Su talking about how great this model is. But now I just want to ask him a question. Your shared electric bikes have been developed for nearly half a year. How many batteries have been lost? Have they been found? Brush. As soon as these words were spoken, Suju's face changed drastically. Su Manny and Su Pundi were also stunned. They hadn't thought about this data. The cost of electric bikes is high, the rental is expensive, the charging cost is high, and in addition, the battery is very likely to be lost and can't be found. Once a bike loses its battery, it is basically scrapped. I don't know if the user growth data of Mr. Su is accurate, but after our investigation, the probability of battery loss in so-called shared electric bikes is higher than 20%. That is to say, out of 100 electric vehicles, at least 20 will lose batteries. Faced with such high costs, I want to ask them, how do they develop? Besides, how can users face a deposit of up to 999? How many people are willing to pay such a large deposit? You may all know me. I work in the shared bicycle business, and our team has conducted a detailed study of the development of shared electric bicycles. There is no doubt that this project will soon face huge losses. The larger the network they build, the greater the probability of loss. I even suspect that they are already at risk of a broken capital chain and will not be able to return user deposits. Suju was stunned, looking suffocated. He stared at Su Mo with his hands shaking. Su Mo fights back. Very fast. Hit the vital point directly. So, my prediction is that in the short term, shared battery bikes will not be able to replace shared bicycles and become a new trend. Their cost and loss probability are completely different from those of shared bicycles. If you don't believe me, I can come up with another piece of data. Our team has calculated in detail the number and frequency of Juinja's shared battery bike ads. We have found that they have spent at least 30 million on ads in half a year. However, with this 30 million, the number of users has increased by less than 10,000. That means they need to spend at least $3,000 to attract one user. With such a high cost, do you dare to invest? Do you dare to take the risk of breaking the capital chain? I now suspect that this project is simply a scam. It not only defrauds investors' money, but also users' deposits. I refuse to invest in this project. Chapter 98, you didn't either. Let me go, right? Damn it. Hearing Su Mo say this, Su Juinja couldn't help but curse in his heart and was very angry. There is no doubt that in this situation, Su Mo's words were very fatal. As the creator of the internet sharing economy, Su Mo already has a certain influence and many investors know him. He had already talked about the possibility of shared electric bikes before, but when he said it this time, the attitudes of many investors who agreed with Su Juinja changed instantly. They all thought of a basic question, which is if the bicycle is not lost, but only the battery is lost, how should the responsibility be divided? How should it be handled? There is no doubt that this will bring huge losses to shared electric vehicles, and shared electric vehicles may not be able to bear such risks. Su Juinja is indeed facing such difficulties now. His slow user growth has obviously restricted the company's development. However, in order to raise funds, he did not expose his shortcomings. Now that it has been brought up by Su Mo and exposed to the public, the financing has become a bubble. Su Juinja immediately wanted to take the microphone and debate with Su Mo about investment, but he knew very well that doing so would not be very effective. If he doesn't handle it well, he might even fall into the vortex of fraud, which is something he absolutely does not want to see. Damn it! Damn it! This round of financing has failed. He didn't expect Su Mo to come over. He did not stay at the financing banquet, but left with Su Manny and Su Pundi. When he went out, Su Juinja was still very angry. Brother Su Mo, you are targeting me. For sure, he said angrily. Su Manny said, I had a bad feeling when I saw him appear. He is very petty. But Juinja, you don't have to worry about it. Just run your company well. Su Pundi comforted. We still need to raise funds, at least once. If it doesn't work this time, we will have to do it next time, and we can't do it without raising funds. Su Juinja said unconvincedly. As long as I succeed in raising funds, I will definitely surpass him. There will be no limit to my development. Seeing him like this, Su Manny and Su Pundi laughed immediately. It's good that you have ambition. It's not difficult to surpass his little monster bike. Go, 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 go. Su Pundi also laughed. Seeing this, Su Juinja nodded vigorously. Sparks flashed in his eyes, and he became even more motivated. On the other side, Su Mo couldn't help but find it interesting when he saw Su Juinja and others leaving. But the most important thing now is not to deal with Su Juinja, but to deal with Davina first. Davina has been almost stabilized by Su wanting, and he needs to continue to reveal some information. Davina tried her best to kill anyone she could without hesitation. He continued to notify a wave of cancer patients, surrounded Davina, and demanded compensation from Davina. Su Wanting had a headache. After coming out of the Sue family villa, I had a headache. The company's problems are still spreading, causing the stock price to continue to fall. It is still unknown whether Su Mo has any other tricks up his sleeve. If he does, then Davina may not be able to withstand the next wave of attacks. Therefore, Su Wanting no longer dared to hesitate, and she planned to go and meet Su Mo. Now only if Su Mo stops, Davina's problem will be resolved. Su Wanting quickly found Su Shuang and told her about Davina. During this period, Su Shuang was busy in the hospital and did not take care of the Sue family's affairs. She seemed to be feeling upset. Now that Su Wanting came over, her expression froze instantly. Now you, Shuang, are the only one who can talk to Su Mo, so let's go see him together. If you continue like this, Davina will go bankrupt sooner or later, Su Wanting said. Su Shuang hadn't paid attention to what was happening outside recently. When she heard about it, she immediately sighed heavily. What kind of result do you expect to get when you go to Su Mo? This Su Wanning's face froze. Do you think he will stop? He has already clearly laid out his intentions. Do you think he will hesitate? Su Shuang said, Sister, he won't hesitate. He has never hesitated since he left our Sue family. I'm afraid the reason why he has been so crazy during this period is just to wait for this moment. I will give him whatever he wants, but I just ask him not to bring down Davina. Su Wanning cried. I'm afraid it's too late to say anything now. When he came to talk to you, he might have already thought about the outcome. We are all sorry for him, Su Shuang said. Even so, I can only see him again. Any possibility is fine, even if he wants to cut me into pieces. I only pray to him not to ruin Davina. Davina involves many families. Once it goes bankrupt, everyone will lose their jobs. Su Wanning said in tears. Come with me to see him. Let's go and beg him. Su Shuang thought about it and nodded. I can go with you, but there may not be any results. I heard about the little beggar from my father yesterday. In fact, we have met that little beggar 3 or 4 times. We have seen him a long time ago. I know. Su Wanning cried. Let's go. Su Shuang was unwilling to say more. Some old accounts become more terrifying the more you bring them up. Su Shuang couldn't imagine how much hardship Su Mo had gone through when he was stranded outside. When she talked with Su Deming yesterday, she cried several times. Many things were far beyond her expectations. Su Mo's miserable life was all caused by them. The two quickly flew to the capital. They had already found out what major and courses Su Mo was studying, so it wasn't difficult to find him. Su Mo was not too surprised that the two of them came over. He understood after just one glance. At this time, Su Mo did not refuse to see them. After all, there was nothing to hide, and he soon came to the Tsinghua and Peking University campus outside with them. At this time, most students are in class, and the Tsinghua and Beida campuses are very quiet with a gentle breeze. Su Mo walked in front, Su Wanting and Su Shuang walked behind, and the three of them soon stopped by the lake and looked at the black swans swimming leisurely in the distance. Su Mo, Dad went to the orphanage and found many of your old photos. He also talked to the director of the orphanage about your past. It turns out that we have met before. Su Shuang broke the silence first and spoke slowly. Su Mo glanced at her and said, Dr. Su, do you remember? I remember. Su Shuang nodded. For some reason, she suddenly felt like crying. Director Zhao of the orphanage said a lot about you. He said you once begged at the orphanage. Su Mo smiled, looking nonchalant. As a human being, to survive, there is no other way. You have to kneel when you should. Su Mo. Su Shuang's eyes turned red. I'm not afraid of you knowing that we did struggle for a long time in the past and did a lot of disgusting things. But you probably don't know that we were actually very happy at that time, and every day was fulfilling. Su Mo smiled slightly. We once imagined how wonderful our future life would be. As long as we grow up, everything will be in time. Su Mo, I'm sorry. Su Shuang just wanted to cry. Su Mo glanced at her and said with a smile, Don't cry, Dr. Su. I'm fine now. In the past, Tang Lei and I liked you very much, especially Huanqi. We used to take you as our role model and wanted to become a noble and holy doctor like you. It's just a pity that you can only know a person's face, but not his heart. In fact, Huanqi and Banzwang are both fine now. They no longer want to be doctors. They think it's too dirty. Wow. Su Shuang didn't know what to say. She just felt extremely sad. Su Mo, elder sister wants to ask you to let Divina go. Divina is related to thousands of families. If she goes bankrupt, the consequences will be unimaginable. Su Wanning said. Su Mo glanced at her and smiled. Sister, my dear sister, no one has let me go before, right? You didn't let me go either, right? Su Wanning was stunned and opened her mouth. It's a bit too much to ask for this, Su Mo said with a smile. Chapter 99, you are probably even more cruel than you are now. Sister knows I was wrong. I only ask you not to bring down Davina. Sister will give you whatever you want. Su Wanning said hurriedly. Don't. Please don't. Su Mo said, smiling again. A few days ago, I met Xie Binyan and the others. Guess what they said to me? Su Wanning was stunned. Su Mo walked to the stone next to him and sat down, looking at the Tsinghua and Peking University campuses in the distance, then picked up a piece of dogtail grass and stuffed it into his mouth. He looked very leisurely. Your Su and Xie families are very capable and powerful, and people avoid you. You should be quite capable too, and suppressing Davina shouldn't be a problem. Sue Wanting said hurriedly. It's almost impossible to suppress it now. Several factories have been closed. You deserve it. Suemo laughed. I just called a few people and asked them to go to the Davina headquarters. Since they have money, why not go? Also, if you can't control it, the marketing department and the Industry and Commerce Bureau will investigate. In short, since it's not a good thing, what does it matter if it goes bankrupt? It took my sister more than 10 years to get Davina to her current level, Sue Wanting said. More than 10 years? More than 10 years ago, I was still kneeling in an orphanage begging for food, and I was eating other people's leftovers. Suemo smiled. Su Shuang next to her spoke up. You went to see Mom and the others. What did they say? What else can I say? It's nothing more than hoping that I will go bankrupt. I will definitely go bankrupt. It's all old stuff, ordinary, nothing surprising at all. Suemo shrugged and said, I know she might use the power of the Sue or CF family to suppress me at all costs. A tiger will still eat its own cubs. Su Shuang's delicate body trembled violently. When Su Mo said this, his tone was very calm. Even with a smile on his face, he was unperturbed and looked like he was used to it. But Su Shuang was very clear about the weight of this sentence. Su Shuang had been to the orphanage many times and had watched some videos and records. She now knew very well what Suemo was looking for when he liked to go to Xie Bingyin's room. But he couldn't seem to find it, and perhaps he would never find it. Even now that the truth was almost revealed, he still couldn't find what he wanted. Or maybe he no longer wanted to look for it. This may not be what Mom meant. After hesitating for a moment, Su Shuang spoke, only to feel her throat dry. Su Mo immediately looked at her and smiled. Then what do you think she means? I know, Su Shuang, I know very well. She just wants to get rid of me. She just wants to kill me. I know this very well. Don't talk about her. You, Su Wanting, Su Shuehui, aren't you the same? Why are you coming to cry to me now? No, that's not the case, Su Wanting said hurriedly. Su Mo shrugged. You should save some energy to go back and save your Davina. Don't waste your energy on me. I have nothing to offer you. Su Mo, we never expected anything from you. We just think it was our fault before. If it weren't for us, you wouldn't be like this, Su Shuang said with red eyes. Puff! Su Mo laughed out loud. Actually, that's just how you feel now. This sentence is so funny. If I hadn't left the Sue family, you would probably be even more cruel than you are now. It can't be like that. This is impossible. Su Shuang hurriedly shook her head. Su Mo laughed and said, Is it impossible? Dr. Su, do you think it's impossible? Do you want me to strip you clean and see what you have done? Don't make yourself sound so innocent. Su Shuang's eyes turned red instantly. You guys come to me. I don't mind chatting with you, sharing with you things in the past and things in the future. But that's all. Su Mo said calmly. Go back. Next, you may have a lot of things to do. Many, many things to do. Su Wanting still wanted to beg Su Mo for help, but it seemed that Su Mo no longer intended to talk to them. In a corner of the Qingbei campus of Tsinghua University, it was peaceful and sunny. A breeze blew in from afar, lifting the skirt of a girl not far away. Su Wanting and Su Shuang just felt cold, and they didn't know how to melt the ice in Su Mo's heart. Perhaps there may be no way to dissolve it anymore. Su Wanting and Su Shuang both found it incredible that Xie Bingyin was still making trouble. During this period, Xie Bingyin's hair had turned a lot whiter. However, it seems impossible to ask her to admit her mistake, as she would never make a mistake. Su Wanting and the other person just felt weak all over. The two quickly left the campus and planned to go back to the Sue family mansion in Beijing to visit Xie Bingyin, Su Manny, and others. When the car was halfway there, suddenly, a piece of news popped up on their phones. Su Mo, the founder of Monster Bike, was so bold as to sell off his bike-sharing company and make a whopping 5 billion yuan before leaving the market. Su Wanting and Su Shuang were stunned for a moment and were surprised. Su Mo sold the company? How is that possible? She immediately checked on her phone and found that the source of the news was a major media outlet, which seemed to have been acquired by the Ali Group. Su Wanting and Su Shuang were stunned. They are well aware of the importance of Little Monster Bike to Su Mo. This is a company that Su Mo almost created single-handedly. It has become a phenomenal enterprise and has caused a global frenzy. Major media and companies have been full of praise for this economic model because, thanks to shared bicycles, the relationships between people in society and the self-confidence of the Chinese people have been greatly improved. Logically speaking, the internet sharing economy is booming now. and Sue Mo should not sell off his shares. However, the news now is that Sue Mo has completed the transaction 2 months ago. Sue Mo, what is he doing? He doesn't want to run a business anymore? Su Shuang didn't understand. Su Wanting thought of something, and her eyes turned red. Su Shuang was confused. Could it be that he sensed the crisis and Mom asked the CF family to take action? Su Wanting still didn't say anything and sniffed. When Su Shuang saw this, she suddenly felt that she had guessed it almost right. In an instant, she felt cold all over. Mom met Suemo a few days ago. What did she say? Su Shuang didn't know, so she could only ask the driver to drive faster and go to the Sue family villa as soon as possible. Xia Bingyan still lives in the Sue family villa in Beijing and has not left. Because of her work, Su Manny had to film in Beijing, so she also lived with her. In addition, Su Pundi has also been handling a case in Beijing recently. The villa in the capital city has several servants, so it is not empty. When Su Wanting and Su Shuang arrived at the villa, they found Su Juanja, Su Manny, and others were at home. Sister Lawu, why are you here? Su Manny was surprised when she saw them. Su Shuang immediately saw Xie Bingyan also sitting on the sofa not far away. There was a stack of documents on the table, which seemed to be Su Juanja's plan for shared electric vehicles. They seemed to be discussing something just now. I just came up here specially to see Mom. What are you talking about? Su Shuang asked. Su Manny said helplessly. What else can we talk about? Let's talk about financing because Su Mo and Juanja's shared electric vehicle financing has failed. It's all Su Mo's fault. He denied Juanja's shared electric bike project at the investor banquet, which made many investors afraid to invest. Now he wants to retaliate against us. Su Pundi also spoke. She invested a large sum of money in Su Juanja and hoped that the money would be profitable. Chapter 100. You don't love him. You never loved him. Investor banquet? When did it happen? Su Shuang asked in surprise. When else? Just a few days ago. Su Pundi was very dissatisfied and said angrily. He must be afraid that Juanja's shared battery bikes will surpass his shared bicycles, so he said this specifically to suppress Juanja's company. He has a very dark heart. Su Manny also said. Those investors all know Su Mo. After hearing what he said, they were all scared. We are now discussing what to do in the future. Sister, why don't you also invest in Juanja's shared electric bikes? It will definitely develop. She looked at Su Wanting. Su Wanting has money. Davina was once a large company with a market value of tens of billions. The liquid funds that Su Wanting can mobilize are huge, enough to make the shared electric vehicles take off. Su Wanting glanced at her, but said nothing. Now she didn't want to talk about Davina. In fact, Davina was on the verge of bankruptcy and was in danger. She had almost spent all the money she had. If she wanted to save Davina, she would probably have to ask Su Deming for some money. Seeing Su Wanting not speaking, Su Manny was a little disappointed and continued. Sister, Lao Wu, take a look at Juanja's current business plan. Whether it is Shanghai City or Beijing City, Sumo's shared bicycles have been squeezed aside. Shared battery bikes are obviously more advantageous than Su Mo. Although the cost is a little higher, as long as it develops, the cost can be spread out. And I also think that shared electric bikes contribute more to society and are more convenient. Juanja's starting point is much higher than Su Mo's. Su Manny continued. Although we lost the financing opportunity this time, it may not be the case next time. We still have other opportunities, and we will definitely get financing. As long as there is money injected, it will be easy for us to defeat Su Mo's shared bike. When Su Wanting heard this, she looked at Xie Bingyan and saw that Xie Bingyan had a calm face and seemed to agree with this point of view. She just felt cold in her heart. She asked, You want to defeat him so badly? Sister, don't you see what Su Mo has done? Now he is so arrogant and looks down on us. He doesn't even say hello when he sees us. Not to mention the last time he saw Mom. He even cursed us. I really can't stand him. Su Manny said angrily. Su Wanting and Su Shuang didn't know what they talked about when they met. They just felt sad. After thinking for a while, Su Shuang turned around and looked at Xie Bingyan. Mom, do you really want to destroy Sumo's company? Do you really want to bankrupt him? Xie Bingyan raised her head and glanced at her, her expression blank. Without the support of our Sue family and Xie family, he will never succeed. He will never be a talent. Su Shuang's heart was shocked. Her eyes instantly turned red and she quickly said, Then you have already got the result you wanted. You have succeeded. Su Mo was forced by you to sell the company. What? Everyone was stunned. Su Shuang just wanted to cry. Didn't you see the news? Sue Mo has sold his bike-sharing company. He has completely withdrawn from the internet sharing economy industry. You forced him to do that. She looked at Xie Bingyan. Xie Bingyan's body trembled, and she opened her eyes slightly. I know you want him to go bankrupt. You want his company to fail, and you want him to become a beggar again. That's what you said to him a few days ago, right? Su Shuang said while crying. Mobilize the power of the Sue and Xie families to threaten him to stop. You really succeeded. Su Mo really can't do it anymore. Su Manny couldn't believe it, and hurriedly took out her tablet to check and look for the news on it. When she saw something, her expression was shocked, and her eyes widened suddenly. Su Pundi and Su Juanja also hurried over to take a look, unable to believe it. Mom. Su Manny handed the tablet to Xie Bingyan. Xie Bingyan took a look, and her hands shook violently. Su Mo actually sold the company. How is this possible? Su Pundi said, Nothing is impossible. Isn't this what you threatened? You knew he had no power, so you threatened him to stop. He expected this, so he abandoned this thriving company. Su Shuang said in tears. Isn't this the result you want? Su Manny took a look and couldn't help muttering. Wouldn't it be better if he didn't do this? From now on, it's all Juanja's shared electric vehicle business that will be in full swing. Su Wanting only felt sad when she heard her say that. After thinking for a while, she turned back to Su Juanja and said, Juanja, go back to school first. I have something to talk to Mom about. Big sister, you go back first. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Su Wanting said, not wanting him to stay here any longer. Su Juanja looked at everyone and saw that no one was trying to stop him. So he said, okay, then I'll go back to school first. I just happen to have something else to do when I get back. Well, third and fourth brothers, if you have anything to do, please leave first. I want to talk to Mom. Su Wanting continued. Su Pundi looked at it and said, Sister, I also think it's a good thing that Su Mo sold the company. Without him, shared electric bikes will be easier to develop. Got it? You guys continue to attract investment. Su Wanting didn't want to argue with them. They had already invested a lot of money. Su Pundi and Su Manny thought about it and said, okay, let's go first. Juanja still needs to continue raising funds. Su Wanting watched the two of them leave before she walked over to the sofa and sat down. She picked up Su Juanja's plan and took a look at it. There are a lot of things on it, many of which are reviews about Su Mo's shared bicycles. She couldn't bear to watch any further after taking one look. She felt that things were becoming increasingly horrific, as if they couldn't be stopped. Xie Bingyan probably just found out now that Su Mo had sold the company. She seemed unable to believe it, and her hands holding the tablet were shaking slightly. Su Wanting knew that Xie Bingyan should be very clear about the importance of the shared bicycle business to Su Mo. Su Mo once spent countless efforts on this career and created a phenomenal enterprise of his own, changing society and the world. Because of this career, Su Mo became famous and became a well-known entrepreneur, investor, startup entrepreneur, and top scorer in the college entrance examination. Su Mo once cherished this career very much and invested a lot of energy in it. In the early stages of the company's development, he had to go out many times to move and display bicycles. His skin became tanned, and he almost peeled off a layer of skin. But now he doesn't do it anymore. He sold everything. Xie Bingyan probably didn't expect such a result. For a moment, she was like a puppet, seemingly confused. In Xiahai City, Dad went to the East City orphanage to investigate Su Mo's situation. Mom, do you remember that the sixth child went to the Gala amusement park near our home to celebrate his birthday? At that time, our whole family went there, and we met a group of little beggars kneeling on the ground begging. One of the little beggars was covered in dirt and tattered clothes and was beaten by the security guard of the amusement park. We've all seen it. There are photos of this in the second brother's photo album. Mom, did you know that the kid in tattered clothes, kneeling on the ground begging, was actually Su Mo? So did you go out of your way to snatch the money back from him? Old 4 and Old 5 felt sorry for him and gave him more than 10 yuan. But you took it all back. You know that, don't you? Xie Bingyan was stunned and turned her head vigorously to look at Su Wanting. You don't love him. You never loved him. But you may not know how much he loved you and how ecstatic he was when he knew you were his mother. You never cared. His company is gone. I was driven to collapse by you. Chapter 101. What on earth did he do wrong? I still remember the first time we went to the orphanage to see him. He had just come back from cleaning up the garbage. He was all dirty, and he was wearing adult clothes that were 1 foot longer than the other. I still remember that day when Lao Wu gave him a physical examination. He was very thin and frail. I also remember the time when my father brought him home and asked Lao Wu to show him around our Sue family compound. That was the first time I saw shock in his eyes. He must have been shocked by the luxury and jewels of the Sue family's courtyard. In the end, he appeared in front of you timidly and submissively. You also knew that he went to your room and wanted to find something. But you didn't tell me. He loved you very much from the first day he walked into your home. Or he loved you both very much, but you just didn't care. Xie Bingyan looked up at her face pale, as if she had lost her soul, her eyes empty. I am doing this for his own good, without someone to teach him. He will never learn well. I still remember one day, there was a flu in the house. Even Zhao Ma got sick. Only Su Mo was fine. Su Mo was just fine. At that time, he took great pains and did his best to take care of you, Dad, Shui Hui, and Lao Wu. He changed the medicine over and over again, and the porridge and food were prepared over and over again. He went to the hospital again and again to change the medicine. Remember another time when you sprained your waist? No one else was available at home, and Juinja had to make up for his lessons. He was the only one at home. He did his best to change your dressing every day and never dared to delay. You know what he wants? What he wants is just the most ordinary things in the world. But you have never had it. You never loved him. You never even hugged him once. But in those 4 years, I didn't know how much he loved you and how much he longed for you. Mom, he's an adult now. He left the Sue family. Xie Bingyan didn't say anything, her body trembling violently. Su Shuang also walked over and said, my dad and I watched some surveillance yesterday and saw you, your second sister, your third sister, and Juinja chatting and laughing in the living room. He hid in the corner of the second floor and watched, not daring to get close, with a face full of envy. My dad and I watched it from head to toe. It happened many, many times. A few times, my dad was even there. He knew we hated him, so he dared to stay at the corner and watch you chatting and laughing and doting on other people. Perhaps he really didn't belong to our Sue family from the beginning. He couldn't get in from the beginning. At that time, I was thinking, it would be good if he stayed in the orphanage. At least he wouldn't see these things. At least he wouldn't have any desires or expectations in his heart. But why did we take him back? Xie Bingyan still didn't say anything, just staring into the distance, completely motionless. Dad didn't sleep well for a day or two after watching me a few days ago. Speaking of which, Dad is quite strict and likes to beat me. I don't know how many times he beat me indiscriminately. He himself couldn't control himself after seeing what happened later. There is no good person in our Sue family. As Su Shuang was talking, she took out a photo from her pocket and handed it to Xie Bingyan. When he found out that Xie Bingyan didn't answer it, he put it on the table. This is a photo of our family going to Galler Amusement Park to celebrate my birthday that day. Su Mo and those orphans were begging outside and were photographed by chance. This photo is very clear. My second sister found it. We didn't even know these existed before. Mom, it's already like this. Su Mo is already bankrupt. Can't we just stop? What do you want from him? How? How has he ever done anything wrong to you since he was little? He is your child, your own child. What did he do wrong? By the end, Su Shuang couldn't hold back her tears. She quickly picked up a tissue and covered her eyes and nose to stop herself from crying out loud. When Su Wanting heard this, she quickly pulled out some tissues. Today they planned to talk things over with Xie Bingyan, but it seemed that Xie Bingyan had no intention of giving them any response. Perhaps it was because the hurt she had suffered was too deep that she could not let it go, or perhaps it was because she almost died in childbirth that she could not forgive. Or perhaps her love had already been transferred to someone else, leaving not a single bit of it for Su Mo. Su Wanting only hoped that she could stop all this, let everything stop. Now there was still a chance to turn back, and now perhaps she could even get Su Mo's forgiveness. But it seems impossible. Xie Bingyan did not move, never moving. The two of them took a sip of water and continued talking for a while. Finally, they could no longer suppress their emotions and could only shed tears and cry. At this time, Xie Bingyan turned to look at them. I expected him to go bankrupt. With his ability, how could he create such a big company? Su Wanting and Su Shuang only felt their emotions surging out, and they could no longer suppress them in their hearts. On the other hand, the news has appeared in the media. Su Mo sold off Little Monster Bike, cashing out 5 billion yuan, which quickly caused a stir in the market. Countless news media began to compete to report Su Mo's feat. Decisive, very decisive. Cash out immediately and leave. From now on, you will never have to worry about food and clothing. He started a business at the age of 18, And at the age of 19, in just over a year, he made 5 billion. Sue Mo, a new generation of entrepreneur, has amazing courage. Sue Mo, a brave man, cut off his arm, left immediately without hesitation, and cashed out immediately. He is really amazing. Such a young man, such decisiveness and courage are shocking. As expected, a strong youth means a strong country. It is hard to imagine that this young man can be so decisive and outstanding. Many people were amazed and praised the heroic feat of Sue Mo and his 4 companions. There is no doubt that many people approve of Sue Mo's selling this time. After all, it will be more difficult to compete in the shared bike industry as time goes by. More people will enter the market, and he is cashing out now, which undoubtedly maximizes his profits. The sales amount of 12 billion has amazed countless people. The news quickly spread in Shanghai City, then reached the Sue family and reached the ears of Sue Deming of Fengxiang Jewelry. When he received the news, he was also surprised. He had never expected Sue Mo to cash out at this time, and he immediately thought of the business difficulties Sue Mo might encounter. Xie Bingyan, what else do you want? He couldn't help but get angry and wanted to call Xie Bingyan and beat and scold her. However, at this time, several people came from Shu and asked to see him. When Sue Deming heard the name, he was stunned. They were the Sue family's parents who were living in Shudu. That is, the grandparents of Sue Mo, Sue Wanning, and others. They came here specifically to talk about Fengxiang Jewelry. Sue Deming, I think the Fengxiang Jewelry you made is not very good. I don't think Sue Juanja is a good person. We can't let an outsider manage our family business. An adopted son is an adopted son. Sue Wanning doesn't seem to be doing well either. I saw a lot of accidents with Davina in the news. You mean Sue Mo? Didn't he just come back from the orphanage? We have never been optimistic about him. I'm afraid he can't control Fengxiang Jewelry. How about this? You hand over part of the management and operating rights of Fengxiang Jewelry to your eldest brother and your eldest nephew, Ankang. Ankang just came back from abroad. Let him learn how to run Fengxiang Jewelry. The Sue family is a very large family with many industries. Fengxiang Jewelry is just one of them. Old Mr. and Mrs. Sue have always favored their eldest son, Sue Bohan, and are not very optimistic about Sue Deming. In fact, Sue Deming has not seen much improvement in his performance at Fengxiang Jewelry over the years, and it has been mediocre. Now, old Master Sue and his wife want to support their eldest son, Sue Bohan, and the talented grandson, Sue Ankang, and they are plotting against him. Sue Deming just felt suffocated. Chapter 102, Assemble the Goods and Cut It Down Mode. Sue Mo has rested for 2 months and has recently caught up with his studies, barely reaching the passing line. Autumn is almost here, and it is the season when fruits ripen. Sue Mo began to connect Pinhaohuo with major fruit chains and entered the online shopping market by selling fruits in groups. This project has been incubated for more than 3 months and has already gained a number of users. It is now connected to fruits in the hope of opening up the market with fruits and then expanding to other categories. In the past 3 months, the Pinhaohuo model has been quiet, with small-scale operations, and nothing big has happened. Sue Mo was just testing the waters. Tang Lei, Gu Huanqi, and Li Banzwang all had some questions about this model, but they did not ask too many questions and instead directly joined in the management. Since this project was initiated by Sue Mo, each of them temporarily invested 3 million, each taking 5%. Sue Mo alone took 80%, and the remaining 5% was distributed to other employees as an incentive. Run it together. With the addition of these 4 people, the number of employees at Pinhaohuo began to increase slowly, and Sue Mo recruited several senior executives from the shared bicycle business. Now Pinhaohuo has more than 20 employees. We want to focus on the sinking market of online shopping, and we don't have to do anything high-end. Now, we take fruit group buying as a starting point and begin to focus on the development of the group buying model. So-called group buying is to use the social relationships of Weixin and QQ to buy in groups and create a new model of social e-commerce. We will register a service account on Weixin and publish information about fruit group buying. In addition, we are also going to launch a new mode, which is the bargain hunting mode. The more users you invite, the cheaper the products will be. Our main selling point is high quality and low price. After hearing this, Tang Lei asked, Sue Mo, if the products on our platform are not profitable, will any merchants join us? Cut it down. What if it loses money? Who will still sell things on our platform? Sue Mo looked at him and smiled. This requires technical support. Although our bargain hunting and group buying models want to use customers to invite customers to bargain, we will control the cost of this model. In other words, customers can indeed bargain the goods to a very low price, but they need to attract a lot of users. We will calculate the price based on $1 per user. If this user can bring us 100 new users, why would we not give him the money? We should not underestimate the power of Kanyita. Our main goal now is to attract users, to attract enough users. Don't worry that we don't have money. Don't worry that no merchants will join us. As long as we have enough users here, they will come. We still have a large amount of funds in our hands, so we will start with the Kini Dao and group buying models and promote them as much as possible. Gu Huanqi smiled and said, I think this model is very novel. Maybe it will be popular. Bargaining during online shopping is indeed a new model. I like online shopping, but I have no way to negotiate prices with others. Sumo, your idea looks great. Li Banzwang also said with a smile. This girl is getting more and more beautiful. With 500 million yuan in her hands, she was full of energy, and after going to college, she learned how to put on makeup and dressed very beautifully. Li Banzwang has a delicate baby face and a petite figure, which makes people feel that she is not yet an adult. As long as you think it's good, autumn is coming and fruits will be available in large quantities. We will use fruits as a starting point and move into other categories. Sumo smiled and said, this model has been almost hatched, and we should start. Good. The three of them had no objection, and Sumo decided to promote it and see the results. After being incubated for such a long time, Pinho has already gained a certain degree of popularity. Now after adopting the new model, Sumo hopes that it will have a certain explosive point. Only when the products are popular can we access other new categories and move to a real e-commerce platform. If he succeeds, then Taobao, Tmall, and JD.com tremble. Sumo mustered up his energy. While Sumo was busy assembling the goods, another project began to incubate. This project is different from e-commerce, but there are some similarities between them. For example, the Pinho model can be added to this project for common development. This project, called the Short Video Project, is the famous Douyin and Volcano short video. Last month, Sumo spent 10 million yuan to recruit more than 20 algorithm talents to join the short video model and invested 100 million yuan to support the development of the short video industry. It was claimed that the 100 million yuan would all be given as bonuses to video bloggers. At this time, there are many companies making videos in China, such as Bilibili and Station A, and they're developing well. The difference is that Sumo mainly wants to incubate short videos of 2 to 3 minutes. He wants to use the short video method to cut into long videos in order to achieve development. With an investment of 100 million yuan, many bloggers have been attracted to enter the Douyin short video industry to produce and publish videos. Although it is only in the incubation stage now, the number of Douyin users has exceeded 200,000. Sumo estimated that he still needed to vigorously support some video bloggers. The 100 million yuan bonus was not the end. It was just the beginning. The Pinho model is popular. Sumo and his 3 colleagues took advantage of the fruits coming onto the market and started selling fruits in June, and then promoted them on Pinho. The group buying mode and the discount mode are launched at the same time to attract users, new users, and group buying. Once the promotion began, the group buying and discounting models began to spread like a virus on WeChat and other social networks. When it came to August, the Pinhuo app ranked first in the App Store free ranking in terms of downloads, and the number of users increased dramatically, with 30,000 users added overnight. At the same time, Sumo convened an internal meeting and set up a consumer investigation team and a bad fruit compensation team. Have a consumer research panel investigate customer feedback on your product and make adjustments accordingly. In addition, the bad fruit compensation team will refund the product within seconds, without any hesitation, as long as the customer service confirms that the fruit is indeed bad. Sumo also requires that the merchants who join the business have transparent origins and purchase directly from the origin, and that purchasing agents go to the origin to purchase and take photos and record the information truthfully. After a series of operations, Pinhuo received rave reviews, and the number of users began to grow explosively. When school started in September, Sumo's Pinho already had nearly 1 million registered users and more than 1,000 stores. The model has achieved initial operational success. There is no doubt that when the data came out, Tang, Gu Huanqi, and the other 2 were all very shocked. They predicted that this model might become popular, but they didn't expect it to become so popular so directly and quickly. First, it ranked first in the free app download rankings, and then the number of users increased rapidly. Because of the good products, many fruit farmers have achieved huge harvests, and the middle links in fruit sales have been directly eliminated. This mode is a bit crazy, Li Banzwang exclaimed. All my classmates have participated, and many of them are very curious about the hack-and-slash mode. More than a dozen girls in our class are hacking like crazy. It's the same in our class. Gu Huanqi also laughed and said, not to mention us girls, the boys are also bargaining, or they invite their families to bargain for them. 100 yuan item can be bargained down to 20 or 30 yuan. Crazy. Crazy. It seems like the whole world has gone crazy. It feels like it's spreading like a virus. Sumo? Are we only doing fruits? Or are we doing other things? Tang Lei looked at him and said excitedly, of course we can do other things. After we finish with the fruits, we will need to upgrade our technology and start to expand into online shopping of all product categories. We want to build a complete online shopping platform, Sumo said with a smile. Good. When everyone heard this, they were very excited. Chapter 103. You are overestimating your own capabilities and actually want to build an online shopping platform. Pinhuo emerged as a success and reaped great rewards. Sumo did not hesitate and began to change the name of Pinhuo, upgrade its technology, and move to Pink Sixy. Although the Kenyato model is still controversial and many people think it is a scam, there is no doubt that this model can attract a large number of customers. Sumo asked to focus on the sinking market, not pursue high-end products and focus on cheap products. Compared with Taobao, JD.com, and Tmall, it will pay more attention to consumer experience. Sumo and his four companions continued their actions and started making some noise. Soon some investors noticed their actions. The first one was Zhou Shiming, who was the first to discover that Sumo had created an online shopping platform. Zhou Shiming is a well-known investor in Shanghai City, mainly engaged in venture capital, and is quite famous. When he heard about it, he immediately came to the door and laughed. Sumo, what are you doing? An online shopping platform? You are so young. What kind of online shopping platform are you working on? Sumo still had some good feelings towards Zhou Shiming and said with a smile, we want to try something new. Try something new? Don't you know that running an online shopping platform is a dead end now? How much money have you invested in it? Why are you so pessimistic? Zhou Shiming was not optimistic about the Pinhuo model and thought Sumo was joking. We have invested about 5 million now. We are just getting started, Sumo said. Change to other projects as soon as possible. You can't do this project. The online shopping platform market has long been monopolized. Anyone who enters now will almost die. Zhou Shiming advised immediately. Sumo immediately smiled. We do have some risks, but we still want to give this project a try. Oh, why are you so pessimistic? There's no way a project like yours can be accomplished. Zhou Shiming looked as if he was disappointed in his child. Sumo didn't care about him. He chatted with him for a few words and then sent him away. Then no one knew who spread the news, but the news that Sumo had started an online shopping platform quickly spread to some media and attracted the attention of some investors. There is no doubt that most of these investors are pessimistic and even mocking, thinking that it is simply a fantasy for a young man like Sumo to create an online shopping platform. Domestic online shopping platforms have long been divided into three major players, with many smaller players operating below them. The so-called three legs are Taobao, Tmall, and JD.com, which have formed a huge market. The market share of these three companies is as high as 80%. In this situation, anyone who wants to enter will be doomed. Therefore, after some investors saw Sumo's project, they were all happy. This young man is so brave. He has money and is so willful. This is not willfulness. This is squandering. What new project is he trying? It's laughable. Does he want to make a name for himself in the online shopping platform industry? A project that is bound to go bankrupt. It seems that this young man, who is said to be a genius entrepreneur, is just so-so. The news spread quite far, even reaching the ears of some people in the Ali group. After hearing it, those people couldn't help but laugh. You are overestimating your own capabilities and actually want to build an online shopping platform. My heart is as high as the sky, but my life is as thin as paper. It's good for young people to have ambitions and aspirations, but it's a pity that they chose the wrong goal. Suju also received news about this. Recently, shared electric bikes have been having a hard time and financing has still not been successful. Suju has made some changes and invested huge amounts of money again, but the number of users still has not shown much improvement. Last month, he gave some speeches in schools to promote his company and entrepreneurial ideas, hoping to have some fans. However, some people seem to see the limitations of shared electric bikes and made some ridicule, which made him lose face. The shared electric bike project has not failed, but if it wants to continue to develop, it may require a huge price. Now Suju is still trying his best to stabilize this project. However, at this time, news came from Sumo that he started to build an online shopping platform and began to change his track. For a moment, Suju didn't know whether to cry or laugh. At the beginning, the reason why I started to make shared electric bikes was to defeat Sumo on the same track and prove my own excellence. But no one expected that Sumo would actually sell the company, leaving him with no hope. He read a lot of media reports, and most of them praised Sumo's selling news. The most important thing is, Xie Bingyan, Su Manny, and others already know that Sumo sold the company, and Xie Bingyan's performance seems to be a little strange. Suju is eager to show himself and wants to succeed, but it seems that the more anxious he is, the more problems arise. And what Sumo is doing now seems to give him some hope. Online shopping platform? A platform that's looking for death. Huh? An online shopping platform company has already been established? It's really laughable. This is called being blind. You made my life difficult, and I will never let you live easily. I will start writing the article today. As a college student at Peking University and Tsinghua University, and an entrepreneur, Suju has excellent writing skills and often writes articles in economic newspapers. At this time, some investors' opinions on Sumo's investment in the online shopping platform had already come out. Suju was naturally very happy to add fuel to the fire and mock the failure of this project. For him, Sumo's failure was his success. Juinja, have you seen the newspaper? Sumo seems to be doing online shopping. Suyuechan hurriedly ran over to him with a newspaper. Suju nodded and said, I just heard about it too. In fact, he intended to let Suyuechan, Su Pandig, and others see this news, but he would not take the initiative to tell them. He just wanted to trick them into knowing it. After they know and see the above news, they will usually come to him and express their own opinions. Suju only needs to make a slightly neutral comment and not show too much malice. Suju knew very well that it was not that easy to squeeze Sumo out. The prerequisite for excluding Sumo was to gain the favor of Xie Bingyan, Su Manny, and others. Without their favor, he would be in great danger. Therefore, Suju has a principle, which is that he must never let others know that he is excluding Sumo, and he must never let Suyuechan, Su Manny, and others have a bad impression of him. On this basis, he was able to maintain his current position. Except for Sumo, almost everyone in the Sue family had a good impression of him. Even the eldest sister, Su Wanting, and the second sister, Su Xuehue, could not say a word against him. Therefore, his position remained stable. Over the past year, Sumo's relationship with the Sue family has remained very tense. Moreover, Suju received several messages that Sumo had even begun to deal with Su Wanting and Davina. This was great news for him. Now, the eldest sister, Su Wanting, may have broken up with him. Suju hopes that Su Wanting will completely stand on his side in the future. This project looks good. Brother Sumo has a keen eye and has grasped the business opportunity. Suju commented hypocritically. Very good. Junja, are you speaking sarcastically? Where are the business opportunities in the online shopping market now? Sumo's investment in this will definitely be a dead end and will definitely fail. Suyuechan pouted. That's not necessarily true. Maybe it will succeed. Brother Sumo almost succeeded last time. Suju continued. How could he be successful that time? He sold off the company last time. My elder sister even said that we forced him to do it. Suyuechan was very dissatisfied with this. Now he is starting this online shopping platform again. I think he has no vision at all. Suju almost laughed when he heard this, but he still said seriously, Sixth sister, maybe you can go talk to Brother Sumo. Maybe he will have an opinion. Humph, I do want to talk to him, but he won't see me now. He was always so weird every time he saw me. I was almost pissed off by him. When Suyuechan thought of this, she stomped her feet in anger. Chapter 104. Mourn for others? Seeing her like this, Suju couldn't help but laugh. Glad to see her like this. Next, Suju might need to go back to Shanghai City to find Su Deming and ask him for some money. It is not known whether Su Deming will give it to him. If he goes to ask for it, he will probably give it to him. I heard that Su Deming's attitude has changed and he started to investigate Sumo's affairs, but it seems that it has nothing to do with him. But Suju has always stood on Sumo's side and has always spoken for Sumo. No matter how bad the relationship between his family and Sumo is, it has little to do with him. What's more, Sue Deming has always been more fond of him. Sue Deming checked the video at home and some information he got from the orphanage. Su Wanting and Su Shuang have flown back from Beijing and have been working recently. Su Wanting and Su Shuang went to see Xie Bingyan that day, mainly to see Xie Bingyan's attitude towards Su Mo and to understand what Xie Bingyan was like, but Xie Bingyan's performance made them feel cold in their hearts. Now the two are almost certain that it was Xie Bingyan who poisoned Su Mo. If it wasn't her, she wouldn't be behaving like this. Both of them were very shocked. Of course, Su Wanting and Su Shuang did not dare to expose her. They were afraid that something serious would happen. Since Su Mo thought that it was her and Su Shihui who poisoned him, then let him think so. She's the villain. Su Wanting didn't want Su Mo to find out about Xie Bingyan in the end. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. In this way, perhaps Su Mo will always have some expectations in his heart. Davina still has a lot to do, and her work is still very busy. As the share price avalanched, so did the brand value, and Davina was disintegrating. Su Wanting has invested a large sum of money in an attempt to stabilize the situation, but now it seems that the effect is not particularly good. The situation continued to deteriorate, but Su Mo continued to take action. Su Deming also seemed to have encountered some problems. It is said that his grandparents came over a few days ago, and no one knows what they talked about, but Su Deming's condition did not seem to be quite right. After work that day, Su Wanting dragged her tired body back home and saw Su Deming still sitting in the living room smoking and looking at some photos and information. The ashtrays on the table were filled with cigarettes. "Dad, I heard that Su Mo opened a new company." After thinking for a while, Su Wanting walked over and said, "I know." Su Deming took a puff of his cigarette without even looking at her and looked down at a photo. Su Wanting looked up. Her expression froze. That is Su Mo's photo. However, the scene was quite strange. He seemed to appear in a mourning hall, wearing white clothes, mourning clothes, kneeling on the ground, and seemed to be crying. There were many other people in mourning nearby, as if someone had died. Su Mo was about 10 years old at that time. This photo, Su Wanting frowned. "I found it from the orphanage's photo library. It was just delivered today, so I guess it was missed." Su Deming explained. "Why is he like this?" Su Wanting was surprised. "The orphanage explained to me that he went to a village in the suburbs to make some money to support himself. Sometimes an old person would die there, and when he found out, he would go in and ask if anyone needed a funeral clerk. He would usually kneel down and cry, and he could earn 300 yuan a day. He thought this could make money, and he cried many times." Su Wanting's body trembled, and she suddenly opened her mouth and made a few sounds, but suddenly found that she could not make any sound. Cry for someone else? He must have cried for several years. It is said that his living expenses and pocket money came from here. Su Deming continued, his expression unclear because of the smoke. When he was a child, he was very brave. He often cried for a whole day and night and lived with the dead. Su Wanting could imagine the tragic scene. Generally, the coffins are for elderly people who died of illness or old age. A bunch of people were crying outside, and there were white papers and wreaths hanging around. Some wealthy families, when a family member dies, cannot cry, so they ask others to shed tears for them. And it would be best if they also have a few children come so that they can cry louder. Su Deming said that Su Mo was very brave. He probably had the courage to stay with a dead person, or to go in and ask others if they wanted to mourn. In this situation, if others don't want it, he will probably be beaten out and severely punished. Su Wanting finally understood what Su Mo meant when he said a few days ago that he had done many disgusting things. Perhaps begging on his knees was nothing to him. In order to survive, he even did more horrible things. As Su Deming spoke, he took a deep puff of his cigarette and lay down on the sofa with a tired look on his face, looking weak. He hadn't shaved for several days and hadn't slept for several days and nights. As soon as he opened his eyes, he checked these things. Su Wanting knew the pain in his heart, but under such circumstances, she could not comfort him. If there is no before, there may be no now. Su Mo once gave them 4 years and waited for them for 4 years, until he could no longer wait. "Dad, now, maybe it's still not too late." After thinking for a while, Su Wanting spoke. Su Deming shook his head. "You don't know how powerful this kid is. I've read everything, and I'm very shocked. We won't have much chance." "What did Grandpa and Grandma come over for a few days ago?" Su Wanting asked after thinking for a while. "What else can we do? They want to train their genius son and genius grandson Su Kong. They want part of the jurisdiction of Fengxiang Jewelry. I have already rejected them," Su Deming said. They actually want this? Sue Wanting was slightly surprised. By the way, can you spare some money? Sue Deming suddenly asked. Sue Wanting was stunned. There are more, but not much. At most there are tens of millions. Sumo is no longer working on the shared bike track. Juanja is working on it. You can transfer some money to Juanja. Let him try to build the company, Sue Deming said weakly. At home, only Juanja sees it clearly and knows Sumo's situation. He has always praised Sumo and he is capable, so let him give it a try. Sue Wanting was stunned, hesitated for a moment, and nodded. Sue Juanja is indeed very well behaved, leaving people speechless. In the past, when Sue Mo was at home, everyone else disliked Sue Mo except Sue Juanja. On the contrary, Sue Juanja often advised Xie Bingyan and them not to be angry, to forgive Sue Mo as much as possible, not to punish Sue Mo, etc. Compared with Sue Juanja, these sisters are simply extremely ashamed. Although Sue Juanja had once imitated them and framed Sue Mo, it was just an unintentional act. Sue Wanting didn't mind supporting his business and helping it grow. Dad wants Juanja to grow up and compete with Su On Kong for Fengxiang jewelry. Sue Wanting suddenly understood Sue Deming's intention. From now on, Sue Mo probably can't be relied on for the time being, and Sue Mo doesn't want to go home at all. Sue Deming absolutely does not want Fengxiang jewelry to fall into the hands of his eldest nephew. So the best option is to support Sue Juanja, let him demonstrate his abilities, and then join Fengxiang jewelry to compete with his eldest nephew Su On Kong. The new generation of the Sue family has risen. That's right. If he performs well, let him have a try. Give him some money. Sue Mo is no longer doing shared bikes anyway. I will also give him some money. Sue Deming nodded. Good. Chapter 105. The past is too painful to look back on. On the other hand, Tang Lei and Gu Huanqi went back to Shanghai City to visit their godfather and godmother. Sue Mo asked them to send some supplies to the orphanage. Send it to a few more places. I'm not short of money anyway. Tang Lei and Gu Huanqi agreed, and each donated 1 million. Sue Mo and Li Banzwang stayed in Beijing to handle company matters. The Kenny Dao and group buying models are operating normally, and the user base is growing rapidly. However, it is still quite difficult to make a big breakthrough in the field of online shopping platforms. No one's success is ordinary. Some investors are right in their views that online shopping platforms are almost saturated, making it difficult for people to find entry points in new models. If Sue Mo and others want to achieve great success in this field, they will probably need to put in a lot of effort. Here, drink some water. Sue Mo handed a glass of water to Li Banzwang. Thank you. Li Banzwang took it and was busy working on documents. Recently, Tang Lei seems to be very lucky with girls. Several girls in school look at him with affection. Sue Mo seemed to have discovered something. He walked to the sofa next to him and sat down. He smiled mischievously and said, I wonder if he is interested? Speaking of this, Li Banzwang smiled. Tang Lei said that career should be the priority. We have been too busy recently. We have to manage the company and deal with schoolwork. We don't have time. He is quite famous, Sue Mo said with a smile. Li Banzwang nodded. It is probably because the media reported on the relationship between Tang Lei's biological parents and their search for their biological parents that Tang Lei gained a lot of fame and was exposed in the media. Then many people in the school knew that he was one of the founders of Little Monster Bike Sharing and received a return of up to 500 million yuan, which made him famous in the school. For a while, he overshadowed Sue Juanja and became a new entrepreneur. Recently, many people have been asking Tang Lei for advice, asking him how to start a business, whether he has any new ideas, whether he wants investment, etc. It's a bit annoying to get some Tang Lei, but Tang Lei is a good guy. He is stable, doesn't go to prostitutes, and is a down-to-earth and honest man. He refuses most of the things. He never responds when someone asks him for investment. Recently, a few pretty girls seem to have taken a fancy to him and gathered around him, waiting for him to start class or for him to finish class. This kid, if things go wrong, he might not be able to remain calm and might have already secretly gone out on a date with someone. Sue Mo knew the girl. She was pretty, a simple and elegant girl from a small family. If there were no other issues, Sue Mo would naturally bless them. Sue Mo, I didn't expect that we would get to this point, Li Banzwang said with a smile. It seems that many people have been commenting on our company recently. Sue Mo shrugged. It's unlikely that we'll be able to attract investment in the short term. Will the data be kept confidential for the time being? Li Banzwang asked with a smile. Of course it's confidential. We can't reveal the data for this track for the time being. We have to seize this small opportunity and build up the market first. The opinions of outsiders have little to do with us. Suemo said, "You have a really good grasp of the situation. I wasn't optimistic about it before, but it seems like you build up the company with just 2 moves." Li Banzwang said with a smile. She drank a sip of water leisurely and suddenly spoke again. "Remember the past? You took the 3 of us running around to earn living expenses and extra money. In the past, Tang Lei was timid, Huanxi and I were shy, and you went to those families whose family members had died to ask if they needed help. People chased you many times, but you went there again and again." Suemo was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed. "The past is too painful to look back on. We were very brave back then. We didn't panic when we saw a dead body. We cried whenever we wanted, even if it was fake." Li Banzwang smiled, as if she remembered many things. "I still remember one time. My feet were sore after crying, and I sprained my ankle when I stood up. You carried me back. Didn't Huanqi also carry it on his back?" Suemo said. Li Banzwang was happy. "Although Huanqi has some, most of it is from you. You have been taking us everywhere. If it weren't for this, we would have no pocket money at all and might not have been able to finish school." Suemo smiled and said, "Do you remember that time when we went to set up a stall at the night market? We were chased for several blocks." "Ha! Of course I remember. All my stuff was lost at that time, even though they were small gadgets and toys. I lost a lot of money." When Huanqi talked about it, her eyes were filled with tears, and she cried for a long time. That was all her belongings. Li Banzwang smiled and said with tears in her eyes, "But we were still very happy at that time. After crying, we want to eat barbecue." "Yes, we were very happy at that time." Suemo nodded. At that time, they thought that mourning was a very interesting thing, and there was nothing wrong with being with the dead. The most important thing is that crying at funerals has a high return rate. Generally, one can earn more than 300 yuan for a day of crying, and can also eat and drink for free. If they are lucky, the host will also give them some candies and snacks to take home. They are so happy. After they finish crying, they would usually make some barbecue on the way back, and then return to the orphanage happily. They were all orphans, shameless, and could only do these things. At that time, they really lived like a bunch of indestructible cockroaches, living madly. As for the battle of wits and courage with the urban management, that was even more interesting. Sometimes the urban management couldn't catch up with him and Tang Lei, and they seemed to run away like a flash. Thinking of these past events, it was somewhat amusing. He said with a mischievous smile, "Do you remember that time when you and Huanqi encountered a few stray dogs and were scared to tears?" Li Banzwang was amused and said with a smile, "I remember, but I still remember one time. A few hooligans bullied us and wanted to tease us. You and Tang Lei ran over and started fighting with them. Tang Lei's head was broken and his face was scratched and bleeding. That time, we fought so hard that the dean scolded us." Suemo laughed immediately. "Ha, I won't do that again. I guess no one will dare to bully us anymore." "Yes, no more." Li Banzwang nodded, with stars in her eyes. Tang Lei found his family and parents, although he didn't like them, and Suemo also found them, but a lot of things happened. Li Banzwang's parents had passed away long ago, and she had no brothers or sisters. She had been alone from childhood to adulthood and had experienced the separation of life and death. She had witnessed the death of her parents, so she cherished their relationship more than anyone else. This girl has been working very hard recently. Compared with the shared bicycle business, she seems to like the online shopping business more. If she has to work overtime, she will do it without hesitation. Recently, she has been reading books on market operations, hoping to learn more about it, grow as much as possible, and help Suemo build his business. They are all orphans, with no one to rely on. The only ones they can rely on are each other. Suemo naturally noticed her efforts. This girl used to be timid and afraid of the dark. She would burst into tears when she saw the dark. Later, I was no longer afraid, even when I saw dead people. I felt that I had been trained. Li Banzwang still has a lot of room for growth. Chapter 106, He Deserves to Die. During this period, the second child Su Shuehui was attending classes at university. She heard that Suemo had sold the shared bicycles. A few days ago, Su Punti said again that Suemo had met them at school, and Xie Bingyan said something and threatened Suemo that if he continued doing this, he would definitely go bankrupt. They even brought up the Xie family and the Sue family as threats. Su Shuehui didn't know about this before, but now that she heard about it, she felt difficulty breathing. She asked Su Wanting again, and Su Wanting nodded and did not deny it. Su Wanting and the others confronted Xie Bingyan, but it seemed that nothing was achieved. Don't investigate the palladium poisoning anymore. If you continue, we will be in big trouble. Since Su Mo thinks it was you and me who did it, let him think so. I don't want him to find out about other people, Su Wanting said. After hearing Su Wanting's words, Su Shuehui felt her hands and feet go cold. Sister, it is almost certain that it was Xie Bingyan who did it, which makes it hard for her to accept. If it was really Xie Bingyan who did it, then they really didn't dare to investigate further. After all, they didn't want any major changes to happen in their family. They were afraid that Su Mo would know that Xie Bingyan wanted to poison him because it was too cruel. Although other things may be equally cruel. After hearing these words, Su Shuehui locked herself in her room for several days. She only came out of the room when she was urged to attend class on the phone. Afterwards, Su Deming and Su Wanting showed her a photo. Su Shuehui took a look and heard Su Wanting explain that it was a funeral. She was completely stunned. This happened a long time ago. At that time, he was about 12 years old. He cried in several houses. I checked and found that he went there several times after he returned to our house. Did you go there again when you returned to our house? Did you go there secretly? Su Shuehui widened her eyes slightly. That's right. He went there secretly, so no one knew, Su Wanting said. As for what he did with the money, I don't know. I guess he was short of money when he went there. When Su Shuehui heard this, she stared at the photo for a while, breathing rapidly. After a long silence, she spoke with difficulty. Sister, do you remember? That time, Lao Wu's colleague's cell phone was stolen. Lao Wu suspected that Su Mo stole it and asked him to pay for it. Su Mo reportedly made money and compensated her with another one. Su Wanting was stunned and her eyes widened. Also, on my birthday once, he gave me some gifts. Although they were not expensive, I threw them into the trash can. He also gave you. Su Shuehui stared at Su Wanting. It is said that he spent a long time choosing what you and I like, but where did he get the money from? The living room suddenly fell into dead silence. You could hear a pin drop. It was completely silent. In the end, the fifth colleague's phone was not lost, but fell into the cabinet. And most of the gifts given to us seem to have been thrown into the trash can. One of them is still in the drawer of his room. It is said that he chose for a long time before he found the one he liked. Su Shuehui spoke slowly, breathing hard. Could he have cried? In an instant, Su Wanting's pretty face looked as if she had encountered a disaster, and her whole body was shaking. She didn't think about these things. A few days ago, even if Su Deming told her, she didn't think so deeply, but now think carefully. Where did Su Mo have money at that time? All the money was earned by his part-time job. What part-time job could he do as a high school student to earn so much money? Thinking about it now, everything seems to make sense. It turned out that the gifts were stained with blood. It turns out that those gifts were given out on one's knees. We are sorry for him. He deserves to die. Tang Lei got a girlfriend and brought her to Su Mo and the others. Su Mo and the other two looked at each other, laughed, and then took them out to eat. This kid Tang Lei gradually became famous in school. With 500 million yuan in his hands, a house and a car, and as one of the founders of shared bikes, this title alone is enough to make him popular in school. Some time ago, Su Juanja also became famous in the school because of his shared electric bikes. However, the shared electric bikes were not popular, which made some people lose their attention to him. However, it was revealed at this time that Tang Lei was actually one of the founders of Little Monster Bike. Little Monster Bike has been sold, and he cashed out 500 million yuan. This news instantly caused a stir in the school. It turned out that the big guy was lurking around him, and some people in the school began to flock to him. Ask why Su Mo, Gu Huanqi, and Li Banzwang were not exposed? Naturally, Su Mo has hardly ever revealed anything about his school, and Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang don't want to be famous either, so they keep everything low-key. Only Tang Lei became famous because of his parents coming to find him and the media digging deep into the matter. In a short time, his fame in the school surpassed Su Juanji's, and he became the leading entrepreneur of the new generation. Someone has invited him to give a speech, but Tang Lei is not good at standing in front of the stage and speaking. He would tremble when he stood up, so he did not go. Of course, he didn't go. He found his love and got a pretty girlfriend, and he brought her to them specially to see her. Su Mo had met that girl before. She was very nice and a good match for him, but Su Mo still reminded him to be more selective. Sometimes having a lot of money is not always a good thing. We need to be cautious and prevent all kinds of scams. When we were ordinary people, some people might not appear around us. But once we have money, any monsters and demons may appear. Some people will do everything they can to make us lose everything. What we have to do is never trust anyone easily. We still have a long way to go, and we've just started. You, and you, and you all need to pay attention. Gu Huanqi and the other two were delighted when they heard this. Suemo, what about you? Don't you want to find one? There's no need for me. I'm not interested in this for now. We still have a lot of things to do in our company. Really? Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang were surprised. Yes, Suemo nodded. Now, the most important thing for us is to make Pink Sixie a success and make the Kinyido model more popular and more explosive. Other than that, I have nothing else to do. Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang felt disappointed when they heard this. But soon, they laughed again and said, "Don't worry, our model is very good and creative. It will definitely be a hit." That's good. Recently, Su Mo received a message that Su Juinja's shared electric bike was revived. It seemed that he had received a sum of money and re-injected it, and he started advertising his shared electric bikes again to attract users. He has already made some noise and continues to attract investment. Perhaps he can really get some investment. At this time, Su Deming should be planning to let him enter Fengxiang Jewelry. Well, Su Onkong will show up and compete with him. According to the original situation, Su Onkong, the so-called genius grandson, would be killed by Su Deming and Su Juinja together. Now Su Deming should want to support Su Juinja. Su Mo knew these things and guessed the growth of shared electrobikes. Su Mo knew very well in his heart that even if the situation had gotten to the current point, if Su Deming, Su Wanning, Su Xuehui, and others were asked to choose between Su Mo and Su Juinja, most of them would probably still choose Su Juinja. This was Su Mo's experience in his previous life. Su Juinja is indeed a very cunning and resourceful person, and is extremely good at disguise. He's not that easy to deal with. Of course, now, Su Juinja's feelings for Su Deming and Xie Bingyin are real and not fake. He is also genuinely kind to his sisters. Su Mo did not deny his feelings for them. If he had not fallen out with her later and had not shown some new changes, he would not have confronted Su Deming, Xie Bingyin, and others, and finally forced Su Manny to commit suicide by jumping off the building. Su Mo decided to work on his electric bike first. P.S. Some friends think the book is slow. There is nothing I can do. I just want to be safe. However, starting from today, let's try to update 3 6,000-word pages every day. As for gifts, let's write faster. Chapter 3 will be updated around 6 p.m. Chapter 107, Su Pundi, you are so mean. As for electric vehicles, Su Mo still had a lot of data to present, so he wanted to let Su Juinja make it bigger and stronger first. But what can I do? It seems that this kid's method is just like this. It was probably because there were indeed many flaws in this business that made him unable to display his talents. After all, he was still young, and it was his first time starting a business, so it was inevitable that he would make mistakes. Su Mo thought he could grow big quickly. In fact, not counting Su Mo and the other three, Su Juinja is already very successful at this age for developing shared electric bikes to this extent. At least he operated it successfully, at least he attracted users, at least he created a certain impact. How can an ordinary college student have such ability? Therefore, Su Mo really felt that he had the potential to make it big. But this point seems to have reached his limit. The further he goes, the more he will lose. Su Mo underestimated the difficulty of this project and overestimated his abilities. Even if Su Deming and Su Wanning gave him some money, it seemed to be useless because of the limitations of the project. Therefore, Su Mo didn't mind taking out some data to add some heat to the project. What he talked about at the investor banquet was just an appetizer. Now, Su Juinja is already at risk of a broken capital chain. If he hypes things up a bit, those users will most likely get wind of the situation and quickly return their deposits. A deposit of up to 999 is not a small amount of money. Once too many users withdraw money, it will be difficult for Su Juinja to make a comeback. So Su Mo took the data, did an interview without showing his face, published it in the Economic Times and on the internet, and then added a trending search on Weibo, criticizing the serious battery loss of shared electric vehicles and the unsustainable project. Time passed quietly, and things began to brew. The Pinhoho and Kanyido models achieved a bumper harvest in autumn when the fruits were ripe, but the harvest fell slightly later. Su Mo made technical upgrades, changed the name to Pink Sixie, put it back online, and invited some users to join. Now that the popularity has been built up a bit, the results are very good, the number of users has started to increase, and it is time for Pink 60 to raise funds. During this period, Sue Mo and 4 other people invested a lot of money in Pink 60, nearly 50 million yuan in total, and the internal data has become quite large. Once they start financing, they will need about 500 million yuan. The reason for raising funds is naturally the hope to start cooperation. Sumo's target is QQ Group and JD Group. Because the Kanyeto model needs the support of QQ Group and Weixin Group to grow, only by introducing their capital can it continue to grow wildly. Sumo has already contacted them. The effect seems to be quite good, and Tang Lei, Gu Huanxi, and others are quite happy. On this day, with nothing to do, a few people drove and found a high-end bar, went in to sit down and have some fun. Tang Lei has a girlfriend. This girlfriend is still young and probably likes to play. She has never been to a bar, so she pestered Tang Lei to take her to have a look. Sumo and a few others went there to have some fun, drink some wine, and listen to people singing. The atmosphere in the bar was quite lively. This was not Sumo's first time here. He had been here several times before. However, this time the place he went to was quite high-end, and there were a lot of people dancing and drinking. Lots of people were playing rock, paper, scissors. Sumo and 4 other people found a corner and sat there for a while. Tang Lei's girlfriend wanted to dance and have some fun, so she pulled him and ran out. Only Sumo and the other 2 were left sitting there eating some snacks and looking at the swaying crowd, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. After the excitement, at 2 o'clock in the morning, a group of people came out of the bar and planned to go home. Everyone had been drinking and couldn't drive, so they could only ask for a designated driver and wait on the roadside. Just then, a cry for help suddenly came from the alley next to him. "Help, help!" Sumo looked over and suddenly saw 3 strong men dragging a woman towards an alley. The woman was drunk and didn't seem to be very clear-headed. She probably just came out of a bar. Her clothes were quite revealing. "Help, help me!" The woman didn't seem to want to be dragged into the alley and asked for help slightly. The other 3 strong men were probably drunk. Sumo thought about it and saw a few shared bicycles parked next to the bar, so he picked one up and walked forward. When Tang Lei and his companion saw this, they hurriedly followed with their things. The 3 strong men who were dragging the woman saw someone appear and suddenly felt that the situation was not good and hesitated for a moment. "Get out of here, or we'll call the police." Sumo was holding the shared bike a little alert. The 3 men looked and saw that there were 5 people on Sumo's side, both men and women. They looked at each other and seemed not to dare to do anything to the woman. One of them said, "I'm her friend, and I'm going to take her back. Do you know where she is from? What does she do?" Sumo said, "This? Let's go. Don't let me say it for the 3rd time. Otherwise, we will call the police immediately." Sumo continued. When the 3 men saw this, they could only throw the woman to the ground and turn around and leave. It was broad daylight, and Sumo's side had more people and more power, so they didn't dare to really do anything. After the 3 men left, Sumo walked in and took a look. He saw that the woman was drunk and had fallen asleep on the ground. Her face was covered by her hair and could not be seen clearly. "Huanqi Banzwang, come here." "Oh." Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang responded and walked over to help the woman up from the ground. The woman groaned. However, at the moment when Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang helped the woman up, Sumo happened to see the woman's face. "Quite familiar." It turned out to be Su Pundi, the 4th child of the Sue family. Sumo was slightly surprised to see that she had a lot of tattoos on her arms. Su Pundi is a lawyer who has been in charge of many major cases. Sumo has never had a good impression of her, either now or in the past. Su Pundi was the same. She didn't like him either. Now that they met, it had to be said that enemies were extremely jealous of each other. "Huanqi Banzwang, please put her aside for now. I want to ask her some questions." "Sumo, is this your 4th sister?" Tang Lei and Gu Huanqi obviously knew Su Pundi and were slightly surprised. Sumo neither shook his head nor nodded. He asked Su Pundi to sit on the chair and then slapped her hard in the face. "Hey, Su Pundi, why are you here?" Su Pundi seemed to have drunk a lot of alcohol, and the slap did not wake her up, and she continued to sleep. Sumo slapped him again, continuing to slap him hard. "Hey, Su Pundi, are you going home?" "Hey, Su Pundi, what's up with the tattoo on your body?" "Hey, Su Pundi, aren't you a barrister?" Bang, bang, bang. Sumo slapped her hard 5 or 6 times in a row. Su Pundi seemed to feel pain, and then she woke up slightly and covered her face. "It hurts." "Does it hurt? If it doesn't hurt, do it again." Sumo was not polite and slapped him hard again. Bang! This time, Supundi's face was almost swollen. Supundi, do you want me to take you home first? Supundi, are you sick? If you can't drink, what's the point of drinking? Supunni, you are such a bitch. You are so cheap. Chapter 108, just like a bitch. It hurts. Don't hit me. Supundi was in a daze, almost waking up from the pain, but still unconscious. But Suemo slapped him again. Pain? You're so embarrassed to feel pain? Why are you so cheap? And why are you wearing such revealing clothes to drink in the bar? What kind of lawyer are you? Suemo was not polite at all. He slapped Supundi's face a few times, and it turned red and immediately swelled up like a pig's head. The most important thing is that she hasn't woken up yet and is passed out drunk. Suemo could only borrow a cell phone from Tang, call Suyue-chan, and ask Suyue-chan to come and pick her up. Suyue-chan also loves to play and is two-timing. After Suemo reminded her last time, she seemed to have broken up with both of them. I don't know if she is looking for them now. She's not a good girl. Suyue-chan was probably sleeping. After hearing the news, he hurriedly drove out in his sports car and quickly found the location of Suemo and his friends. Go away. Carry her back. Suemo turned around and left impatiently. Suemo, where are you going? Come here and help me carry her up. Suyue-chan shouted hurriedly. Suemo looked at her and smiled. You can hold it by yourself, but I'm curious. Did she learn from you? You, what are you talking about? Suyue-chan was a little flustered. I know you, Suyue-chan. You love to come to these places. Supundi is in Beijing. She probably came here to play with you. Look at her. She must have been drugged, Suemo said sarcastically. Suyue-chan glanced at Supundi and suddenly became a little flustered. Your arms are covered with tattoos. Why are you sister so mean? Have you always been this mean? Suemo cursed. Suemo, I am your sister, Suyue-chan reminded. Come on, my sister. My sisters died a long time ago. Bitches like you can't be my sister. Sumo's face was full of disdain. Suyue-chan was furious when she heard this. Suemo, dare you say another word? If you dare to say another word, I will slap you. I am your sister. Suemo waved his hand disdainfully. You'd better carry this bitch back. I know what she came to the bar for. Isn't it just to pick up men? You used to do the same thing. You. Suyue-chan was so furious when she heard it. She couldn't bear it anymore and wanted to walk towards Suemo. However, Gu Huanxi, Li Banzwang and others were still there and hurried forward. Suyue-chan hurriedly stopped and said angrily, Suemo, I tell you, you can scold me. But if you scold Fourth Sister or other people, I won't agree. Don't think you are so great now. I tell you, we haven't dealt with you yet. Suemo was happy. So what if you want to cure me? Haven't you been swearing to bankrupt me? Suyue-chan, I'm telling you, you can have fun or joke around, but you'd better remember your identity. You are a member of the Sue family, not a whore you can find everywhere on the street. You, and this Supundi, if I hadn't seen her just now, she would have been dragged away. Didn't she learn from you? Didn't you often take her out to play? Suemo glared at her. Suyue-chan was stunned by the scolding, her eyes wide open, unable to speak. Bitch, so bitchy, just like a whore. Suemo cursed again, then turned and left with Tang Lei and others. Their car had also arrived and was waiting nearby. When Suyue-chan saw him leaving, her eyes immediately turned red and she stomped her feet violently, feeling extremely aggrieved in her heart. This was not the first or second time that Suemo had scolded her, and each time he did it very harshly. Although Supundi's coming to the bar was indeed related to her, she would occasionally go to the bar to have fun when she was in college. However, Supundi and others were brought up with strict parents. In the past, Xie Bingyin and Su Deming never allowed them to touch these things. If they did, they would be severely punished. As a barrister, Supundi seldom comes here. This time she came out drinking alone. She must have encountered something big and was drugged. Suyue-chan suppressed her anger and looked back, only to see Supundi looking miserable and as if she wanted to vomit. She hurriedly helped her up, patted her on the back, and let her vomit cleanly before carrying her into the sports car. Suyue-chan started the car, her anger still not subsiding. Suemo kept calling them bitches, which was very hateful. She had to go back and make a report. Suemo now is so arrogant and sarcastic, so annoying. Suemo and a few others first sent Tang Lei and his wife back home, and then they separated and returned to their residences. In the capital, Suemo has a big villa, which was purchased by several of them jointly. They would occasionally get together to live and discuss things. They all have their own exclusive areas and rooms in the villa. The day passed quickly. Early the next morning, Sumo got up and went back to school, and then continued to work at the company. Financing is already on the agenda. We need to access the capital of QQ Group and JD Group. There is some data that need to be shown to them. In fact, the Kinidao and group buying modes have been very popular on WeChat and QQ chats during this period. QQ and WeChat already have some data, so they contacted Sumo. These people have a very keen business sense. Su Pundi's face is swollen. It was completely swollen like a pig's head. When she woke up in the room, she immediately felt a burning pain on her cheek. She quickly got up, looked at the mirror, and immediately let out a scream. She couldn't remember what happened yesterday. She only remembered that she went to the bar to drink and had no memory of what happened after that. Several men came over and drank with her. Now Su Pundi covered her mouth and couldn't help but exclaimed, "It hurts." Su Yue-chan was next door. After hearing her voice, she hurried in to take a look at her. I was surprised to see that her face was swollen like a pig's head with clear slap marks on it. Yesterday, Su Pundi was fed medicine and vomited for a long time. After Su Yue-chan brought her back, he fed her some sobering soup and then expelled the effects of the medicine. She was still worried that something might happen to Su Pundi, but now that she saw her wake up, she felt a little relieved. "Six brother, what's wrong with me? My face, it hurts so much." Su Pundi covered her face and screamed. Su Yue-chan didn't see Su Mo hit Su Pundi, but she guessed that it was Su Mo who hit her. She didn't dare to say it out loud, so she could only ask, "Fourth sister, you had to go to the bar alone yesterday?" Su Pundi covered her face with her hands in pain. "I was in charge of a case yesterday and was very depressed, so I went to relax." "Who hit me?" "Both sides of my face hurt." Su Yue-chan avoided the question and said, "Then you can't just drink with a strange man. Do you know that you almost got into trouble yesterday? What's the big deal? Isn't it just drinking a little bit of wine?" Su Pundi said disdainfully, "You were drunk, and I had to carry you back. If I hadn't gone, something serious would have happened to you. If you want to go drinking, call a few familiar people." Su Yue-chan said speechlessly. "Who slapped me in the face? Was it you?" Su Pundi felt pain and glared at Su Yue-chan. "It's not me," Su Yue-chan said. "My face is swollen. Who else could it be but you? Take me to see a doctor," Su Pundi said hurriedly, feeling that her face was more important. When Su Yue-chan heard this, she sighed slightly and could only take her to see a doctor first. Su Pundi's face is fine, it's just swollen. It will probably recover after scalding it with an egg. She felt relieved after hearing the doctor's advice. But soon, she became furious again. "Who slapped me in the face? Damn it, if it wasn't you, then who was it? I don't know either. I'll check the surveillance. I'll call the police, damn it." Su Pundi was angry, as if she had never suffered such a great injustice in her life. Both sides of her face are like a pig's head. Chapter 109. Mom, Su Mo is becoming more and more lawless. Su Yue-chan also suspected that it was Su Mo who beat them up and wanted to retaliate against them, so she did not stop her. During the police investigation, the two soon saw the surveillance cameras near the bar. Su Pundi took a look and almost fainted. There was no sound in the surveillance video, only images, which showed Su Mo helping her up and slapping her in the face one after another. Each slap is heavier than the last. Each slap is harder than the last. "Su Mo, I will never forgive you. I'm going to tell Mom. You're so abominable. Oh, damn it." Su Pundi felt so aggrieved that she almost cried. She ran home with the video and complained to Xia Bingyan. Xia Bingyan has been at home all this time and has hardly gone out. She occasionally trimmed the flowers, plants, and trees at home and cleaned the backyard garden. She got a wooden fish and a Buddha statue from somewhere. "These past 2 days I've been sitting in front of the Buddha statue, chanting sutras while beating the wooden fish." Xia Bingyan was not like this before. During this period of time, she seemed to have realized something and improved her character. Because of this, she felt much better, and Su Mani, Su Pundi, and others did not stop her. Su Pundi rushed home with her things, threw herself in front of her, and started crying. "Mom, look, Sumo hit me. Look at what he did to my face. He is so hateful." Xia Bingyan took a look and her face froze. "I didn't expect him to do this. He is taking revenge on me." Su Pundi continued crying. Su Yue-chan also said, "Yesterday when I went to pick up fourth sister, Su Mo kept scolding us. It was very ugly. Mom, Su Mo is becoming more and more lawless." "I understand," Xia Bingyan said. "Mom, please find a way to cure him. If you don't cure him now, he will become more and more arrogant and domineering. Mom, you don't see how bad he is now. Su Pundi cried in grievance. I said, I understand. Xie Bingyin's face suddenly became full of impatience. When Su Pundi heard this, she suddenly didn't dare to say anything and could only sniff aggrievedly. Six, brother. Take her downstairs to apply some medicine. We can talk about other things later. Xie Bingyin seemed to want out of sight and out of mind, so she closed her eyes, picked up the Buddhist beads and wooden fish, and knocked them one by one. Su Pundi and Su Yuechan saw this and didn't dare to disturb them. They could only leave with aggrieved looks on their faces. How abominable! Su Mo is so abominable. Next time I see him, I will settle the score with him sooner or later. Su Pundi was dissatisfied. When Su Yuechan heard this, she didn't know what to say. The QQ group sent 4 people to Beijing to meet with Su Mo and others. They came here specially for inspection. Su Mo has not made a PPT yet. He just has the data in this regard and a signal that investment is needed. The QQ group reacted quite sensitively. After obtaining some of their internal data, we have analyzed how popular the Kenyato model is, so they are quite anxious. At present, Pink 6E is indeed unable to compete with online shopping platforms such as Taobao and JD.com. But after 2 months of incubation, there is no doubt that it has become a very successful unicorn. This time their people came mainly to understand Su Mo's business model. This is naturally no problem. Anyway, they're already planning to attract investment. If QQ Group is interested, then Su Mo will naturally be happy to talk to them about it. Su Mo also summoned several executives to meet with them. The people from the QQ Group were surprised to see that they were all so young, but soon after they got the resumes of Su Mo and others, they all showed surprise on their faces. The founder of Shared Bikes? The inventor and advocate of the internet sharing economy. Little Monster Bike sharing? Good. Su Mo nodded. No wonder. The people from the QQ Group suddenly realized what was going on and immediately sat down. Then let's start talking. The main reason we came here this time is to learn more about you. Of course, the company is the company. The model is the model. And the most important thing is that we want to get to know you guys personally, said the people from the QQ Group with a serious face. Su Mo smiled and said, then let's start with our model. Let's start with the group buying model. I believe you have all obtained some of the data. This part of the data is the data of our customers who requested group buying. If I guess correctly, this part of the data is very explosive beyond the phenomenon of many people. When several people from the QQ Group heard this, they hesitated for a moment and then nodded. The popularity of the group buying model is not only due to its novelty, but most importantly, it can provide certain discounts and pass on profits to consumers. We also insist on being consumer-oriented and customer-based, pursuing the ultimate experience for customers. In addition, our model pursues cheapness, convenience, and user growth. In other words, user growth is our lifeline. We will usher in an endless data explosion. Group buying means an increase in users, which means an increase in consumers. As long as consumers are here, merchants will stay here. Therefore, we don't worry about the reduction of merchants. We have been operating the group buying model for 3 months, and I can say that this is one of the best online shopping models we have found. When the people from QQ Group heard this, one of them asked, will you lose money? I heard that you have increased the huge subsidies. Yes, in the short term, we will lose money. However, most of the unicorn companies are losing money now. I think it is normal for us to lose money now. The people from QQ Group were surprised for a moment, but did not deny it. Let's talk about our knock it down model. There is no doubt that our data has exploded. I believe you have seen it. Whether it is the QQ Group or the Weixin Group, this kind of information is gushing out and spreading like a virus. We still don't have the funds for advertising now. I believe that if we have enough funds for advertising, our data will be even more amazing. As Su Mo was speaking, Li Banzwang handed him a document. Su Mo took it and took a look at it, then handed it to the people from QQ Group and said, you can take a look at the data we have collected in the past few months. We have grown from nothing to a large number of users, until we have accumulated 1 million users. It only took us 3 months. Now, our user data doubles almost every 7 days. And these users are very likely to buy products on our platform. Almost 1 out of every 5 users places an order to buy our products. We have not provided this data to other investors yet. We think you are a big investor and may be interested in this area, so you can take a look first. I believe that our model will definitely succeed. Investing in us will definitely make you a lot of money. The people from QQ Group took the document and took a look at it. Without a doubt, They were shocked after just one look. Are these data real? One of them asked in surprise. You have to know that the outside world is not optimistic about Sumo's project now. They all think that Sumo's current online shopping platform is a joke. Of course, it's true. Our data is several times more than yours, but it's more accurate. In fact, our knock-it-down model doesn't just happen on QQ or Weixin, it also happens in other areas, Sumo said with a smile. The people from QQ Group were stunned and quickly flipped through a few more pages of the document, seeming a little impatient. Sumo didn't disturb them and let them watch slowly. Gu Huanxi, Li Banzwang, and the other two who were standing nearby saw this, looked at Sumo, and couldn't help but laugh when they saw how calm he looked. His eyes were full of light. At this time, they were very confident that it should not be a problem to get the huge investment from QQ Group. Their data is so good that any investor will probably be full of praise for it. This time, there will naturally be no exception. It is said that this time, the QQ Group brought a huge sum of 500 million yuan. If it succeeds, Pink Sixy will have the initial funds. After they have the money, they can officially open up the market, start investing in advertising, and attract users. If their expectations are good, they will usher in a real explosion of user data. This is definitely something that is extremely exciting. Chapter 1:10 Find someone for me. I will lead them to kill them. The investor of the Kuka Group is Zhang Yundong, a big investor who is mainly responsible for the investment business of the Kuka Group. The QQ Group is different from the Ali Group. When the Ali Group acquires a company, it usually wants to take control of it and will kick out the founders very quickly. However, the QQ Group mostly invests in companies and seeks cooperation, rather than kicking out the founders. This time he naturally came with a mission. It has to be said that after looking at the business and performance, he couldn't help but marvel at the vision of today's young people. Without seeing the internal data, he subconsciously felt that this project would not work. After all, with Taobao, Tmall, and JD.com in the lead, if anyone wanted to continue to get a piece of the online shopping market, it seemed impossible. However, the data and models produced by this project opened their eyes and shocked them deeply. Zhang Yundong and others couldn't help but look at Sumo and the other three. It has to be said that these four young people pioneered the internet sharing economy, influenced the global economy, and the impact they caused was like a tsunami. This influence will probably last for 10 or 20 years. And now this project is obviously more valuable and has broader ambitions. At least if they can cut into this project and touch people's hearts, it will be enough for them to succeed. Amazing project. Hard to imagine how good it is. We are old. We are all old. This young man is the future. He is so young, but he has such vision, which is really scary. Moreover, the pattern of Kenyido and Pinchuan is no less than that of the internet sharing economy. This young man is a man who can do great things. Zhang Yundong and others are very clear that they prefer investment talents rather than investment projects. Because projects may often fail, it is normal to make profits and losses in business, but talent is very rare. If a person makes the right investment, he is very likely to take advantage of the situation, not to mention that Sumo already has the right time, place, and people. 500 million. Don't hesitate. Only 10% of the shares. Isn't that too little? It doesn't matter if it's less. We need to sign a priority agreement. Next time if he needs investment, he needs to find us first. If we don't invest, they can find others. It seems possible. No need to hesitate. Call Brother Xiaoma. This project cannot be missed. Most importantly, I don't want to miss out on these young people. Zhang Yundong and others knew very well that Sumo and his friends were rich. They are the founders of shared bicycles and have billions of dollars in their hands. It can be said that they are not short of money at all. The reason they were found was because they took a fancy to the social networks of QQ Group and Weixin Group. The model of Sumo and others needed the help of the social networks of QQ Group and Weixin Group to grow wildly. Therefore, there is no need to hesitate. Since both parties benefit from it, the contract can be signed. 500 million is just a drop in the bucket for the QQ Group. This was also a very exciting thing for Sumo and the other three. I still remember that it had not been long since they raised funds for their shared bicycle business. At that time, they received several hundred million yuan in investment, which made them feel very happy. After the shared bicycles were sold, they were bored for a while and didn't know what to do. However, now they have successfully raised funds. 500 million is not a lot for them. They are no longer small-time people. However, if they can take advantage of the QQ Group, they can grow rapidly. The contract naturally had to be signed clearly. Suemo didn't mind them having priority in financing, and even if they wanted more shares, there was no problem. That's how cooperation works, so the contract was signed very quickly. It's done. Now our space is much bigger. We could do more things. With the money, we can advertise and offer discounts. We can spend another 100 million to attract merchants and provide users with discounts. Team up, chop, charge. Suemo smiled. When Tang Lei and others saw it, they were instantly delighted. After a short incubation period, they finally have projects to work on, which is really worth celebrating. After receiving the news, Tang Lei did not hesitate and immediately showed off to his girlfriend. When his girlfriend heard that QQ Group invested 500 million yuan, she almost dropped her jaw in shock. Of course, the successful financing needs to be kept confidential for the time being, and not too much can be revealed. Suemo still needs to continue to grow wildly. The group of people were so excited holding the contract that they immediately went to the market to buy wine, lobsters, and crabs, and went home to continue celebrating. It took 2 days for the swelling on Su Pundi's face to subside. These 2 days, her face was almost disfigured and she couldn't see anyone. It took 2 days to feel better. When she returned to normal, she couldn't help but feel hatred itch in her heart when she thought of Suemo slapping her in the face, each slap harder than the last. She immediately called Suyue-chan and wanted to cause trouble for Suemo. I can't help it. I really can't help it. He not only scolded me, but also beat me. Lao Lu, find a few people to go with me to find him. I want to see where he is. He even dares to hit me. He is lawless. Today, I must teach him a lesson. Su Pundi perfectly inherited Xie Bingyin's character and is rather stubborn and demanding. As the daughter of the Sue family, she had never suffered such a great injustice since she was a child. This time, she was really bullied. Suyue-chan suddenly didn't want her to go find Suemo, fearing a conflict between them. Although she was also furious with Suemo, something was clearly not right at home. She said, "Fourth sister Suemo saved you." Saved me? I think he was bullying me, not saving me. Su Pundi was furious. Don't you see how he slapped my face? This time, I must teach him a lesson. Suyue-chan stopped talking. Sixth brother, don't just sit there. You've heard how he scolded mom and dad. He even cursed mom in front of her. I've tolerated him for a long time. Mom and dad don't want to teach him a lesson, but I don't care. If the brother doesn't teach, it's the sister's fault. Su Pundi was furious. Suyue-chan thought for a moment and said, you can teach him a lesson, but you must not cause any other trouble. Now Suemo may be in trouble. Can he? I want to see where he can be. Find someone for me. I will lead people to kill him. Su Pundi was very arrogant. All right. Suyue-chan couldn't refuse, so she could only find 2 people in the school to go with her to find Suemo. After class, Suemo usually eats in the school cafeteria. We just need to wait for him there. Suyue-chan said. I'm waiting. Su Pundi rubbed her hands together, her teeth itching with anger. After Suemo signed the contract and celebrated, he naturally went back to school to attend classes. There were no accidents today. He asked Tang Lei to have dinner together to discuss some things. Gu Huanqi and Li Banzwang also had business questions, so they gathered together again to discuss the next steps. I wasn't surprised to see Su Pundi and Suyue-chan in the cafeteria. Suemo had expected Su Pundi to come looking for him. Seeing the fierce look in Su Pundi's eyes when she saw him, as if she wanted to eat him up, Suemo was happy but calm. He took the rice and ate a few bites leisurely. There were many people in the cafeteria, and even though Su Pundi was brave, she didn't dare to cause any big trouble in the cafeteria. So when several people finished eating and came out of the cafeteria, Su Pundi and Suyue-chan came out to stop them. Suemo, you are so cruel. I found you. Su Pundi gritted her teeth, anger almost erupting from her eyes. What do you want to see me for? There's no need to thank me. I don't have a bitch sister like you. Suemo said bluntly. You're still scolding me? Suemo, you're really uneducated. I'm going to beat you. Su Pundi instantly erupted with anger and pounced on Suemo with fangs and claws bared. At this time, Suemo was naturally not polite and immediately slapped her hard in the face. Bang! Su Pundi was stunned for a moment and stood there motionless. Chapter 111 Suemo is the one who loves them the most. Su Pundi didn't expect Suemo would really dare to hit her. Although she was beaten a few days ago, there was a reason for it. She was so drunk that she hardly felt anything. But now, the slap really hit my face and it felt extremely hot. Su Pundi is 26 years old this year, 1 year older than Su Shuai. She has been almost spoiled since she was a child. Although Xie Bingyin and Su Deming are strict, they rarely beat her. But now Su Imo slaps her without mercy. She was stunned for a moment, but soon reacted, tears instantly forced out of her eyes. You really dare to hit me? I will fight you. As he said that, he bared his fangs and claws and pounced towards Su Imo again. Su Imo is no longer the same as before. During this period, he has been consciously exercising and has become much stronger and taller than before. How could Su Punny hit her? Seeing her making a fuss, Su Mo didn't hesitate and slapped her twice, hard on the face. Ah! Su Punny was completely stunned after being beaten. Her face had not yet fully healed, and now it reappeared, and she immediately felt a burning pain. She almost instantly covered her face and squatted on the ground. Lao Lu, beat him for me! Lao Lu! Su Yuechan was furious when she saw this, and she yelled at Suimo, Suimo, you even dared to hit fourth sister. Do you really think no one can stop you? Sixth brother, hit him. Su Punny covered her face and roared. Su Yuechan wanted to rush forward, but there were already many classmates gathered around to watch the fun, so she didn't dare to really rush forward and fight with Suimo. This is their family affair after all. Okay, Suimo, you are really awesome. You dare to hit my fourth sister, and you dare to scold me. You are really heartless and ungrateful now, and you don't recognize your relatives. Suimo suddenly died of laughter. Do you all think I'm joking? Suyue-chan, do you think I'm joking? You. Suyue-chan was surprised. Take her and get out of school. You are such a disgrace. Suimo cursed. You all came here just to cause trouble for me, didn't you? Suyue-chan, I haven't settled the score with you yet. What do you want to settle with me about? Suyue-chan also got angry. What's the matter? Suyue-chan, you didn't forget it, did you? You didn't have amnesia, did you? Suimo sneered. Since you have amnesia, then go back and get treatment. Why don't you just die if you were two timing? When Suimo mentioned this, Suyue-chan instantly became ashamed and angry, staring at her. Still glaring at me. Why are you glaring at me? Suimo said disdainfully. This fellow, what's going on with the tattoo on his arm? Don't you know as well as I do? He's just like that bitch on the street. Tattoo, what's wrong with tattoo? Suyue-chan roared as if she wanted to eat him. Nothing. Suimo sneered. When you cry in the future, don't think that you are doing things in secret and no one knows. Do you want me to go public now so that everyone in the school knows what kind of person you are? You. Suyue-chan was a little scared when she heard it. After all, some things cannot be seen in public, especially playing tricks and having two relationships at the same time, which are very shameful. Get out of here. You're embarrassing yourself. Seeing that she was speechless, Suimo sneered. He didn't bother to pay attention to them and turned away. Woo-woo, Suimo, just wait for me. I will not let you go. I will tell my parents and call the police. Su Punny shouted aggrievedly when she saw him leaving. Report it. Suimo turned back with disdain. He left quickly, leaving only Su Punny and Suyue-chan on the scene. Su Punny was still covering her right cheek, tears continuously falling, and her right cheek was getting red and swollen again. Go back. I'm going to tell my parents and call the police. I don't believe that he can't be cured. Whoa, call the police. Su Punny's face was full of grievance, and she quickly walked out of the school. However, after walking a few steps, he suddenly saw a familiar figure walking towards the school. Who else could it be but Su Xuehui? She actually came to Peking University and Tsinghua University. Second sister. When they saw Su Xuehui, Su Pandy and Su Yue-chan were overjoyed and rushed over quickly. Second sister. Why did you come to Tsinghua University? Wow, second sister, look, Suimo hit me, and my face is swollen. He was too much. He hit me even harder a few days ago. Su Pundi cried aggrievedly, as if she had found someone to complain to. Su Xuehui took a look and frowned. What's going on? Isn't it Suimo? He beat up fourth sister without any reason a few days ago. Today, fourth sister came to settle the score with him and got beaten up again. He was cruel, and fourth sister couldn't beat him. Su Yue-chan explained. Su Xuehui frowned. Why did Su Imo hit you? Because. Su Yue-chan spoke intermittently, not daring to speak. After all, going to the bar was not a glorious thing. Tell me, what's going on? Su Xuehui said. I just happen to want to find Su Imo. Why don't I go and ask him clearly? Su Yue-chan glanced at Su Pundi, hesitated for a moment, and then said, nothing happened. Fourth sister went to the bar to drink, and Su Imo went too. He ran into fourth sister and ended up beating her up. She deliberately concealed the fact that Sue Pundi was drunk and spoke in a wrong tone, saying that it was all Sue Mo's fault. It's him. Sue Pundi cried and said, "My face was swollen a few days ago, and now he beat me again. Second sister, look, is my right face swollen again? I have the video of him beating me. Take a look." As she spoke, Sue Pundi took out her phone and opened it, showing the video to Sue Shuehue. "Look, second sister, he is really vicious." Sue Shuehue took a look, was stunned, and her breathing became rapid in an instant. Sue Shuehue naturally had a reason for coming up this time. Ever since she talked to Sue Wanting a few days ago about Sue Mo's part-time job delivering gifts to them and making money by crying at funerals, Sue Shuehue has been unable to sleep for several days and nights. Sue Shuehue is 29 years old this year and has experienced a lot, but things like this make her unable to sleep or eat. Almost all of those gifts were thrown into the trash can by them. Some were smashed and thrown away. Sue Shuehue remembered that one of the gifts was found by Sue Mo and thrown into the trash can. He then picked it up with a look of disappointment on his face and carefully kept it in a drawer in his room. The day before yesterday, Sue Shuehue went to Sue Mo's room, rummaged it out, touched and looked at it over and over again, and couldn't sleep the whole night. She went to chat with Sue Wanting and found that Sue Wanting had not slept either. The two chatted for most of the night before Sue Shuehue finally decided to come up. Originally, Sue Wanting also wanted to come up, but Davina had too many things to do recently, and she couldn't get away, so she had to come up first. It turned out that Sue Shuehue and Sue Wanting suddenly discovered that the one who loved them the most might not be someone else, not Xie Bingyan, nor Sue Deming, but Sue Mo. Sue Mo is the one who loves them the most. In the past, Sue Mo tried almost everything to please them. Sue Shuehue couldn't imagine him staying with the dead, crying all night long, just to earn enough money to buy them a birthday present that would make them happy. They couldn't imagine that Sue Mo had been chased through street after street by the urban management in order to pick out something good for them. Being despised, being looked down upon, being scolded, being looked down upon. They dare to do the hard and dirty work that others dare not do, just to earn a few dozen or $100. Sue Shuehue cried for several days and nights these days. The more she thought about it, the more heartbroken she felt, and the more desperate she felt. It's heartbreaking. That's why she rushed to Peking University and Tsinghua University. Now watching the video, her eyes suddenly turned red again. Su Yuechan and Su Pandiai didn't explain it clearly, but how could Su Shuehue not understand? Su Pundi was obviously drunk. "I'm going to tell my parents. I'm also going to call the police. I want the police to catch him and bring him to justice. I want him to know what an iron fist is." Su Pundi seemed very aggrieved, accusing Su Mo and gritting her teeth. Bang! However, as soon as she finished her words, she was slapped hard in the face. "Second sister, you?" Su Pundi was surprised and looked at Su Shuehue in astonishment. "Old 4, what's with the tattoo on your arm?" Chapter 112, Su Shuehue's Bloodline Suppression. Su Pundi stood there, motionless. "Did you go to the bar and get drunk? When did you go to the bar? What about the first minute of the video? You went to the bar and got drunk." Su Shuehue asked with red eyes and slapped her again. "Also, who did you call the police to arrest? Tell me clearly." Seeing Su Shuehue getting angry, Su Pundi and Su Yuechan suddenly didn't dare to speak. At home, they might not be afraid of Xie Bingyan and Su Deming. After all, Xie Bingyan and Su Deming rarely beat them. However, they cannot help but be afraid of Su Wanting and Su Shuehue. What is bloodline suppression? This is bloodline suppression. From childhood to adulthood, the two elder sisters, Su Wanting and Su Shuehue, have been taking care of them, and they have been beaten many times. If they were beaten by Su Wanting and Su Shuehue, how could they dare to resist? They could only be beaten obediently. Oh, you went to the bar to drink, and you got drunk and happened to meet Su Mo, right? Su Shuehue wanted to cry and looked at Su Yuechan. "Sixth brother, is that right?" Su Yuechan suddenly didn't dare to speak, because it was indeed Su Mo who saved Su Pundi. "Why don't you dare show me the first few minutes of the video? You only show me this? Su Pundi, do you still have the nerve to come here and ask for accusations?" Su Shuehue gritted her teeth and said, "Why didn't Su Mo slap you to death?" As she said this, she raised her hand again and was about to slap Su Pundi. Su Pundi was startled and quickly dodged. "Hide? You still dare to hide? Let me ask you, what's the matter with the tattoo on your body?" Su Shuehue got furious when she saw her hiding. Su Pundi panicked and could only say, stick it, post it, yes." I put it there. It can be washed off. I just went to the bar to relax. I didn't do anything. Supundi explained in a panic. You didn't do anything to get drunk? You didn't do anything to get slapped by Sue Mo? I think if Sue Mo hadn't found you drunk in the bar, you would have been unrecognizable. Supundi, you are so powerful now. You are so bold. Well, then Sue Mo can't slap me. My face has been swollen for 2 days. Supundi still felt aggrieved. Why doesn't he slap you to death? Come here. I'll slap you to death. Seeing that she was still making excuses, Su Shuehui couldn't bear it anymore and suddenly became furious and immediately pounced on Supundi. How could Supundi dare to fight back? She could only dodge and scream a few times. I'll settle the score with you later. Su Shuehui gritted her teeth when she saw that she couldn't catch her. She stared at Suyue-chan and said, "Six, brother. Where's the first minute of the video? Let me see it." Suyue-chan took a look and hesitated for a moment. Let me see. Su Shuehui glared at her. The bloodline was suppressed, so Suyue-chan dared not move and could only say weakly, "Fourth sister has it, I don't have it." E-O-D. Su Shuehui looked at Supundi. Supundi looked flustered and helpless and could only hand the phone to her. Su Shuehui took the phone back and took a look. She saw that it was Su Mo who snatched Supundi back from several gangsters. Her eyes instantly turned red again, and she immediately hated Supundi. You dare to go looking for trouble with Su Mo? Su Shuehui couldn't help it anymore. She grabbed Supundi, twisted her ears fiercely, and slapped her again. What qualifications do you have to go looking for him? What qualifications do you have? Has she been drugged? Su Shuehui fanned Supundi while looking at Suyue-chan. Seeing that Su Shuehui was angry, Suyue-chan did not dare to hide it and could only nod. Ah, Supundi, you've grown wings. You dare to do anything. You really want to piss me off to death. What on earth do you want Su Mo to do to make you happy? You still have a nerve to cause trouble for him. You really have a nerve. Su Shuehui was so angry that she burst into tears. She grabbed a branch nearby and hit Supundi with it. Supundi was immediately beaten so hard that she jumped up instantly and screamed, "Ah, second sister, don't hit me, don't hit me. I'm going to beat you to death." Su Shuehui was really angry. They and Su Wanting made so many efforts to thaw the relationship with Su Mo, but there was still no way to ease it. Now Supundi is obviously blind and is making excuses for causing trouble for Su Mo. Thinking back, wasn't it the same with Su Wanting in the past? In the past, he always turned a blind eye to Su Mo's efforts and even looked down on him. Now this scene of Supundi seemed familiar, making Su Shuehui feel particularly guilty and angry. She was merciless and hit Supundi several times with a branch, causing the monkey to jump up and run away in a hurry. Su Shuehui's eyes were red, and she cried, "If it weren't for Su Mo, you would have been murdered by someone else. You still have a nerve to blame others. You really have the nerve." Supundi rubbed her, but, feeling aggrieved, and did not dare to refute Su Shuehui. No matter how many things Su Mo did, you could turn a blind eye to it. No matter how much Su Mo cared about you, you could turn a blind eye to it. No matter whether Su Mo helped you or saved you, you could turn a blind eye to it. Su Shuehui said while crying, "How can you be so shameless?" When Supundi and Suyue-chan saw her crying, they suddenly dared not speak. "And Lao Lu, you're also helping the evil. I will settle the score with you later." Su Shuehui glared at Suyue-chan. Suyue-chan was a little scared and said hurriedly, "Second sister, I didn't do anything to Su Mo. He was the one who scolded me. And it was so ugly. You deserve it." Su Shuehui also cursed. "You dare to call the police? If you dare to call the police, I will skin you alive." She glared at Supundi fiercely. Supundi didn't dare to speak, nor did she dare to contradict her, feeling aggrieved. Because of the blood suppression, she didn't dare to resist. Otherwise, she would be beaten up. Su Shuehui threw the branch on the ground, turned around, and walked into the school. From the action of rescuing Supundi, it can be seen that Su Mo still cares about his family members like them. It's just that I don't dare to get close to them. It can be imagined that Supundi's trouble with Su Mo just now must have chilled his heart and made him even more desperate. He saved his own sister, but instead of receiving any gratitude or thanks, he was cursed and beaten. No matter who he was, I'm afraid no one could bear it. Thinking back carefully, it seems that they used to be like this. It's like this every time. Su Shuehui was extremely desperate. Why didn't they wake up earlier? Now, she almost hated herself and Supundi. Back in the dormitory, Sue Mo was in a good mood. The company was developing smoothly, the financing money had arrived, and the next step was to invest in advertising and grow rapidly. They have to explode. Since they already have money, they naturally won't play small games. If they want to play, they will play big and do their best. Only in this way can they reach the peak of their careers. When Sue Mo heard the dormitory manager say that someone was coming to see him, he was not surprised. I guess Su Pundi and Su Yuechan still want to cause trouble for him. However, when Sue Mo went down and saw Su Xuehue, he was a little surprised. He hadn't seen Su Xuehue for a while. Su Xue now looks a little haggard, listless, with red eyes, as if she had cried. Sue Mo also had no good feelings towards her and was even too lazy to talk to her. He wanted to turn around and leave after meeting her, but Su Xuehue stopped him. If you're talking about repentance and apology, then there's no need for that. I don't have the time to play with you, Sue Mo said coldly. But if you want to cause trouble, I'd be happy to accompany you. You can give it a try. Chapter 113 Su Juinja, Capital Chain Broken. Recently, Su Juinja has been somewhat happy. Su Deming called him back to Xiaohai City, gave him some money, and asked him to continue to develop the shared electric bike business. Although it was only 50 million, it also showed Su Deming and Su wanting support for him. Su Juinja knew that his efforts during this period had paid off. The most important thing is it seems that because his grandparents came over, Su Deming discussed with him and let him try to run Fengxiang Jewelry. After hearing the news, Su Juinja almost went crazy with joy. What is the concept of Fengxiang Jewelry? This is a huge product worth 20 billion, and it is one of the most famous jewelry brands in Daxia and even in the world. It mainly deals in gold, diamond, agate, jade jewelry, etc., and its business is very large. Su Juinja had always wanted to get involved in Fengxiang Jewelry, but he had not graduated yet, so he couldn't do it. However, when he returned home that day, Su Deming actually asked him to give it a try. It seems that his cousin Su Ankong is also going to join Fengxiang Jewelry and be in charge of a business. And he also needs to be in charge of a business and compete with his cousin Su Ankong for the future control of Fengxiang Jewelry. Su Deming has clearly told him that once the fight begins, he and Su Wanting and others will support him. How could Su Juinja not be overjoyed when he heard the news? He was so happy that he could hardly sleep all day and all night. However, Su Deming, Su Wanting, and others did not mention Su Mo's affairs. As for Fengxiang Jewelry, Su Deming and Su Wanting seem to have excluded Su Mo. It is not known what Su Deming and Su Wanting think yet. Now he just wants to develop the shared electric bikes as soon as possible, quickly prove his ability, and then join Fengxiang Jewelry. Once he takes control of Fengxiang Jewelry, the outcome will be decided. So, on this day, Su Juinja hurried back to the capital with a huge sum of 50 million yuan, intending to continue to show his talents. The financing plan is already underway, and now that there is a sum of money coming in, he estimates that it will be easy to get financing. The current market value of shared electric bikes is at least over 200 million yuan, and some investors have already contacted him, wanting to consider investing. Su Juinja naturally would not refuse, and immediately opened the door to let the investor in to check it out. This is our business. This is our data. Our electric vehicles are performing very well now. They have great potential and strong upward momentum. Thanks to the development of shared bikes, we have even more room to grow. As big as the space for shared bikes is, we are big enough. Please believe us, we will succeed and will spread all over the country and even abroad. It has to be said that Su Juinja's words really impressed many investors. They nodded repeatedly after listening to him, and all felt that shared electric vehicles would be one of the hot spots in the future. Compared with shared bicycles, shared electric vehicles do have certain potential. Several investors gathered together to discuss how to invest. Su Juinja couldn't help but get excited as he listened to their whispers. Once the financing is successful, it means that he is halfway successful. Whether he sells the business or runs it himself, he can make money and prove his ability. He can't be wrong. He will definitely succeed. He needed to prove to Xie Bingyan, Su Deming, and others that he was absolutely worthy of Fengxiang Jewelry. So, every cell in my body was trembling with excitement. However, as they were chatting, one of the investors suddenly saw something and his face froze. Stop talking. He handed the phone to several other investors and asked them to take a look. The other investors were stunned and stopped talking. You! Su Juinja was slightly surprised and wanted to ask something, but his secretary hurriedly pushed open the door and walked in and said something in his ear. Su Juinja was stunned for a moment, and his face changed drastically. Juinja's shared electric bikes are about to break their funding chain. The batteries in the electric bikes are seriously lost. The shared electric bike project is a dangerous and failed project. According to investigations, the probability of shared electric bikes on the streets being stolen, damaged, or abandoned is as high as 45%, and the loss rate is extremely serious. Investors can no longer sustain it. Shared electric bikes are a flash in the pan. Batteries are expensive, charging is expensive, and they have already caused huge losses. Suju was stunned. If this news happened at other times, perhaps it would not be a big deal. He could suppress it and ask some media for help. But now that it has been exposed and has become a hot topic, it seems to have caused some people to become agitated. Suju breathed rapidly and quickly ran to the computer to take a look at the data. After just a few swipes, more than a dozen refund messages popped up. Then dozens, hundreds, and several thousand. What's going on? Who wrote the news? Listen to God. Why are all the deposits refunded? Impossible. The deposits cannot be refunded. This news is fake. It's fake. We are not at risk of a broken capital chain. He hurriedly roared madly, trying to stop the user from returning the deposit, but found that he could not stop it at all. Because once the scale is reached, all users will panic. Now it is clearly a panic refund. Suju just saw that the amount of money in the account was disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the beginning, there was 50 million, but in the blink of an eye, it became 30 million, then 20 million, 8 million, 5 million, 3 million. Stop. We can't let them continue to withdraw money. How could Suju bear it when he saw that the money in his account was about to be drained out? Order an immediate suspension. This time, although the money in the account has not decreased, the number of people applying for refunds is still increasing. It seems that some users saw that their deposit refunds had not yet been received and immediately called the company's customer service phone. Refund applications quickly piled up, and in the blink of an eye, more than 10,000 people were unable to get their refunds. Although Suju received a huge sum of 50 million yuan from Su Deming, he had invested almost all the rest of the money in advertising and shared electric vehicles. How much money would he have in his account? Now is the limit. In other words, he was unable to refund customers' deposits in a short period of time. Suju's face turned pale. He had not expected this to happen. Seeing him like this, several investors seemed to have discovered something and quickly turned around and left. Suju was furious and said, Hold on first. Inform the customer that we will return the deposit within 7 days. We guarantee that there is no risk of a broken capital chain and our company is operating normally. Yes, Boss Su, new news has come out. Take a look. Suju took a look and his face turned pale, bloodless, and his hands and feet were cold. I saw a hot search on Weibo. Juinja shared battery bike. The capital chain has been broken. User deposits can no longer be refunded, and the application queue has been reduced to 13,000. The numbers are still increasing. Panic. Everyone seemed to be panicking. Few people are willing to pay them the 999 deposit. Once the risk occurs, these people will apply for a refund as soon as possible. On the first day, 10,000 people were unable to get a refund. On the second day, the number might increase to 20,000. On the third day, it would be 30,000. On the fourth day, it would be 40,000. Currently, he has about 80,000 users. If it reaches 80,000, then he will need to raise at least 80 million. It's over. Suju's eyes went dark. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. He knew that the project was over. The project has already exploded. The risk cannot be stopped. The huge deposit became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Even if he really continued to raise 80 million and refunded all users' deposits, it would be useless. The huge losses have already been caused, and no one would invest in them again. Damn it. It was Sumo who did it. It was him. Suju vomited blood in his heart and gritted his teeth. Chapter 114. Sumo watched the high-rise building collapse quietly. There is no doubt that the bankruptcy of shared electric bikes will have a huge impact on him. Although he can still raise money to repay users' deposits, it basically means that the project is doomed. All the money he invested in the early stage will be wasted. The money given to him by Xie Bingyan, Su Manny, Su Pundi, and others will also be wasted, not to mention that it will affect the views of Su Deming, Su Manny, and others on him. Once the family knows about this, he will need to put in more effort if he wants to completely control Fengxiang Jewelry. Even if Xie Bingyan and Su Deming doted on him and were willing to give him a try, The other people in the Sue family would probably say yes to this matter. Compared with him, Sue Mo successfully cashed out $5 billion a few months ago and avoided all risks, which seems to have become a benchmark and a display of courage. A few months ago, when the media learned that Sue Mo cashed out and left, they crazily praised Sue Mo for his heroic decision, keen sense of smell, and amazing courage. Comparing him and Sue Mo, it is obvious who is stronger and who is weaker. Damn it, damn it. Sue Juanja vomited blood and was extremely anxious. There is a gentle breeze by the lake, and the weather is sunny and bright. Sue Mo and Su Shuehue met. To be honest, Sue Mo has been a little annoyed with them lately. Coming here again and again, he was a little tired of dealing with it. Although it wasn't Su Shuehue before, Su Wanting, Su Shuaing, and others were also very annoying. Sue Mo didn't plan to talk to her for a long time and just wanted to send her away. She started crying as soon as she came over, which made Sue Mo feel disgusted. If you want trouble, I'll take care of it. For the rest, forget it. I don't have time to waste with you. None of you sisters are good. Su Shuehue, I know why you didn't let me touch your sports car. It's simply because you were worried that Sue Deming would give it to me. I understand. Don't make yourself sound wronged. You know it very well in your heart. After saying these words, Sue Mo wanted to leave because there was no point in talking to her, and it was a waste of time. Sue Mo, second sister, knows what happened in the past. Su Shuehue said, second sister knows a lot. Second sister regrets that she shouldn't have treated you like that. Sue Mo sneered. I'm fine now. Put away your aggrieved look. If it wasn't clear, I might still expect something, but now I have seen it clearly. Sorry. If you're all right, I'll go back first. I still have classes in the afternoon. When chatting with her, Sue Mo just felt impatient. Su Shuehue wanted to keep him and chat with him about the past, but Sue Mo was no longer in the mood for that. He said goodbye directly and went back to the dormitory. Seeing him leave without hesitation, Su Shuehue felt even more desperate. She knew very well that what she had done before could not be undone. Perhaps it will never be healed in a lifetime. Su Shuehue, do you still remember? That day you told Xie Bingyan that I took your jewelry. You said it in your group. I know exactly what your group was talking about. Sue Mo just spoke silently. I had the opportunity to see that group once. There were indeed a lot of things about me in it. I thought it was just a joke, but I didn't expect anything else to happen. The so-called jewelry was just a joke you made, but Xie Bingyan took it seriously and left me standing there. You later treated this as a sisterly show-off and thought it was very funny. You rich girls don't know the suffering of the people, nor have you ever felt it. Your so-called apology now is just another form of mockery. I know you all very well. Maybe you will continue to show off in the group later. Just now Su Pundi and Su Yuechan came over to look for me, baring their teeth and claws. You are always like this. You are all learning from Xie Bingyan. She is deeply rooted in your hearts. So if possible, I hope you die. Don't say sorry to me. It's useless. If you really feel sorry, then go die. Die cleanly, and I promise I won't even look at you. Aren't you just here to cause trouble for me? If you want to support her, I don't mind playing with you guys. When Sue Mo said these words, he was very calm and looked nonchalant. In his mind, they sisters were birds of a feather, and none of them was a good person. Su Shuei stood in the breeze, listening to him speak slowly. There were many things she didn't want to think about or investigate. But Sue Mo remembered it very clearly, perhaps because he had a good memory and was always impressed. At that time, they really treated him as a joke. Xie Bingyan, it was him who was thrown away. All the ants were crawling on him, despite his small body, but they couldn't bite him to death. It's just morning. There's nothing to be afraid of. As long as you have money and can survive, everything will be fine. It's nothing more than struggling and trying your best. Su Shuehue knew that she might never be redeemed. These scars are too deep, bottomless, and have reached the abyss. The news of Su Juanja's collapse has appeared. After Su Mo returned to the dormitory, he saw the news and then added another message. Juanja bike sharing service is no longer able to refund customers, and the waiting line is 30,000. The company is close to bankruptcy. Watch him build a tall building, watch him entertain guests, and watch his building collapse. It's just a pity that Su Juanja has no way to completely expand this project. Otherwise, it would be much more exciting to wait until he has expanded it and then detonated. Su Mo still overestimated his abilities. In fact, he was just a sophomore now. How could he be as decisive and cruel as people in later generations? Su Mo watched the tall building collapse quietly. On the other side, Suju had fallen into despair. He has spent most of his money and now has no money left in his account. He needs to continue raising funds. He could have held on for a while, but facts told him that 7 days would pass quickly, and he couldn't hold on for long. If the company is unable to raise funds to refund users' deposits within 7 days, it will enter the bankruptcy liquidation stage. The most important thing is that this matter cannot be hidden from Xie Bingyin, Su Manny, Su Pundi, and others. When he returned home, he immediately noticed that something was wrong with the atmosphere at home. Su Manny and Su Pundi had probably received the news of his bankruptcy. First of all, there were Su Manny and Su Pundi, who had invested a lot of money in his company. They wanted to get a return, but now it suddenly went into bankruptcy and their tens of millions of dollars were wasted. The next one is Xie Bingyin. She gave him a lot of money, but now it's all gone. Xie Bingyin must be looking very unhappy. It is indeed true. Xie Bingyin, Su Manny, and others were already sitting on the sofa in the living room, waiting for him to come back for judgment. Dad and my elder sister also gave me some money to do it. The company is stable for the time being, but there is the issue of the subsequent deposit. Su Deming gave you money? Xie Bingyin asked the question first. Su Juinja hesitated for a moment, then, yeah. In an instant, Xie Bingyin's face became extremely ugly. Chapter 115. People who are biased usually don't think they are biased. Why did Su Deming and Su wanting give money to Su Juinja? Naturally, they want Su Juinja to develop well and make the shared electric bike business a success. Xie Bingyin didn't know about this before, but only found out now. She also knew one thing. That is, the reason why Su Juinja wanted to make shared electric bikes was to compete with Su Mo. And now, what does Su Deming mean? How much did he give you? Xie Bingyin asked. 50 million. Seeing Xie Bingyin's unhappy expression, Su Juinja didn't dare to say more. 50 million? He wants you to make electric cars? Xie Bingyin stared at him. Su Juinja nodded, hesitated for a moment, and then said, Dad also asked me to go to Fengxiang Jewelry and learn how to manage it. My eldest sister has agreed. He wanted to use Su wanting to support him and settle the Fengxiang Jewelry matter. Now that the electric bike is beyond saving, there is no point in continuing to spend money. He continued, so the shared electric bike project is temporarily unavailable. Dad wants me to go to Fengxiang Jewelry to learn from their experience. Su Juinja did not say that Su Deming wanted him to prove his ability with the electric car first, and then go to Fengxiang Jewelry to compete with Su Onkong in performance. Instead, they disrupted the order in an attempt to downplay the failure of shared electric bikes. They must have seen the news. If he failed, it would affect his status. Su Juinja definitely didn't want this to happen. But when Xie Bingyin heard these words, they were very harsh. She thought that after the incident became public, Su Deming would stand on Su Mo's side and provide some support to the couple, but it seemed that this did not happen. It is said that he still has not given a penny to his children. The same seems to be true for the eldest sister Su Wanning. Xie Bingyin had not expected this situation, and for a moment, her breathing became heavier. So now, does the company still have money? Su Manny was more concerned about her assets and asked quickly. Su Juinja looked at her with a guilty look on his face. There are still some electric vehicle assets that need to be recovered and mortgaged, but this part will not be a lot. Then how much is it? Su Pundi asked quickly, not expecting Su Juinja to fail. Su Juinja hesitated for a moment and said guiltily, About 30 million, but we need to repay the user's deposit first. Otherwise, it will be completely ruined. 30 million? The deposits we owe to users are as high as 60 million. That is to say, in just a few months, not only did the money we invested go down the drain, but we also suffered a loss. At least 30 million more, right? Su Manny quickly calculated. Su Juinja nodded. Almost. There are still tens of thousands of users whose deposits have not been refunded, and the funds required for this part are as high as 60 million yuan. Even if Su Juinja takes back all the electric bikes, he may still be insolvent. They invested nearly 100 million yuan, plus the money given by Su Deming, all of which were lost, which can be regarded as a huge loss. Not to mention the money Xie Bingyin gave, he lost everything. For a moment, Su Manny and Su Pundi both had difficulty breathing. This was the private money they had saved for a long time, a total of tens of millions. Su Manny is not so bad. As a small star, it is not difficult for her to make money. However, it is difficult to make money from Su Pundi. As a lawyer, it was already good for her to earn hundreds of thousands a year. But now the loss of tens of millions has simply emptied her small treasury. It would be strange if they didn't feel uncomfortable now. Su Juinja also knew that they were upset and hurriedly said, "Don't worry, third sister and fourth sister. Dad has asked me to manage Fengxiang jewelry. When I have money, I will definitely pay it back to you first. And I will make back the money that Mom lost first." It would have been fine if he hadn't said that, but now that he said that, several people suddenly felt even more uncomfortable. Su Mo started his business with only tens of thousands of yuan and finally successfully cashed out 5 billion, shocking the whole country. At that time, many media were reporting on this incident. Xie Bingyan did threaten Su Mo with bankruptcy, and Su Manny and Su Pundi also threatened him. If he said that Su Mo's sale of the company had nothing to do with them, they would never admit it. However, Su Mo made money, a lot of it 5 billion yuan, which made him very rich. Why did Su Juinja suffer such a serious loss? All money lost? Even Su Deming supported Su Juinja's project and gave money. But as for Su Mo, the whole family never donated a single cent. This gap is unacceptable to everyone. Su Juinja also felt aggrieved at this time. It was all Su Mo's fault. Otherwise, he would have successfully raised funds long ago, and there would be no risk of a broken capital chain. The articles on Weibo and Economic Times were obviously also written by Su Mo. He must have been behind the scenes fanning the flames, otherwise the news would not have spread so quickly. Now, he could only beg for forgiveness from Su Manny, Su Pundi, and others. "I'll go back to my room first." Juinja, explain to your third and fourth sisters what's going on first. Xie Bingyan seemed not to want to listen anymore and turned back to her room. Yes, Su Juinja looked listless, and the news soon began to spread. The news not only spread to the Sue family villa in Beijing, but also to Su Wanting and Su Deming. After hearing the news, they were also surprised. Su Xuehui also rushed back to Shanghai City that day. She looked distraught, and it was obvious that she had not achieved any results from meeting Su Mo. When Su Xuehui saw the news, she was slightly surprised. Su Mo already knows that our family gave money to Juinja to start a business. Dad and big sister, you gave the money? He seems to know it too. What? Su Deming and Su Wanting were surprised again. Su Xuehui nodded. I met him in school. Su Mo seems to know all this very well. Now Juinja is bankrupt. It seems to be Su Mo's doing. Su Deming had never thought about such a thing. In his eyes, Su Juinja has always stood on Su Mo's side and has always spoken for Su Mo. Logically speaking, Su Juinja and Su Mo should have a good relationship. The two even got into the same university and are still attending, so there's no reason for them to cause any big trouble. Besides, Su Mo has already withdrawn from the shared bicycle market, and Su Deming also felt that Su Mo should want to give the market to Su Juinja, so he decided to give Su Juinja some money. However, he didn't expect that the relationship between the two seemed different from what he imagined. Su Mo, why? Su Deming asked. Su Xuehui glanced at her father and sighed slightly. In the past, Su Deming seldom took care of household affairs. He was very busy and occasionally had to go on business trips, so he rarely stayed at home. Therefore, I don't know much about the relationship between them. As for his partiality, I don't seem to understand it very well. People who are biased generally don't think they are biased. Of course, maybe they forgot subconsciously. After all, they didn't like Su Mo very much before, and now Su Mo's relationship with him is not good. Compared to Su Mo, Su Juinja seems more well-behaved. So subconsciously, Su Deming gave money to his adopted son. In his heart, Su Juinja was also his son. Su Xuehui didn't know whether to expose this matter or not. After thinking for a while, she just said, now Su Mo hates all of us, including Juinja. The bankruptcy of shared battery bikes should be within his plan. He had predicted this project before and analyzed the risks involved. Unfortunately, we didn't see the huge crisis contained in it. When Su Deming heard this, he frowned. He had predicted the crisis inside before, but to him, it was nothing. As long as Su Deming is willing, he can easily support Su Juinja. After all, assets worth 1 or 200 million are just a drop in the bucket for him. But what he didn't expect was that Su Mo was behind the scenes fanning the flames. The most important thing is not this, but that Su Mo knew these things. Chapter 116, Su Wanting, she did it wrong again. Already understood the whole process. Su Deming realized that the relationship between Su Mo and Su Juinja was not as good as he had imagined. On the contrary, their relationship might be very bad. He remembered that Su Mo almost chopped Su Juinja with a knife before. And now, They still haven't given Sue Mo a penny, but they can give Sue Juinja millions or tens of millions to start a business and support the development of Sue Juinja's company. If you didn't know, it would be fine. Now that you know, you can feel how desperate they are in their hearts, especially the shared bicycle business, which was created by Sue Mo. He has devoted all his money and energy to operating this market. These people want to get a piece of the pie. It seemed natural for Sue Mo to bankrupt Sue Juinja with just a wave of his hand. Sue Deming realized it, and Sue Wanting also realized it. Of course, Sue Wanting did not expect that Sue Juinja would go bankrupt so quickly, which was very unexpected. When Sue Shuehue looked at Sue Wanting, she seemed to suddenly understand something. So she stared at Sue Wanting. Her eyes seemed to want to see flowers on Sue Wanting's face. If Sue Wanting didn't know about the relationship between Sue Mo and Sue Juinja, Sue Shuehue would never believe it. But why did Sue Wanting still? Oh, Davina! Sue Shuehue suddenly understood that Sue Wanting wanted to vent her anger for Davina. Sue Wanting saw Sue Shuehue staring at her with flickering eyes, and suddenly she didn't dare to look her in the eye. Really? Although it was unconscious, she was indeed confused and upset because of Davina's matter at that time. In addition, Sue Mo refused to forgive her, which made her even more upset. It would be impossible to say that she didn't have any intention of making Sue Mo look bad. In fact, when she gave Sue Juinja the money, she felt a little relieved. Although it was unconscious, but now thinking back, the reason why she did not stop Sue Deming at that time was because she wanted Sue Mo to have a good look. Now she realized that Sue Juinja was easily killed by Sue Mo and went bankrupt. She felt panic in her heart and felt even more guilty. What is her own condition? Sister, is Davina okay? Sue Shuehue took a deep breath and realized that her elder sister was not as kind as she thought. It's very difficult. We have entered the final stage and asked the Food and Drug Administration to test our products. We want to prove that our products have no carcinogenic risks, said Sue Wanting. Then what? Sue Shuehue continued to ask. And then? Resume normal operations. What is the current brand value of Davina? How much is its market value? Sue Shuehue continued to ask. Market value has dropped by more than 90%. In other words, Sue Mo only made a slight move and brought Davina to the brink of bankruptcy. I think that even if the Food and Drug Administration or other bureaus give out test reports, I'm afraid they won't be able to restore Davina to its original operating state. The scale effect has been formed, and Davina's image of causing cancer may have been deeply rooted in the minds of consumers. Sue Shuehue said slowly. Sue Wanting hesitated for a moment and nodded. Even if normal operations are restored, Davina will still be on the verge of collapse. It will take more than 10 or 20 years for the entire brand to recover, she said. Then I understand. This was the result of Sue Mo not making a large-scale attack on Davina, but only a slight attack. If he wanted to bankrupt Davina, his attacks would probably be more severe and frequent. Although Sue Wanting was one of the reasons, it must be said that the reason why Davina has not gone bankrupt yet is entirely because Sue Mo showed mercy. Of course, this does not mean that Sue Wanting has no resentment in her heart. Otherwise, she would not support Sue Juinja. Sue Shuehue thought about her elder sister and felt sad. Wasn't she the same before? No wonder Sue Mo hadn't forgiven them until now. At this moment, Sue Wanting was extremely panicked. The matter with Davina had already made her upset enough, and now Sue Juinja's sudden bankruptcy made it even more difficult for her to accept herself. The most important thing is that Sue Mo seemed to know everything. What is Sue Mo doing recently? Sue Deming picked up a cigarette and took a deep puff. He's been smoking a lot more recently. I always feel that if you take one wrong step, all of them will go wrong. We are developing an online shopping platform called Pink Sixy, which is currently very popular on chat software. Sue Wanting has a keen business sense and investigated some of Sue Mo's affairs. And it seems he has successfully raised funds again. She continued speaking. Oh, online shopping platform? Sue Deming was surprised. Sue Wanting nodded. However, many media and investors are not optimistic about this project. They think it is impossible for them to get a share of the online shopping platform. Even if they could do it, it won't be big. I think so, too. Then what do you mean by a cut? What is it? Sue Deming didn't know this. It seems to be the bargaining model used by online shopping platforms to attract customers. It is quite popular. Currently, many WeChat groups are inviting people to bargain and buy in groups. Sue Wanting said. Then why do you say you can't make it big? Sue Deming looked at her. This. Sue Wanting paused and said, Ollie Group and JD Group have Yuju in front, and there are countless other small platforms. His new platform, even if it is popular, will find it difficult to compete with these big platforms. Our investment team has evaluated it, and his chances are very small. Sue Deming used to have great faith in Sue Wanning's investment team. He believed that they had good vision and had made money from many of the projects they invested in. So now when I heard her say this, I couldn't help but hesitate slightly. After thinking for a while, he said, in this case, Sue Mo cannot be expected for the time being. So let Juinja come back to learn how to run Fengxiang Jewelry. Failure once should make Juinja calmer and more experienced. Dad, Sue Wanning hesitated. I know what you want to say. If Sue Mo is willing to come back to run Fengxiang Jewelry, I can let him run it. I can even give him my position as general manager. But there is nothing we can do if he doesn't want to come back now. We can't expect it for the time being. Sue Deming was upset. Juinja's vision is actually pretty good. If he joins, the effect should be better. Besides, failing once will help clear his arrogance and make him more down-to-earth. Having said that, Sue Wanning felt that this incident was extremely cruel to Sue Mo. It is obvious that Sue Mo is the most talented person in the Sue family. Nothing is his turn. Even the money his family provided to start a business did not belong to him. Sue Wanning felt extremely ashamed of her previous reaction and did not dare to look Su Xuehue in the eye. I made a mistake again. Juinja Bike Sharing has entered the bankruptcy liquidation stage. Su Juinja's reaction was still very decisive. They must have obtained the permission of Xie Bingyan and Sue Deming. And when they found that the project was irreparable, they directly declared bankruptcy. I don't know whether his deposit can be fully refunded. I think as the young master of the Sue family, he is not short of money and should be able to return all the money. Only, what a pity he couldn't make it big in the end. It would have been better if he had made it bigger and then exposed it. Maybe we can even drag the Sue family into this. Sue Mo felt happy. But another good news came. Su Juinja began to join Fengxiang Jewelry. If you calculate carefully, it is indeed this timeline. The reason why Sue Mo was not in a hurry to deal with Fengxiang Jewelry was because the time had not come yet. He was waiting for Su Juinja to join in. There's no better time to join than now. Today is a happy day and worth celebrating. Sue Mo called Tang Lei and others over to prepare food, drink, and sing. In addition, a letter of invitation was sent to Sue Mo. Sue Mo and Tang Lei opened it and found it was an invitation letter inviting them to attend the World Internet Conference. Location Wuzhen. Chapter 117 Sue Mo is already unstoppable. It should be due to Pink Sixie's successful financing, coupled with Kenyito, that it has become increasingly popular on the internet recently, causing a data surge. Xiao Ma Gu and others from QQ Group got the data, so they were recommended to attend the conference. The so-called World Internet Conference is an international organization, committed to promoting sharing and contributing wisdom and strength to the development and governance of the global internet. Its purpose is to build a global internet platform for consultation, construction, and sharing, to promote the international community to adapt to the digitalization, networking, and intelligent trends of the information age, to jointly meet security challenges, to jointly seek development and well-being, and to work together to build a community with a shared future in cyberspace. Sumo's first project, Shared Bicycles, was also based on the development of internet technology. It has become a phenomenal enterprise that has influenced the world and provided a lot of convenience to people. Although Sue Mo has left, his influence remains. It is in a state where, although his master is no longer here, his legend is everywhere. This project is still profoundly changing the world and may affect the globe for 10, 20 years, or even longer. And now this project, Pink Sixie, clearly has the potential to become a phenomenon again, and may even be more popular than shared bikes. The QQ Group held an investment meeting to analyze the popularity of the Kenyito model and gave it a very high evaluation. Investor Zhang Yundong commented internally that this is a phenomenon. Therefore, Sue Mo and other four are fully qualified to attend this conference. They created two phenomenal companies at once and successfully found the second trend. They are still young, sophomores at Peking University and Tsinghua University. These several identity labels are enough to attract enough attention to these four people. I guess they just want us to go over and see the world. Think about it seriously. It's time. Many entrepreneurs and officials will attend, and there will be people from the United Nations. If we go in, we may be able to get some attention. The chop mode has already made quite a bit of noise, and we are only one step away from a blowout. If we keep working hard, maybe we can completely detonate it. Suemo looked at the four people and smiled. Phenomenon. Another phenomenon. Li Banzwang didn't even mention how much admiration he had for her. They did not expect that Kanyito and Pinchuan would be so powerful and could quickly attract users to join. After the successful financing, in just less than 2 months, their data increased rapidly and merchants began to flock in. The number of users has now reached 10 million, and the transaction volume is still extremely high. Although Pink Sixie has a bad reputation, and some low-quality merchants use inferior products and fake pictures to deceive customers, causing some customer complaints, there is no doubt that their model is very successful. Now, the company is still in the incubation stage and has not yet exploded completely, but there is no doubt that its potential has been fully demonstrated. This is a phenomenal company. Li Banzwang and others could not help but admire Sumo's vision. When others doubted whether the project could succeed, he already had the answer in his mind and put it into practice. Don't listen to what people outside say. Continue to enhance customer experience and safeguard the rights of consumers. For fake and inferior products, arrange returns and refunds as much as possible. Everyone, keep working hard. Good. Within the company, a new round of equity incentives has been delegated to various executives and employees. Sumo wants to unite everyone and work together in the same direction. When it comes to incentives and bonuses, Sumo is very generous, and it can even be said that he is very generous. By the end of this year, it is estimated that he will be able to give out 20 months year-end bonuses. While Sumo was busy, another project, Volcano Video, also started to develop and continue to incubate. Sumo invested more than 100 million yuan in this project, found many video bloggers continued to optimize the algorithm and launch funny videos. A new trend that is currently unknown is gradually emerging. Suju was extremely busy because of the bankruptcy of the shared electric bike business. When the company entered the liquidation stage, many debts needed to be repaid, and he also owed some funds that could not be raised, so he could only seek help from Xie Bingyan and Su Deming. As his most beloved adopted son, Xie Bingyan and Su Deming actually didn't mind helping him. So he easily got another sum of money from Xie Bingyan and Su Deming and repaid the user's deposit. From then on, Juinja Shared Electric Bikes officially went bankrupt and withdrew from the market. What made Su Juinja happy was that even though the shared electric bike went bankrupt, it did not affect Xie Bingyan's feelings for him. It seemed that the feelings he had invested in for more than 10 years were too deep and difficult to transfer. So Xie Bingyan gave him the money without much hesitation. Xie Bingyan even told him that he must learn from his mistakes, master the entrepreneurial experience, and wait for the next comeback. Su Juinja naturally nodded repeatedly and promised to be obedient and do his best to do things to the best of his ability. Xie Bingyan couldn't help but nod happily at how well-behaved her adopted son was, revealing a long-lost smile. In fact, Sumo guessed correctly. Even if things have gotten to this point, if Xie Bingyan, Su Deming, Su Wanning, and others were asked to choose between him and Su Juinja, there is no doubt that they will still choose Su Juinja. After all, Su Juinja is too well-behaved. After all, Sumo has had a very bad relationship with him recently. When Sumo saw them, he either cursed or swore at them. Even Su Wanning was emotionally closer to Su Juinja. Su Juinja is also very obedient and well-behaved in front of his elder sister, so there is no comparison between the two of them at all. Even if he felt guilty towards Sumo, it was just guilt, and he just wanted to make it up to him a little. He was still no match for Su Juinja. After all, Su Juinja has lived with them for 19 years, and almost everyone feels that Su Juinja is their family. With the money, Su Juinja disbanded Juinja bike sharing, and then worked frantically to complete his studies, achieved excellent evaluations, and then waited for his junior year to enter Fengxiang Jewelry for an internship. He had already made a complete plan until he suddenly saw the message about Kan Yi Dao in the class's WeChat chat group. Until suddenly I saw many classmates following suit and getting excited. Su Juinja suddenly realized that Su Mo might have risen again. Perhaps he is already unstoppable. Beijing, Sue Family Villa. Although they lost some money, which made Su Pundi and Su Manny crazy, there was no big problem for Su Juinja's trust and love. Su Pundi and Su Manny can't chase Su Juinja and ask him to pay compensation. It seems that because of the beating of the wooden fish and the chanting of sutras, Xie Bingyin's spirit has become much better. Recently, she has gone out shopping and playing, and even attended a banquet hosted by a good friend. In the past, she often liked to attend high-end banquets and meet a few noble ladies or close friends. In Beijing, Xie Bingyan had many good friends. Seeing that Xie Bingyan had returned to normal, Su Manny, Su Pundi, and others were also happy. They asked the nanny to prepare some delicious meals, and they ate happily together. They felt that the haze and storm had finally passed, and the matter of abandoning Su Mo gradually faded away over time and became calm. The Sue family is still moving forward. Cut this one. After eating and drinking, several people took a rest in the living room. Xie Bingyan suddenly found something in the WeChat group on the tablet. Oh, Pink Sixie's discount sale is very popular recently, and many people are shopping online. Supundi said. Xie Bingyan was stunned and fell silent. Supundi looked at it and wanted to slap herself a few times. What a ridiculous thing to bring up. Wouldn't it be good for Xie Bingyan to return to normal? Why did she bring up this for no reason? She shut up immediately. Then, everything was peaceful at home again. There were no waves. Until Su Mo appears on TV again. Appearing at the World Internet Conference. Chapter 118. Old Sue. This Su Mo is not simple. A little earlier in time, Su Deming and Su Wanning were also invited to attend the World Internet Conference. As a well-known jeweler, Fengxiang Jewelry also has a lot of business on its online store. Su Wanning was originally unable to attend because of Davina, but Su Deming was invited, so he took her to see and look for a chance to revive Davina. The World Internet Conference is held in Wuzhen. During the conference, most internet companies will participate, and some multinational companies will also come, making it a very lively event. Su Deming is also a well-known angel investor. After coming here, he took Su Wanting to meet some people to build relationships and negotiate business. On the other side, Su Mo, Tang Lei, and 3 others each prepared a suit and flew directly to Wuzhen. This is their first time here, and they all come here to see the world. Compared with other business tycoons, Su Mo, Tang Lei, and the other 3 are relatively unknown and very few people pay attention to them. So during the first 2 days of the trip, nothing happened. We just wandered around Wuzhen, saw the scenery, and experienced the local customs and culture. The entire conference usually lasts 3 days. They came here early to play and only entered the venue on the 3rd day to watch the opening ceremony. After that, there are various activities and exhibitions. In the evening, the board of directors and representative seminars are held. Then there are the plenary sessions, the certificate presentation ceremony for the Global Young Leaders Program, the Leading Technology Awards ceremony, and various award presentation ceremonies. The last day is the day to participate in various forums and roundtable meetings, and to sign up and discuss according to their respective needs. In the evening, there are tea parties held by various business giants, where a group of people sit together to drink tea and discuss future cooperation and development. In general, the 3-day schedule is very tight, and there are many meetings to attend, especially various forums and roundtables where there are many issues to discuss. Su Mo and 3 others came here to see the world, so they did not separate. They attended the opening ceremony and various meetings together. Zhang Yundong from the QQ group introduced them here. He was quite happy to see the 4 of them this time, so he led them to shake hands with others. Many of them are well-known domestic giants, such as Xiao Ma Ge and Dama Ge. It was the first time Su Mo met them, and he was able to shake hands with them. He had only seen many of them on TV and on the internet. Although the 4 of them came this time, there were no prizes to be awarded to them. According to Zhang Yundong, Su Mo and others could have won a Young Entrepreneur Award for shared bicycles. However, the shared bicycles were sold by Su Mo, so they lost the award. Someone else got the award. It was because he heard that Su Mo was working on Pink Sixie that the retired Imago was a little surprised. He looked at Su Mo for a few times and sighed. Pink Sixie, is it just a one-cut model? It seems to be a rumor recently. Just SOSO. Su Mo and Zhang Yundong would naturally not disclose Pink Sixie's data to avoid causing siege. Big Brother Ma said, "This is unusual. We have read reports on this subject, and this model seems to have something to offer. I'm afraid your future development will not be simple." Damagu is almost retired and has not been managing the Ali Group recently, but he is still a leader in the online shopping industry and has a very keen business sense. Hearing his comment, Su Mo and Zhang Yundong looked at each other. Su Mo smiled and said, "Although the Kan-E Dao model is good, we still have many problems to solve. There are too many fake and low-quality products from our merchants, which has caused a large number of complaints from customers. We are busy and exhausted internally." That's true. Damago obviously heard some people on the internet speaking badly about Pink Sixie and immediately nodded. Even with the help of the QQ platform, it may be difficult to succeed. We have been adjusting our strategic direction recently. Sue Mo continued with a smile. Work hard. I am optimistic about your model. If it works out well, it may be able to take off. Big Brother Ma patted him on the shoulder with a look of appreciation. The two have already collaborated once, and the shared bicycles have been given to the Ali Group, which is currently being operated well, greatly increasing the probability of Alipay being opened. Ali Group's acquisition of Sue Mo's company is definitely worth it and has also enhanced the influence of Ali Group. Seeing Big Brother Ma like this, Zhang Yindong smiled and took him to meet Brother Qiangdong, the boss of the JD Group, and then to meet Little Brother Ma. When passing by a group of people, Zhang Yindong seemed to see a familiar face, so he stopped and introduced, Sue Mo, come and meet him. This is Su Deming, the boss of Fengxiang Jewelry, Mr. Su. If Fengxiang Jewelry can join your Pink 60 platform, it is very likely to drive an increase in the number of users of the Pink 60 platform, which should not be underestimated. Mr. Su Deming, this is Su Mo, the former founder of Little Monster Bike and the inventor of the internet sharing economy. He is now working on the Pink 60 online shopping platform. He is quite famous and talented. Su Mo. Su Mo. Su Mo was not surprised to meet Su Deming and Su Wanting at the internet conference. They were good businessmen with a certain fame. So, when he saw her at this time, he was not surprised at all. He just took a look and then turned away. Su Deming and Su Wanting were stunned and wanted to chase after him, but they quickly stopped and looked uncomfortable. In fact, they had already seen Su Mo just now, but they didn't go over to say hello. When the forum was held, various business tycoons shook hands and got to know each other. Su Mo and 4 others appeared among the crowd for the first time. He was wearing a suit, looking handsome and elegant, a world of difference from before. After not seeing him for many days, he has become taller, more energetic, and more handsome. The black suit could not hide the temperament and talent of this young man. As soon as he came in, he was recognized by outsiders, and many people rushed to shake hands with him. Even when he came in front of Big Brother Ma and Little Brother Ma, he could say a few words and be recognized, admired, and praised. Su Deming saw it and felt proud. This is my son, Su Deming, naturally talented. He even wanted to announce to everyone that Su Mo was a member of the Sue family. So, when he saw Zhang Yindong and Su Mo coming over, he went over to say hello, hoping to ease the relationship between the two parties. But he didn't expect Su Mo to turn around and leave. Su Deming and Su Wanting did not chase after her. After all, they knew that chasing would lead to nothing. Su Mo this. Zhang Yindong was a little surprised. It's okay, it's okay. Seeing Zhang Yindong was surprised, Su Deming hurriedly comforted him and said with a proud smile, we know him. Wanting also knows this is my son. Zhang Yindong was stunned for a moment, surprised. What? This is my son. Su Deming repeated with a smile. He's Wanting's younger brother, too. I didn't expect him to be here. You introduced him here, right? Zhang Yindong and Su Deming can be considered old acquaintances. Both of them are investors and have had several meals and drinks together. Now, after hearing this, he suddenly realized, no wonder, but Lao Su, this Su Mo is not simple. I know. It's not easy. Hearing Zhang Yindong's praise, Su Deming was even more satisfied, with a proud look on his face. Although his relationship with us is not very good, it cannot be denied that he is a member of our Sue family. Please take good care of him. Zhang Yindong couldn't help but be moved when he heard it. No wonder Su Mo is so powerful. It turns out he is from the Sue family. The Sue family is not just the Su Deming lineage. There are other factions as well, and they even have many connections in the capital. Even Xiao Ma Gu doesn't dare to underestimate them, let alone him. Somewhat amazing. Chapter 119 Su Deming has gone crazy and disputes are about to arise. Su Deming is crazy. Su Mo saw that he was crazy. Su Wanting is crazy too. Su Mo was not surprised to meet them at the internet conference. It was a rare opportunity for enemies to meet on a narrow road. He was too lazy to argue with them, so he took Tang Lei, Gu Huanqi, and others to the other side and ordered something to drink. Su Deming and Su Wanting were meeting some people on the other side. Su Deming and Su Wanting must have met a lot of people in such occasions, and they could shake hands and chat with many of them. The same is true for Su Wanting. Each of the 6 golden flowers in the Sue family has achieved outstanding results, especially the eldest daughter, Su Wanting, who is very famous in the business circle. She is not only beautiful, but also has decisiveness that is admirable. However, in this situation, She and Sue Deming did not talk much about their own affairs. Instead, they turned the topic to Sue Mo after just 2 or 3 sentences. Oh, brother Xiao Ma, this is my son. I heard he has cooperated with you guys. Pink Sixie, yes, shared bikes? The founder of the internet sharing economy. Please take care of me, brother Ma. Oh, Mr. Lei, hello, Mr. Lei, that's my son, yes, that's him. Haha, not bad, not bad. The discoverer of the sharing economy. Please take care of him, Mr. Lei. Mr. Liu? Long time no see. Do you know him? The one just now is my son. He has been working on Pink Sixie recently, but he is not competing with you, Mr. Liu. Don't worry, he is not a threat to you. Please take good care of him. Suemo heard this and felt angry. My brother is here too. He's over there. He just shook hands with the Mago. Yes, my other younger brother, my biological brother, has been working on Pink Sixie recently. Yes, my brother invented shared bikes, and now they are all over the world. Davina? Davina is having a hard time right now, but that's not important. The most important thing is that my brother is also here to attend this meeting. I'll introduce him to you later. He's extremely talented. Sue Deming and Sue Wanting both looked very proud. Let's go. Suemo didn't expect them to do this. He was annoyed and slammed the table, then turned and left. Nausea. So fucking disgusting. These two people, in such an occasion, are humiliating him. Although Suemo planned to play with them to the end, he didn't expect them to be so disgusting. They are really crazy. Restraining his anger, Suemo took Tang Lei and the other 3 away to attend another forum. As for what happened to Sue Deming, Sue Wanting, and others, he was too lazy to care. For the time being, he did not want to have a conflict with them in such a solemn occasion. These 4 people need to be interviewed. The reporters have arrived. The main reason is that the TV station discovered the existence of these few people, and because they were relatively young and had done something big, they were interested in them, and so did an exclusive interview. Suemo originally planned to let Tang Lei participate in this interview, but Tang Lei was not able to do so. He was afraid of facing the camera, so he arranged for Gu Huanxi to do the interview. Suemo, Tang Lei, and Li Banzwang sat in the back, waiting for the interview, with Gu Huanxi to end. As the saying goes, girls change a lot when they grow up. After 2 years of training, Gu Huanxi has been completely trained and has become graceful and elegant, leaving behind her original youthful childishness. Not only is her figure taller and more curvy, but her face is also rounder and prettier. In just 1 year, she has grown from a department-level goddess to a campus goddess. She is as beautiful as a fairy, so it is most appropriate for her to participate in the interview. Suemo and the other 2 were chatting in the back while waiting for Gu Huanxi's interview. As for what Sue Deming and Sue Wanting said, he was too lazy to pay attention. Disgusting, still disgusting. Beijing, Sue Family Villa. Xie Bingyin came back from the banquet and watched TV at home with Su Yuechan. That day, Su Shuang also came to visit them from Xiaohai City. Xie Bingyin had almost recovered. She had thrown aside the wooden fish that she had been beating for several days. Su Shuang brought her some tonic medicine and checked her body at the same time. The recovery was very good. The 3 of them were eating and watching TV until they saw an interview about the World Internet Conference on TV. There were quite a few. After interviewing many people, the 3 of them were not very interested in this and originally wanted to switch to it, but suddenly saw the big words shared bicycles and stopped. A girl wearing a women's suit and with long flowing hair stood in front of the camera for an interview, talking freely and introducing their former business, the Little Monster Bike Sharing Company. It says on it that there is the co-founder of Little Monster Bike and Pink Sixie, Gu Huanxi. Behind her, there were 3 young people sitting and chatting, acting as a background wall, 2 men and 1 woman. Xie Bingyin, Su Yuechan, and the other 2 froze in silence. They recognized the 3 young men at a glance, especially Suemo, who was wearing a suit and had a tall figure. He was instantly recognizable and could not be ignored. Are they also attending the World Internet Conference? I know this girl. She is very close to Suemo. Suemo often stays with her. I don't know if she is his girlfriend. There is another petite girl. Su Yuechan said. Suemo, are you in love? Su Shuang was surprised. Who knows? Maybe. Su Yuechan curled her lips, her face full of disdain. As soon as these words were spoken, Xie Bingyin and Su Shuang's faces froze, and they immediately stared at the interview on the TV screen. The girl in a suit talked freely in front of the camera, introduced her entrepreneurial experience in shared bicycles, and then began to talk about Pink Sixie. She mainly talked about their current business, Pinduoduo, and said that the business is very good. Our CEO, Su, has made a lot of predictions. The market is changing. We are focusing on user growth and protecting consumer rights. We do have many problems that have not been solved on Pink 6e, but we are optimizing as much as possible. The KiniDAO model has been circulated in the market and in WeChat moments. I hope our model can bring convenience and benefits to more people. This is also what our CEO, Sue, is committed to. She mentioned Sue Imo many times, and it was hard to hide the admiration in her tone. As he spoke, his eyes seemed to glow, and he turned around to glance at Sue Imo and the others behind him. Seeing that Sue Imo and others were chatting and not paying attention to her, she continued the interview and explanation. Xie Bingyan, Su Shuang and others are all thousand-year-old foxes. How can they not see it? This girl must be interested in Sue Imo, and she's a little affectionate. He is in love? Xie Bingyan was stunned, but no one gave her an answer. She hadn't seen him for a while, at least 4 or 5 months. Compared to a few months ago, he was obviously stronger, taller, and more handsome. He was tall, handsome, wealthy, and talented. Compared with Suju and Jia, Sue Imo has obviously become more confident and more decisive. He already had the aura of a superior. The interview was over quickly, and the living room fell into a dead silence, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. None of the three spoke, and some of them didn't react. Only Su Yuechan was choosing channels out of boredom, and seemed to want to watch other channels. However, at this moment, another picture popped up. Outside the World Internet Conference, a picture flashed by. It was an interview with someone else. But in the background of the interview, a familiar figure appeared. Who else could it be but Sue Deming? There was a woman with a thin little girl about 14 or 15 years old standing outside the venue, waiting for Sue Deming to come over. Sue Deming seemed a little stunned and walked up to the woman and the little girl with a look of surprise on his face. Disputes will arise. P.S. Update in advance. Please give me some gifts. Don't forget to vote. Chapter 1, 20 Sue Deming's illegitimate daughter? Although it was a background wall, the three of them could still see it clearly. Sue Deming chatted with the woman and the little girl for a while, and then hurriedly took them away. I didn't know where to take them, and the living room fell into silence again. Xie Bingyan's breathing was heavy and rapid, her fists slightly clenched, and her eyes seemed to be spewing fire. Su Yuechan and Su Shuang were both frightened and shocked. They quickly turned away the TV channel in panic. At this time, Su Mo's affairs were no longer important. As the eldest daughter of the Xie family, Xie Bingyan has always been very picky about things. The excellence of Su Wanting, Su Xuehue and others is related to her seriousness and strictness. Otherwise, most of them would not have been admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University or gone abroad to study. For more than 10 or 20 years, Xie Bingyan was the one who controlled Sue Deming. She controlled him very tightly. How could Sue Deming dare to resist? However, at this moment, a woman suddenly appeared. Although she hadn't seen the woman's face clearly yet, Xie Bingyan had almost guessed that Sue Deming had more than one. "Give me the remote!" Xie Bingyan gritted her teeth, quickly snatched the remote, and searched for other information about the World Internet Conference on it. There's a lot of information on this topic these days. After opening some channels, I found some quickly. Sue Wanting also attended the conference. However, after reading it, she found that there was no information that Xie Bingyan wanted. Xie Bingyan was not satisfied and immediately snatched the tablet and searched for Sue Deming's information on it. Sure enough, a lot of information popped up. "Oh, Mr. Lei, that's Sue Imo, my son." "Mr. Liu? Ah, long time no see, my son, Sue Imo." There were some noisy sounds coming out. It was a video shot by someone else, and it seemed a bit messy. It is estimated that those who shook hands with Sue Deming were all business tycoons, so this kind of footage happened to be taken. It can be seen that when Sue Deming said these words, he was very happy and full of pride. Xie Bingyan was breathing rapidly. Her eyes were red, like a mad she-wolf. She didn't want to see this, so she continued to search quickly. Soon, she found a photo of Sue Deming hurriedly leaving the venue. There was only one photo, and it flashed by and was very blurry, but Xie Bingyan knew that he had run out to date that woman. "Let's go to Wuzhen." Xie Bingyan threw the tablet aside, changed her previous laziness, became gritting her teeth, and full of murderous intent. Anger seemed to burst out of her eyes. Su Yuechan and Su Shuang were afraid to speak for a moment, not knowing what to do. Who are that woman and little girl? Could it be? Su Shuang couldn't believe it. Xie Bingyan quickly went back to her room to pack her clothes, planning to rush to Wuzhen immediately. Su Shuang hesitated for a moment and hurriedly called Su Wanting. Su Wanting is attending a forum and is quite busy. The reason why she introduced Sue Mo just now was because she and Sue Deming hoped to build up Sue Mo's network of contacts so that it would be easier for him to do things. In today's market, if you want to get something done, there is a huge difference between being a disciple of the Sue family and not being one. With the care of family, many people will give you some face. What's more, Sue Mo is indeed outstanding, so Sue Deming and Sue Wanting have to introduce him to everyone. For them, this was also a way to show goodwill to Sue Mo, hoping to gain his forgiveness. As for Sue Mo turning around and leaving without saying a word to them, they had expected it in their hearts, and there was nothing they could do about it. Both Sue Deming and Sue Wanting hope that through their own efforts, they can break the ice in their relationship. When Sue Shuang called, she was still busy. Sue Deming had gone somewhere unknown. After she ran out to answer the call, Sue Wanting was shocked. There was a woman and a little girl in the live broadcast. Mom saw it. Dad went to see them secretly, and now I don't know where he took them. Sister, you'd better go and take a look. Sue Shuang spoke quickly. Sue Wanting was surprised and quickly looked for Sue Deming in the venue, only to find that Sue Deming was indeed missing. Dad just went out? She must have gone out. That woman brought a child here. The little girl is not very old, about 13 or 14 years old. Mom is so angry. Sister, go and find out what's going on. Sue Shuang urged hurriedly. Okay, I'll go check it out right away. How could Sue Wanting dare to neglect it? She quickly hung up the phone and looked for Sue Deming. She knew that something big might happen to the Sue family. Xie Bingyan has always been a person who cannot tolerate any injustice and would never tolerate such a thing. Once the identities of the woman and the child are confirmed, the Sue family will definitely be in chaos. The Xie family is not an ordinary family and will definitely stand up for Xie Bingyan. This is no joke. Back then, Xie Bingyan almost died in childbirth while trying to give birth to a son. In recent years, she couldn't stand the slightly cold weather. Since giving birth to Sue Mo, her body began to deform again, and her breath became weaker. Otherwise, Xie Bingyan would not have abandoned Sue Mo in such a rage. As a woman, the thing that I cannot tolerate the most is probably changes in my figure and appearance that make me lose my charm. So, when she found out that Sue Deming had someone outside, she went crazy. Now that these things have come up again, how could Sue Wanting dare to ignore them? She hurriedly ran outside, looking for Sue Deming. Sue Deming seemed to be no longer here. He didn't answer the phone, and his phone was turned off. Sue Wanting instructed the bodyguard and secretary to search nearby. After searching for a while, he finally found Sue Deming in a rather high-end restaurant. Sue Deming was taking the woman and the little girl to eat. Sue Wanting quickly came outside, took a look, and frowned. The little girl seemed to have never eaten such delicious food before and was eating it voraciously. She was very thin, her hair was messy and yellow and a little dirty, and she seemed to have suffered a lot. Sue Deming sat opposite the little girl, and when he looked at her, his eyes were full of tenderness and compassion. Sue Wanting didn't come any closer. She was afraid to know the truth. Besides, Sue Deming's reaction is enough to explain the problem. She no longer needed to come closer. Sue Deming had more than one mistress outside. Sue Mo. Sue Wanting was slightly surprised when she suddenly saw Sue Mo also appear in the restaurant. I saw Sue Mo, and there were still 4 people. They walked in from the restaurant and seemed to want to eat too. Sue Deming was staring at the little girl eating and soon saw Sue Mo walk in. No idea what they said, but when Sue Wanting saw Sue Deming, she immediately stood up, looking nervous and at a loss. Sister, Mom has already booked a flight to Wuzhen and is flying over now. Right away. We'll be there soon. Mom asked you to keep an eye on Dad. Don't let him do anything wrong. And that woman and that little girl, don't let them leave. Sue Shuang called again. When Sue Wanting heard this, she felt cold all over. Chapter 121, she disgusted him, and he disgusted her too. On the other hand, Sue Mo found it quite interesting. This woman named Lu Xiangru really found Sue Deming. It can be seen that she is in great need of money recently and lives in extreme poverty. Otherwise, she would not have rushed over now. Good. This woman was called over by Sue Mo. He had contacted her some time ago, but he kept it to himself. Now that she suddenly appeared here, Sue Mo was somewhat surprised. She must have calculated that Sue Deming would come to attend the World Internet Conference, so she brought her daughter here to wait. If Sue Deming didn't see her, she would probably make a scene at the conference. There are many reporters and business tycoons at the conference. If she makes a scene, it will have a major impact on Sue Deming, so Sue Deming will definitely meet him. Originally, according to Sue Mo's idea, He wanted her to come back in a few months, but he didn't expect her to be so impatient. But very nice. A very wise woman. This was also part of Sumo's plan. Originally, the reason why Su Mo contacted this woman was just to disgust Xie Bingyin. She disgusted him, and he disgusted her. It is impolite not to reciprocate. What's more, Su Deming is also quite funny. He should be very panicked now and very afraid that Su Wanting and Xie Bingyin will find out. Su Mo had just instructed someone to pat Su Deming a few times. It went without saying that Su Wanting would definitely receive the message first. When Su Mo walked over, Su Deming was obviously embarrassed, as if he had not expected that Su Mo and 3 others were also having dinner here. Su Mo naturally still didn't want to pay attention to him. After taking a few glances, he went to eat on the other side with Tang Lei and the other 3. The weak little girl is called Lu Hongwan. She is indeed Su Deming's illegitimate daughter and is 14 years old this year. The reason why she is so thin is that she was born with a heart disease. Su Deming and this woman named Lu Xiangru were together for many years before they separated. They were not just playing around, but had some feelings for each other. Of course, Su Deming didn't just have one mistress. He had another one, but they hadn't been together for many years. Su Mo also knew where the mistress was. Now that Su Wanting knows, Xie Bingyin will probably know too. Even if Xie Bingyin doesn't know, it's okay. Su Mo will definitely let her know later. He enjoys watching a good show. Hongwan, this is your brother Su Mo. Go say hello to him. Su Deming seemed a little embarrassed when he saw Su Mo eating on the other side. But after thinking about it, he decided to speak to his illegitimate daughter. Lu Hongwan's physique is very different. Although she is already 14 years old, she looks like a 12-year-old girl. She is so weak that she seems like she will fall down if the wind blows. This time, the mistress Lu Xiangru came to ask Su Deming for money for Lu Hongwan's medical treatment. This girl was born with a heart disease, which made Lu Xiangru always worried. Oh, then I'll go? Lu Hongwan looked quite well behaved. After hesitating for a moment, she nodded shyly. Go. Say hello to him. Your brother Su Mo is now the general manager of the company. You may be able to rely on him in the future. Seeing that his illegitimate daughter was so well behaved, Su Deming couldn't help but like her and was very gentle. When Lu Hongwan heard this, she stood up and walked towards Su Mo. Her pretty face looked full of shyness and a little timid. She looked back almost every few steps, looking at Su Deming and then at her mother Lu Xiangru. When Lu Xiangru saw her going over, she nodded and encouraged her to go over. This Su Mo. Lu Xiangru was surprised. Su Deming sighed. My lost son was found 5 years ago, and his relationship with us has been very bad recently. Lu Xiangru was stunned for a moment and said, I've seen him in the brochure. He's very talented. Yes. Su Deming glanced over there and felt relieved. Su Mo had no ill feelings towards Lu Hongwan. The two had no contact in their previous life, and Su Mo only knew of her existence after her death. At that time, Lu Xiangru came to ask for money to treat her heart disease, but it couldn't be cured, and she died at the age of 17. After her death, Su Deming was depressed and regretful for a while, but was caught by Xie Bingyin, and the two had a big fight. It's very interesting to see Lu Hongwan coming here now. In Sumo's plan, Lu Xiangru and Lu Hongwan are very good weapons, and they can be very powerful if used well. So he didn't mind being nicer to Lu Hongwan. Su, brother Su Mo, I am Lu Hongwan. The little girl was frail, timid, and submissive. After saying this, half of her pale face turned red. Her big eyes wandered around and rolled around, and it was obvious that she was very well-behaved and obedient. Su Mo nodded and smiled. Very good. I am your brother. If you have any problems in the future, come and find me. Don't be polite. Su Mo reached out and touched her head. Thank you very much, brother Su Mo. Lu Hongwan responded shyly, smiled sweetly, and then turned back. Su Deming was watching over there and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. You have to know that during this period of time, Su Mo didn't give face to anyone. No matter who came to find him, he would scold them back. He even did not let Su Shuang and Su Yuechan go. But now, he actually accepted Lu Hongwan? Su Deming couldn't help but feel happy. Su Mo naturally knew what Su Deming was thinking, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. The good show has just begun. Outside the restaurant, Su Wanting called a few people inside to take pictures. She quickly got a few photos and took a look at them, and couldn't help but take a breath. In the photos, Su Mo is touching Lu Hongwan's head with a smile on his face, looking quite intimate. Sumo's current situation is obviously not normal. You have to know that if things go wrong, this is Sue Deming's illegitimate daughter. But Sue Wanting couldn't care less now, as Xie Bingyan was flying over and would arrive in Xiaohai City in a few hours. She needed to keep an eye on them as long as possible. Sue Deming's chat with Lu Xiangru and her daughter did not last long, only about an hour. Sue Deming quickly took out a stack of money, handed it to Lu Xiangru, and wrote a check to her. After dealing with Lu Xiangru's matter, he seemed to want to explain a few words to Sue Mo, but Sue Mo ignored him and turned away. Sue Deming didn't dare to go and chat with Sue Mo, so he could only hurry back to the venue and continue to attend the meeting. "Dad, where did you go just now? Why can't I find you anywhere?" Sue Wanting asked hurriedly when she saw him come out. "I met a friend and went to a tea restaurant to chat. We just finished the chat. Let's go and continue to attend the banquet," said Sue Deming. Seeing this, Sue Wanting couldn't help but feel disappointed. Sue Deming didn't want to explain the matter of his illegitimate daughter to her at all, and seemed to want to keep it a secret from them. This family. Is there still hope? Chapter 122, They're just a bunch of pigs and dogs. The World Internet Conference lasted 3 days, but Sue Mo did not leave after 3 days. Sue Wanting was indeed staring at Lu Xiangru and her daughter, and Sue Mo saw it. This is very interesting. Lu Xiangru and her daughter wanted to get together with Sue Deming again. It should be Lu Hongwan's request, so Sue Deming did not leave either. After the meeting, Sue Deming found an excuse to meet Lu Xiangru and her daughter, took them around, and bought some small gifts and clothes for Lu Hongwan. Sue Mo originally didn't want to care about this matter anymore and just wanted to watch the show. But after thinking about it, I decided to make an appointment with Lu Hongwan. It goes without saying that Xie Bingyan will definitely tear Sue Deming apart. This girl was born with a heart disease, and Sue Mo doesn't want anything to happen to her, so he has to give her a guarantee first. Although it is exploitation, one should still have a conscience. So, after meeting Lu Hongwan, Sue Mo began to talk about the Sue family. The Sue family also has an adopted son, who is about my age, very much loved, and is still in the Sue family. Sue Deming's wife is called Xie Bingyan. She is probably on her way here. You also have 6 sisters. One of the oldest sisters has been keeping an eye on you these past 2 days. You should know your mother's identity. Xie Bingyan will definitely come to find Sue Deming at this moment and may cause trouble for you. If anything happens, just come to me. I will protect you. Although Lu Hongwan is young, she is very sensible and well-behaved. Hearing these words, he was a little surprised. Then brother Sue Mo, you. Sue Mo smiled a little sadly. Your father should have introduced you to them, right? You should know that whether it is Sue Deming, Xie Bingyan, or your 6 half-sisters, they are all my enemies. I wish they would die sooner. As for why this is the case, I will tell you slowly later. Lu Hongwan was silent for a moment, then said, "My dad said that brother Sue Mo, you have been missing for many years and grew up in an orphanage. Lost? That's what he said now." Sue Mo laughed again. "Didn't he tell you there were other reasons?" "No." Lu Hongwan shook her head. "You will know later. So, no matter what, no matter whether Xie Bingyan and others come to find you or not, don't be afraid. Just come to me. Even if Sue Deming doesn't support you, I will support you. You must remember that your brother Sue Mo is not an ordinary person. I believe Sue Deming has already told you something about me." Sue Mo said, Yes, Dad also said that brother Sue Mo is a genius, the top scorer in the college entrance examination, studying at Peking University and Tsinghua University, and he has made a lot of money by starting a business." When Lu Hongwan talked about this, the look in her eyes when she looked at him seemed to glow, full of worship. Sue Mo was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh again. He was also 14 years old at the time, and the way he looked at Sue Wanting, Su Shuhei, and others was the same. He was high above everyone else, a genius from childhood to adulthood, and he was so noble that people couldn't help but admire him. He still remembered the first time he saw Sue Wanting's awards, photos, and deeds on the wall of the living room. He was shocked beyond words and felt that the best people in the world were just like this. So at that time, he was crazy about getting close to Sue Wanting and crazy about learning from her. But how could he know that human hearts are unpredictable and the sea is immeasurable? When they achieved the same achievements and heights as Sue Wanting, the way Sue Mo looked at them had completely changed. They are nothing but a bunch of pigs and dogs. Where is there anything high and mighty? I'm not a genius. I'm just an ordinary person. I just have something I want to make clear to you. This is my business card with my phone number on it. If anything happens, you must call me, okay? Sue Mo reminded. Yes. The girl's pretty face flushed, and she seemed a little well-behaved and shy. Her big eyes rolled around and looked a little wandering, which was quite interesting. Suemo had a meal with her, then took her to the mall to play and shop for a while before sending her home. Suemo. Gu Huanqi came out after sending Lu Hongwan away, looking at him with a little worry. Suemo smiled. It's okay. I will know my limits. That's good. Gu Huanqi couldn't help but feel relieved. Next, all you have to do is wait. It doesn't take much time. It doesn't matter even if Xie Bingyan doesn't come. She will definitely know what she should know. This time, Suemo must rub salt into her wounds. Company, give it another push. We can't stop. Our participation in the internet conference this time is actually a wrong step. JD Group and Ollie Group have realized our existence and started to take our model seriously. Suemo and Gu Huanqi took a walk and chatted as they walked. Originally, according to my idea, we still need to keep a low profile for a while and continue to grow wildly. The capital market is not optimistic about us, which gives us a great opportunity. But now we have almost been exposed, Suemo said slowly. We need to make a new plan and reopen the supply chain. Reopen the supply chain? Gu Huanqi was surprised. How to open it? I just got a piece of news that there are many small commodity manufacturers in Yiwu whose warehouses are filled with products that cannot be sold. These products were originally sold on JD.com and Taobao, but due to price and promotion reasons, a lot of inventory has been piled up. Our next step is to help these manufacturers clear their inventory, as long as the price is a little lower. Suemo said. Are they willing? Gu Huanqi asked. Of course I would. Their goods will go bad and lose money if left in the warehouse, so we might as well take them out and make some money. What's more, our profit is just a little lower, so we can guarantee that they won't lose money. Our focus in the future must be on sinking, and continue to sink until we sink to the countryside. Suemo explained. Gu Huanqi thought about it and couldn't help but admire him. They also attended the World Internet Conference but did not see so many problems. However, Suemo also attended and discovered many business opportunities. I have to say, this man is really amazing. I will tell Tang Lei that the sales department will start to reach out to lower-tier markets and directly contact manufacturers, cutting out the middlemen and keeping costs to a minimum. Good. On the other side, Suwani got a set of photos from the secretary. It was the photo of Suemo and Lu Hongluan having dinner at a restaurant. The relationship between the two seems very close, like real siblings, without much sense of strangeness. When Su Wanning saw the photo, she frowned. Suemo, what on earth is he doing? Su Wanning felt uneasy. Judging from the situation of Davina and Juinja sharing the bicycle, Suemo has become a little scary. Logically, he shouldn't ask Lu Hongwan out for dinner for no reason. What he is doing now obviously shows that he is planning something terrible. At this point, Su Wanning no longer dared to underestimate her biological brother. He easily knocked Davina to the ground, easily drove Juinja's shared electric car business bankrupt, and easily made billions. Whether it is vision, means, or insight, he has it all. Such people are usually extremely terrifying once they get serious about doing things. In the past, he had no real ability and was just talking big. Now that he doesn't talk big anymore, Su Wanning still feels genuinely terrified. As the saying goes, a dog that bites usually doesn't bark. Perhaps he was planning some killer move, wanting to throw the Sue family into chaos in one fell swoop. Su Wanning felt heartbroken. After thinking about it, she called Su Shuang, but found that Su Shuang's phone was not reachable. She seems to be on the plane. Chapter 123, Su Mo intervenes. At this time, Su Wanning felt that she should go and see Su Mo and ask him not to interfere in the affairs of her mistress and her daughter, and not to hurt Xie Bingyan. Xie Bingyan had been depressed for a long time and had finally recovered. She asked Su Mo not to rub salt into her wounds. However, Su Mo probably didn't want to see her. The last time at the venue, she saw them turn around and leave without even saying hello. Su Wanning now doesn't know what to do. She just feels that things are developing in an increasingly terrifying direction. Xie Bingyan landed in Wuzhen very soon. Su Wanning had no way to find Su Mo and could only go to pick her up at the airport. There is only one night left, and the mistress will probably leave, so they have to hurry. When Su Wanning saw Xie Bingyan, she only saw Xie Bingyan's face was completely dark. Where? She asked, her anger clearly simmering. Dad is still in the hotel, but I don't know where that woman is yet. Let's go. Xie Bingyan moved forward quickly without hesitation. Su Wanning couldn't help but sigh when she saw it. Sister, what's going on now? Su Shuang asked as she walked behind, looking panicked. Su Wanting glanced at her, thought about it, and sighed. Su Mo's intervention, and it looks a bit scary. Ah, Su Shuang was surprised. We don't know what he's going to do yet, but what we do know is that Su Mo must have done a lot of things. I guess the mistress and her mother and daughter were probably found by Su Mo. Su Wanting continued. Su Shuang suddenly panicked. If Su Mo was involved, then it would be quite scary. Su Mo had done two things to the Sue family recently, but these two things had a huge impact, and no one knew how strong his desire for revenge was. According to current speculation, Su Mo probably won't stop at all. What should we do? Su Shuang asked in panic. Su Wanting shook her head, said nothing, and didn't know what to do. On the other hand, Su Mo had already made plans to leave Wuzhen. It's just that there are a few people I need to meet, so I'll stay here for a while. The people he met this time were the bosses of several manufacturers in Yiwu. Su Mo wanted them to be listed on Pink Sixie, so he needed to negotiate with them. After the talk, you can leave Wuzhen. When it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Deming suddenly sent him a message inviting him to dinner. Also going with them were Lu Xiangru and her daughter Lu Hongwan. It was Lu Hongwan who sent him a message, asking him if he wanted to go. Su Deming wanted him to have dinner with them. According to Su Mo's idea, it was impossible to have dinner with Su Deming. There was no point in doing so. But after thinking about it carefully at this time, he felt that he needed to go over. Even just taking a few photos, he also wanted to see what Su Wanting would do. In addition, even if they didn't have much feelings for each other, Su Mo didn't want anything to happen to Lu Hongwan, so it would be good for him to go over there. Su Mo, is everything really okay? Gu Huanxi was a little worried when she saw him leaving. No problem, Su Mo said. Okay then. Gu Huanxi was helpless. Su Mo changed his clothes and quickly rushed to Su Deming's place. It seemed that Su Deming had not arrived yet. Lu Xiangru and Lu Hongwan, mother and daughter, arrived here first. When she saw Su Mo coming over, Lu Hongwan immediately smiled and said, "Brother Su Mo." As he said that, he trotted towards Su Mo. Su Mo nodded and followed them upstairs. Sue family, there are other people coming, right? Lu Xiangru was obviously not a fool. She seemed to know something. After sitting down, she asked Su Mo. Su Mo was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Maybe. There might be quite a few. I think we should leave early." Lu Xiangru was a little worried. Su Mo said, "Whether you leave or not actually has little impact. They may have known about these things by now. As far as I know, they may have already arrived in Wuzhen. I want Hongwan to settle down in the Sue family," Lu Xiangru said, expressing her request. In fact, she still loves Su Deming, but because of Xie Bingyan, she can't get close to him at all. If her daughter hadn't had a heart problem, she probably wouldn't have come this time. Asking for money was secondary. The most important thing was that she wanted a name and a status for her daughter. "I can help you," Su Mo said calmly. "You should know my identity. If I recognize it, the others will not be a problem. You just need to not be afraid, no matter what happens. No one can hurt you. And you." As far as Lu Xiangru and Lu Hongwan knew, Su Mo was the real young master of the Sue family. Although the fake young master was very much loved, how could he compare to the real young master in terms of status? What's more, Su Mo has set up his own business and has made great achievements. If he returns to the Sue family, he can definitely become the leader of the next generation of the Sue family. Su Mo's promise can become a reality. But what worries Lu Xiangru is that Su Mo is the biological son of Xie Bingyan and Su Deming. Does he really want to do this? Does he have any ulterior motives? Don't worry, I told you if possible. I hope they all die soon, including Xie Bingyan. Su Mo calmly drank a sip of tea and said, "I believe you all know more or less about me. I won't tell you anything else." Lu Xiangru did have some understanding, but she still didn't dare to believe it. After thinking for a while, she said, "Then, we believe you." "That's good." Su Mo smiled and said, "So, no matter what happens later, you don't need to worry. Even if Xie Bingyan brings people over, don't worry, I will handle it. I will let Hongwan enter the Sue family, enter the household registration, and truly become a member of the Sue family." "Thank you." Lu Xiangru was happy. Su Mo nodded, drank a few mouthfuls of food with her, glanced outside, and suddenly saw Su Deming appear outside the restaurant. He seemed to be walking in a hurry, and was walking towards this side, hurriedly, with an anxious look on his face. Su Mo narrowed his eyes, raised his head, and looked into the distance, and suddenly saw several familiar figures appearing in the distance. If not Su Wanting, Xie Bingyin, and others, who else could it be? They followed us too. That's right. The people invited by Su Wanting had been keeping an eye on Lu Xiangru and her daughter. It was impossible for them not to know they were here. It was normal for them to find this restaurant easily. Su Mo stretched out his hand to call the waiter and asked him to start serving the dishes. Sorry, I'm late, Su Mo. Su Deming seemed a little embarrassed and happy when he saw Su Mo again. Su Mo no longer had any feelings for him and said, Hongwan can't eat spicy food. Eat something light. It's good for your health. Okay. Su Deming sat down, smiled, and started eating. Su Mo also picked up some dishes for Lu Hongwan. The four of them were in a great mood. They sat together and ate, chatting and laughing. Su Wanting and Xie Bingyin came to kill them. Originally, according to the news, Su Mo was also there, and Su Wanting didn't really want to come over, but Xie Bingyin couldn't suppress her anger at all and rushed towards the hotel with a dark face. After the four of them rushed to the restaurant, they happened to see Su Mo, Su Deming, and three others eating together. Su Mo and Su Deming were desperately putting food on the illegitimate daughter's bowl, which was already full. Silence, dead silence. Suddenly it's suffocating. P.S. I am too busy on May Day. The next chapter will be updated around 3 p.m., a little later. Chapter 124, You Really Intend to Be My Enemy? Pause for a moment. Xie Bingyin rushed over with red eyes. First, he picked up the plate and smashed it on Su Deming's head, then picked up the cup of water and splashed it in his face. Su Deming was stunned and stood up quickly. Xie Bingyin picked up another plate of food and continued to throw it at Su Deming, splashing him all over. Su Mo stood up, pulled Lu Hongwan up, took a few steps back, and soon saw the two people wrestling with each other. Lu Xiangru was also a little surprised that Xie Bingyin came over. Su Mo had already given her a guarantee, so she was not surprised at all. Even when Xie Bingyin wanted to tear at her, she was not surprised, as Su Deming stopped her. This seemed to make Xie Bingyin even more angry. She snatched a plate of food from the waiter next to her and continued to throw it at Su Deming and tear it apart. While tearing, he roared like a mad she-wolf. When Su Wanting, Su Shuiying, and Su Yuechan saw this, they were suddenly at a loss and didn't know who to help. When she saw Su Deming wanted to fight back, Su Wanting finally reacted and went over to stop Su Deming from doing so. The two continued to wrestle with each other, and roars came out. Su Deming kept scolding Xie Bingyin, which made this lunatic get up, but Xie Bingyin was obviously unwilling to let him go. She climbed up with her teeth bared and wanted to pounce on Lu Xiangru. When Su Deming saw this, he hurriedly protected Lu Xiangru behind him. This time, Xie Bingyin was obviously even more furious and slapped Su Deming in the face. It would have been fine if she hadn't slapped her, but after she slapped her, Su Deming became extremely angry and began to fight back against Xie Bingyin. Su Mo pulled Lu Hongwan and walked to the table next to them and sat down, then poured a cup of tea and took a sip slowly. The scene did not end there. It was obvious that it would continue for some time. He even picked up some snacks and ate them while watching the show slowly. Xie Bingyin had already started crying, and Su Deming was already in a state of disgrace, with his clothes all torn by Xie Bingyin. However, Lu Xiangru was protected by Su Deming and was not affected too much. Now Lu Xiangru is fighting for her daughter's status. She doesn't mind confronting Xie Bingyin and fighting for her daughter's due identity and status. Since Su Mo had promised her, she hid silently. Even when Xie Bingyin occasionally tore at her, she did not resist. The three of them fought for a long time, and Su Wanting, Su Shuiying, and the other two were forced to join in, wanting to pull Su Deming up and teach Lu Xiangru a lesson. But how could Su Deming let them do this? He quickly pushed them away, wanted to let Lu Xiangru go first. This time, Xie Bingyin became even more annoyed. She kept roaring and shouting, slapping Su Deming and tearing his clothes. Some of Lu Xiangru's clothes were also torn, but overall it was okay. After a long while, Su Wanting finally remembered something and looked back. She only saw Su Mo and Lu Hongwan sitting on the other side with several plates of snacks in front of them, looking at things leisurely. Occasionally, he would take out his mobile phone to take a few photos, as if he wanted to keep them as a souvenir. Su Wanting almost suffocated. After a while of noise, the group calmed down. Su Deming's face looked extremely ugly and his whole body was in a mess, but he still had some loyalty and protected Lu Xiangru until she stood up. Seeing that they stopped making a fuss, Lu Xiangru quickly stood up, straightened her clothes, and came to Su Mo. Su Mo glanced at her, nodded at her, and motioned for her to sit next to him. When Lu Xiangru saw this, she sat down next to her daughter and tidied her clothes. Suemo picked up the tea and handed her a portion, then looked at the garbage-like scene not far away and continued to leisurely eat his snack. Su Wanting, Su Shuang, and Su Yuechan's faces suddenly became extremely ugly. The scene returned to dead silence again, and you could hear a pin drop. Depressed, silent. Su Deming glanced around a few times, and his face looked very ugly. He struggled for a while and came to Su Mo's side. His whole body was a mess, his upper body clothes were torn, and his whole body was covered with bruises. I don't know if it was because of the seasoning or if he was injured. However, Xie Bingyin did not bring a knife, as he was probably covered with seasonings. Of course, even so, the slap marks and scratches on his body were still clearly visible. Xie Bingyin's move just now was extremely vicious. Suddenly, no one spoke. Su Deming straightened his clothes, looking silent and not saying a word. Su Wanting, Su Shuang, and the other two did not dare to speak. Suemo was eating slowly and looked contented. Xie Bingyin sat on the ground crying, and Su Yuechan was supporting her. After a while, Xie Bingyin finally stood up from the chair. Su Deming took one look and angrily asked, "Xie Bingyin, have you had enough of this?" Xie Bingyin glanced at him, her eyes filled with anger, and her red eyes seemed to want to tear him into pieces. But she didn't say anything and turned to look at Suemo. He stared at Suemo for a while, then walked over. Su Deming was afraid that she would hurt Suemo, so he stood up quickly. "Xie Bingyin, you haven't made enough trouble yet? I tell you, this is the end of today." Xie Bingyin didn't even look at him and quickly came to the opposite side of Sumo's desk. "Sit." Suemo gestured to a chair. Now Xie Bingyin's body was also in a mess, with traces of vegetables everywhere, and her hair was very messy. But a rich lady is still a rich lady. Even so, Xie Bingyin has not lost her due elegance and nobility. After a moment of silence, she did not sit down, but fell into dead silence. Her body was shaking and trembling violently, and there seemed to be despair and extreme anger in her eyes. "Suemo," Su Wanting couldn't help but speak. "Hong Wan is my sister. I want her to join the Sue family and be registered as one of their registered permanent residents." Suemo said calmly, "I think Su Deming should agree. What do you think?" He looked at Su Wanting. Su Wanting was stunned and opened her mouth. Others were also surprised. "If you all have no objection, that would be great." Suemo drank his tea calmly. 2 years ago, when I went to move my household registration out, you wouldn't let me. So now, I should still have a certain degree of decision-making power. It's best to settle this matter as soon as possible. All the status that should be given to Hongwan. Su Wanting, Su Shuang, and others didn't dare to speak about such things. They couldn't believe it in their hearts, and their whole bodies were shaking. After Xie Bingyin went crazy for a while, she now seemed very silent, breathing heavily. After a long while, she finally spoke in a hoarse voice. "Are you really going to do this?" The tone sounded neither sad nor happy. "Really planning to do it?" Suemo shrugged. "I think this is the best outcome. It's good for everyone." "Becoming my enemy. Are you really planning to do that?" Xie Bingyin continued to speak, her voice extremely hoarse and trembling, revealing a hint of determination. Suemo laughed immediately. He stood up and smiled happily. "It's not just 1 or 2 days. You didn't realize this just now, did you? I told you a long time ago that I am alone. I'm not afraid of wearing shoes barefoot, and I am never afraid of blood splashing 5 steps away. Today, I want to protect them. P.S. Chapter 3, it will probably be 9 o'clock in the evening. Happy May Day, everyone." Chapter 125, even Jesus couldn't save him. Suemo, can't you just talk to your mother nicely? How can you say that? Su Wanting paused, unable to continue. Suemo looked at her and smiled calmly. "I have always been speaking properly. It is you who are not speaking properly. Look at me. How calm I am. You are the one who did this, right?" Su Wanting stared at Suemo. Suemo spread his hands. "You can blame me. This is not the first or second time. A few more times, it's nothing. But I have to warn you, Su Wanting, this is just the beginning. You almost bankrupted my company. Isn't that enough? We're just beginning." Su Wanting stared at him. Suemo smiled immediately. "Isn't it still in operation? It's okay. Su Wanting, it will go bankrupt sooner or later. You try your best to save it. Do your best to restore Davina." "Suemo, what exactly do you want us to do? Forgive us?" Su Shuang couldn't help but speak, but changed the subject at the last few words. Perhaps she was also a little annoyed by the appearance of Lu Xiangru and her daughter. Sue Mo glanced at her and said with a smile, "Dr. Sue, stop joking. Aren't you planning to mess with me too? Aren't you planning to bankrupt me too? I remember that day on the campus of Peking University and Tsinghua University. This guy clearly told me that he wanted to kill me." As he spoke, he looked at Xie Bingyan and smiled. "Is that so? Xie Bingyan? Is that so?" When Xie Bingyan heard this, her body trembled. "My business is gone." Sue Mo laughed. "Of course, this is nothing. After all, I knew you wanted to kill me, so I sold the business in advance. The price was okay, and I made a lot of money. But you don't think it's over, do you? No way? You don't really think so, do you?" When Su Wanting and Su Shuang heard this, they opened their mouths and were stunned. "I'm just giving him a taste of his own medicine. It shouldn't be considered a big crime. And Su Deming, doesn't he just want to support Su Juinja to get me? I know it very well." Suemo looked back and smiled. "So, don't blame me here. You have no right. I just used the moves you used on me to deal with you a little bit. It's not a big deal. There's no need to be so angry." "Suemo, is this not enough?" Su Shuang's eyes turned red. "How can it be enough? Dr. Su, how can this be enough?" Suemo looked at her. "Why do you think this is enough? This is far less than the torture I have endured over the years. I think it is a good choice to let Aunt Lu Xiangru enter our family. At least it can balance the relationship in our family." Su Wanting and Su Shuang widened their eyes and were unable to speak for a moment, breathing heavily. "Even if you don't agree, it doesn't matter. I will do it slowly and slowly. I will be able to do it one day," Suemo said with a smile. "You can try it." Xie Bingyin spoke, gritting her teeth and her eyes spitting fire. Suemo smiled again and spread his hands towards her. "I have been trying all the time and never stop. You don't have to stare at me like that. I'm just doing what I can. You don't have to act so aggrieved or hate me so much. There's not so much hatred. I'm just using the way you deal with me to deal with you. I know you've always been disgusted by me, and it just so happens that I've always been disgusted by you too. So, just wait. Wait for the day when you can't cry anymore. I will definitely set off firecrackers to celebrate." Suemo. Su Deming frowned. Suemo turned around and smiled at him. "You should take full responsibility for this matter. But considering the future, I won't say anything for now. Let's settle Aunt Lu Xiangru and Sister Hongwan first. I hope to cure her heart disease as soon as possible." Okay. Seeing that Su Mo was not angry with him, Su Deming nodded hurriedly. It seems that as long as his son is around, Xie Bingyin and the others are no longer important at all. "Hongwan, let's go," Su Mo said to Lu Hongwan. Lu Hongwan looked at it, hesitated for a moment, then nodded and left. She looked timid, as if she was frightened by what had just happened. "Mom!" She turned around and looked at Lu Xiangru. "Let's go." Lu Xiangru got up and left without hesitation. When Xie Bingyin saw this, she seemed unable to control her anger. She suddenly picked up the cup on the table and threw it hard at Suemo. Suemo had anticipated her move and dodged slightly, causing the cup to smash against the wall next to him. Brushed the ground. Su Wanting and Su Shuang were stunned. Their eyes widened, and their faces changed instantly. "Mom!" They couldn't believe that Xie Bingyan would take action. Even Su Yuechan was stunned. Seeing that Xie Bingyan seemed to want to take action, Su Wanting and Su Shuang hurriedly stopped her. "Mom, what are you doing? You actually..." Su Wanting couldn't continue speaking. She was already frightened. Although Xie Bingyan had beaten Su Mo before and had attacked him more than once or twice, this time was obviously very different from before. If we act under such circumstances, it is hard to predict how bad the relationship between the two will become in the future. I am afraid it will never be salvaged. Suemo, don't be angry. Mom didn't mean it. You guys should leave quickly." Su Shuang was scared and cried and shouted hurriedly. Suemo looked at the broken teacup on the ground quietly, without any panic. After thinking for a while, he picked up the broom and trash can beside him, swept the teacup fragments into the trash can, and then sighed slightly. After doing all this, Suemo raised his head and looked at them. His eyes were calm and his face was calm. Su Wanting and Su Shuang were choked and had difficulty breathing. They had no idea what would happen next. "Suemo, I'm afraid he is extremely angry. Quiet, dead silent. You can hear a pin drop." Su Wanting was pulling Xie Bingyan, and Xie Bingyan also looked towards Suemo, her expression filled with anger and gritting her teeth. Suemo didn't do much. After a moment, he suddenly laughed, turned around, and walked out the door with Lu Hongwan. Suemo. Su Shuang shouted. Suemo. Mom didn't mean it. She didn't mean it. Su Wanning also cried and shouted. After a pause, Suemo turned his back to them, waved and said goodbye. I will kill Su Juanja. I said it. Even Jesus can't save him. After saying that, Suemo, Lu Hongwan, and others had disappeared at the door. No, no, no. Wow. So people started crying and wailing loudly, almost collapsed to the ground. Su Wanning looked at Su Shuang, then turned back to Xie Bingyan and cried, Mom, what are you doing? You wanted to hit him just now? Why did you want to hit him? Xie Bingyan said nothing and immediately sat on the chair. It's not a few years ago. Suemo is already an adult. He has been an adult for a long time. Su Wanning cried and said, How do you want to deal with him before you are satisfied? How do you want to torture him before you are happy? Isn't the current situation in our family enough? Xie Bingyan didn't say anything. She slumped in the chair, wrinkles appeared on her face, and she seemed to have aged a dozen years in an instant. I know you feel wronged. I know you feel sad, and you can't accept such a thing. You think it's all Dad's fault. It's all Sumo's fault. If Suemo hadn't been born, you wouldn't have lost your charm, and such a thing wouldn't have happened. But in the past 20 years, you lost him for 14 years and tortured him for 4 years. Isn't that enough? What else do you want? Su Wanning kept crying. Xie Bingyan still didn't speak. Her body was shaking. Then, mistress, we will take care of it. Why can't you give us some time? Why did you throw things at him? This isn't a few years ago. Su Wanning cried and screamed, heartbroken. Chapter 126. No wonder the mother and son broke up. After arranging things for Lu Hongwan and Lu Xiangru, mother and daughter, Su Mo flew back to the capital. Su Deming also ran out just now and was with Lu Hongwan and her daughter. After Lu Hongwan settled things at home, they would probably also go to the capital. Lu Hongwan has a heart problem, so Su Mo asked her to go to Beijing for a checkup and have surgery there directly. In her previous life, Lu Hongwan died at the age of 17. At that time, a lot of things happened in the Sue family. Su Deming and Xie Bingyan seriously stimulated her, so she died soon. In this life, Su Mo hopes that she can be safer. When he returned to Beijing, Su Mo quickly started big moves. Pink Sixie began to push big data and launched large-scale promotion of the group buying model and the bargain hunting model, with an estimated investment of 100 million yuan. In addition, Su Mo announced that he would take out another 100 million yuan to subsidize users and merchants and launch a model of only refunds and no returns. They attended a world internet conference, met many business giants, and made a name for themselves. It is not known how the Ali Group and the JD Group will react. Su Mo wants to get some rewards as soon as possible. These investments are not the end yet, and there will be other capital injections in the future. If Pink Sixie wants to grow into a giant, it will probably need several rounds of financing. Su Mo doesn't mind starting the second and third rounds of financing as soon as possible. Su Mo, the Sue family has also returned to Beijing. Tang Lei said as he walked into the office. I understand. Su Mo nodded. Tang Lei glanced at him, thought for a moment, and pulled out a document for him. This is the information we recently investigated. The amount is quite large. It is probably suppressed and did not cause any waves. Fengxiang Jewelry does have a certain relationship with telecommunications fraud. Some of the money was laundered at Fengxiang Jewelry. Oh, what's the quantity? Have you found out? Su Mo asked in surprise, becoming more alert. The amount found so far is not large, only about 300 to 400 million. However, this is already a very large amount. If used well, we can do a lot of things, said Tang Lei. 3 or 400 million. That's enough. Don't tell anyone else about this for now. The Sue family is capable, and it won't be difficult to suppress it. Su Mo said, What about you? How are you? Tang Lei looked at him worriedly. Huanqi, Banzwang, and I are very worried about you. I don't think this is appropriate. You know, once this matter is exposed, Fengxiang Jewelry will suffer heavy losses, so bankruptcy is not impossible. Su Mo looked at him and smiled. How can it be that easy? You underestimate the Sue family. The Sue family is not that easy to fall. Do you know who is behind the Sue family? Who is it? Tang Lei was surprised. It's the CF family, Su Mo said calmly. Compared to the Sue family, the CF family is more difficult to deal with. If the CF family doesn't fall, it will be difficult for the Sue family to fall. Then let's... Tang Lei's face was full of worry, and he didn't know what to say. Sue Mo said calmly, "Leave this information with me for now. I'll use it later. You continue to instruct the investigators to continue investigating Fengxiang Jewelry's involvement in money laundering. I need more detailed data and evidence." Yes. Tang Lei was silent for a moment and nodded. Being involved in telecommunications fraud and money laundering is a very serious crime. It is difficult to obtain useful information for this kind of crime. Fortunately, Sue Mo knew some breakthroughs and temporarily obtained some information from the police station. The Sue family is indeed capable of suppressing a lot of information, but the Sue family still has many flaws, and it is not difficult for Sue Mo to find them. He continued to be busy in the office, processing company documents. Su Deming stayed in Wuzhen with Lu Hongluan and her daughter for 2 days. After tidying up a bit, he sent Lu Hongluan and her daughter to Beijing. Sue Mo went to pick them up, settled them down, and then helped Lu Hongluan contact the hospital. "Brother Sue Mo, yes, I'm sorry." Lu Hongluan looked timid, as if she had troubled him and felt guilty. "What is there to be sorry about?" Sue Mo touched her head and said with a smile, "I have contacted the best doctor and the best hospital for you. Just have the surgery peacefully. Once the surgery is successful, you will be healthy again." "Brother Sue Mo, have you suffered a lot?" Lu Hongluan looked at him with her big watery eyes. Sue Mo was stunned and couldn't help laughing. "Who told you that? Why am I suffering?" "Yes, Dad said that. He said that Brother Sue Mo grew up in an orphanage before being taken back to live with the Sue family." A trace of heartache appeared on Lu Hongluan's pretty face, and she suddenly grabbed Sue Mo's big hand. "Brother Sue Mo, I like you very much, and I don't want you to suffer in the future." Sue Mo shrugged and smiled. "Only those who have endured the most hardships can become the best. Besides, I didn't suffer in the past. At least I lived a happy life before I was 14. Dad said that Brother Sue Mo used to make money by mourning for people, and he stayed with the dead." Lu Hongluan seemed to feel even more distressed when she saw the nonchalant look on his face. Sue Mo immediately reached out and pinched her pretty face and said, "What does it mean to be with a dead person? The dead person didn't hurt me at all, and I even dared to dance next to the dead person. So, I was happy before. Don't talk nonsense." Oh, the little girl's big, watery eyes moved like they were thinking about something. "Recuperate well and wait for the operation. I'll come see you in 2 days." Sue Mo smiled, pinched her pretty face again, and then walked out with Lu Xiangru. "Sue Mo." Lu Xiangru looked at him and sighed slightly. She seemed to be in good spirits. She must have solved part of the problem. She was in a good mood. When she looked at Sue Mo, she was full of gratitude. Hongwan didn't talk so much before. She was timid and introverted. She had been in poor health since childhood and was quite depressed. She didn't have many friends. Lu Xiangru said, "I'm very happy that she can talk and laugh with you now." She used to be very introverted? Sue Mo was surprised. "That's right. This girl has been like this since she was a child. But after seeing you, she seems to have changed a lot. A few days ago in Wuzhen, she talked to me about you enthusiastically and admired you very much. To her, you must be an idol." Lu Xiangru said. Sue Mo laughed. "It's not easy to be an idol. If you are not careful, you will collapse." Lu Xiangru smiled and said, "No matter what, we have to thank you." "No need to thank me. I just did what I wanted to do. Next, I will follow the plan, and no matter what, I will let Hongwan get the due status." Sue Mo said, "Thank you. Thank you very much." Lu Xiangru's face was full of gratitude. Sue Mo nodded, then turned and left. For Lu Xiangru, gaining a certain status is more important than anything else. The Sue family is a wealthy family with a net worth of hundreds of billions. Even a tiny hair plucked from them is thicker than an elephant. If Lu Hongluan can gain a certain status in the Sue family, then she will probably never have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of her life. This is what Lu Xiangru wanted most, but because of Xie Bingyin's interference in the past, she had no hope at all. Lu Xiangru felt a little pity for the real young master of the Sue family. This child had a very miserable childhood, and Xie Bingyin was too crazy to actually abandon him. No wonder they broke up as mother and son. Chapter 127, You Crazy Woman. But if you think about it carefully, Xie Bingyin is the eldest daughter of the Xie family. She has always been arrogant and demanding. Tan Jing will not tolerate any sand in her eyes. Perhaps this is just natural. How could an ordinary man tolerate such arrogance and harshness? It was normal for Sue Deming to cheat. Sue Deming did not come to Beijing because something big happened in the Sue family. That night, Xie Bingyin returned to the Sue family villa and immediately took action to smash the villa inside and out. Many valuable tables and furniture were smashed, which made Sue Deming very angry. The next night, after Sue Deming returned to the Sue family, Xie Bingyin had not left yet. She was still there. Without saying a word, Xie Bingyin took the thing and threw it at him. Sue Deming yelled at her to stop, but Xie Bingyin was too crazy and ignored him at all. She soon hit him until his face was bruised and swollen. Su Wanting and Su Shuang tried to mediate the fight, but it was of little use. Xie Bingyin seemed to have gone crazy at this time and wished to kill Su Deming. Su Deming was naturally in the wrong and did not dare to fight back. Moreover, with Xie Bingyin's female power in front of him and the support of the Xie family, he did not dare to fight back at all. No matter what you do, it has become a fact now. Whether you accept it or not, the result will be the same. Su Deming could only say angrily in the end, and was beaten and fled by Xie Bingyin. For the next 2 days, he had no way to go home and had to stay in a hotel. Xie Bingyin couldn't find him and became even crazier. She rushed into the Fengxiang Jewelry office building, found Su Deming, and beat him up in the office again. This time, Su Deming did not sit there and wait for death, but fought back and slapped Xie Bingyin a few times. Xie Bingyin was crying at this time and was even more unyielding. She continued to tear Su Deming's clothes until his clothes were torn and his body was covered with scratches. "You're crazy! You're crazy! You crazy woman!" Su Deming sensed Xie Bingyin's madness and stepped back repeatedly. "What exactly do you want before you stop? What exactly do you want before you give up?" It would have been better if he hadn't said this. After he said this, Xie Bingyin became even more annoyed. She immediately called the bodyguards outside and started smashing the office of the general manager of Fengxiang Jewelry. She quickly smashed the office of the general manager of Fengxiang Jewelry to pieces, and then left angrily. Seeing this, Su Deming didn't dare to say anything and could only sit on the ground weakly. Su Wanting walked in and glanced at him. She seemed very annoyed and turned and left without saying a word. Afterwards, Xie Bingyin still didn't leave. She still lives in the Sue family villa. Su Deming didn't dare to go home because his house had been almost demolished by Xie Bingyin. The living room and bedroom were all messed up by her. It was said that she continued to smash things after returning home. Su Deming was too lazy to pay attention to her, so he asked someone to clean up the office and then stayed in the company office, continuing to work and choosing not to meet her. However, after this, Xiahai City soon welcomed a person. This person flew over from Beijing and found Su Deming directly. Su Deming took a look, was stunned for a moment. Then with a grim face, he asked someone to make him some tea. I was wrong in this matter, but she didn't suffer any loss either. Her house was smashed. Everything was destroyed by him. What has he done to Su Mo? She has gone crazy now. Su Deming angrily said to the man, "Don't blame me for this." The man was a middle-aged man in military uniform, a few years older than Su Deming. After hearing this, he frowned slightly, picked up the teacup, and played with it gently. "What do you want to do now?" "What can I do? My family is in ruins. The company is in a mess too. She has already affected the normal operation of the company. What's more, Sumo's affairs are endless." Su Deming complained, angry in his heart. Xie Bingyin is so cruel that she even tortured her own son. I told her a long time ago that even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. No matter how vicious she is, she shouldn't deal with Su Mo. The person who came was Xie Bingyin's second brother, Xiezhen. He was dressed in military uniform, full of dignity and righteousness, with 4 stars on his shoulders. This time, he came here specially after hearing about the Sue family. "Su Mo? Never been back to Xie's house? I haven't seen him." Xiezhen glanced at him. Speaking of this, Su Deming felt a little guilty and said, "No, we didn't bring him back to the Xie family. No, it should be Xie Bingyin who didn't bring him back either. Why don't you bring it back and show it to us?" Xiezhen asked. "This?" Su Deming hesitated for a moment and said, "This matter cannot be blamed on me. It's all Xie Bingyin's fault. She didn't want to make it public. Many people don't know Su Mo's identity. Su Mo was found when he was 14 years old. Like this." Xiezhen frowned. "She has been torturing him all the time. She never let him go. Not only did she not let her go, she didn't let me go either." Su Deming was obviously getting angrier and angrier as he spoke. Look at what Xie Bingyan has become now. She has completely turned into a lunatic. No matter how crazy he is, isn't it all because of you? Xie Zhen stared at him. This, Su Deming was actually a little afraid of the Xie family and did not dare to refute. You'd better resolve this matter as soon as possible. Don't drag it on. No matter what, a mistress is a mistress, and an illegitimate daughter is an illegitimate daughter. You want to give her a legal status, but it's impossible, unless you want the Xie family and the Sue family to break up. Xie Zhen said coldly. Su Deming heard this and said helplessly, I admit my mistakes, but that child was born with a heart disease. I can't let him go. That's your business. As the second son of the Sue family, you know how to deal with it, Xie Zhen said impatiently. Also, Su Mo, I will return to the capital. You call him over to see me. He doesn't listen to me now, Su Deming said. How much suffering did he endure to get to this point? Xie Zhen asked coldly. Su Deming said, a lot. We have inquired about a lot. This child has suffered a lot outside. He grew up in an orphanage. When he was thirsty, he drank rainwater. When he was hungry, he sometimes went to the garbage dump to pick up food to eat in order to earn pocket money. He even went out to beg on his knees, cried at funerals, and did everything. Xie Zhen was silent, his face solemn. Of course, it's not just these. After we took him back, he suffered even more. This kid refuses to forgive us at all now, Su Deming said. You deserve it, Xie Zhen said impatiently. Call him over and let him meet me. I want to have a good chat with him. I'm afraid you can't have a conversation. This kid is very smart and very stubborn. He has almost completely inherited Xie Bingyan's stubbornness, and even 9 bulls can't pull him back. What's more, he has a vision and courage that ordinary people can hardly have, and he does things in an extremely generous way. We didn't realize before that this kid is a genius. Su Deming seemed a little proud when he talked about this, but besides being proud, he was also smart and annoyed. He hardly listens to anyone's advice now, and he doesn't recognize his relatives anymore. I heard from Wan Ting that he almost bankrupted Davina with just a wave of his hand. Xie Zhen hesitated for a moment and said coldly, But that's why I should meet him. No matter what, I won't allow anything to happen to Xie Bingyan. Upon hearing this, Su Deming sighed and said, I know. I'll find a way to inform him. You'd better deal with your affairs as soon as possible. Otherwise, don't think that our Xie family is easy to bully. An illegitimate daughter is an illegitimate daughter. Xie Zhen stared at him sternly with a murderous look on his face. Su Deming hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. Chapter 128, Mom. I guess you wanted to kill Su Mo before.